You know, it's kind of strange when you think about it. Something as ordinary as bathing today was once an entire ritual, a shared space, sometimes even a daily event people looked forward to. So I'm glad you are here to explore it with me. Just to clarify for people new to our community or returning, this is a curated sleep experience, carefully researched and gently shaped to be as accurate as possible while still helping you unwind. Tonight we're drifting through what bathing rituals around the world were like. Not just getting clean, but the quiet routines, social moments, and small traditions that turned water into something more meaningful than we usually notice now. If slow, slightly boring history helps your mind shut down, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. Now just ease back a little, let your shoulders drop, maybe pull the blanket a bit closer, and let's start. Water has always known how to hold us. For thousands of years, across every continent and culture, human beings have gathered in steam and warmth to wash away more than just the dust of the day. Tonight, you will journey through the world's most cherished bathing traditions, from the birch-scented heat of Finnish saunas to the mineral springs of Japan, discovering how something as simple as hot water became a ritual of community, health, and transformation. You step into history through a cloud of steam. The year is irrelevant because bathing is timeless. Your skin already knows what your mind is about to learn. Every culture that ever learned to heat water discovered something profound. They found that warmth and moisture together create a space between worlds. Not quite home, not quite temple, something else entirely. You will travel tonight without leaving your place of rest. The first thing to understand is that bathing has never been just about getting clean. If cleanliness were the only goal, a quick rinse would suffice. But humans have always wanted more. They wanted the heat to penetrate deep into tired muscles. They wanted the steam to open airways and clear thoughts. They wanted to sit beside others in shared vulnerability, all of them equally pink and damp and human. Your journey begins in the north, where winter darkness lasts for months. Finland greets you with cold air and the promise of heat. You stand outside a small wooden structure beside a lake. Snow covers everything in sight. The temperature hovers around negative 15 degrees Celsius, which means the air bites exposed skin within seconds. Your breath forms clouds that hang in the stillness. The only sound comes from ice cracking on the water's surface. The sauna building looks humble from outside, dark wood weathered by decades of freezing winters and brief summers. A metal chimney pokes through the roof, releasing a thin trail of smoke into the twilight. No grand entrance exists here, just a simple door with a worn handle. You open it and enter a small changing room. The warmth hits you immediately. Not the full heat yet, just the promise of it seeping through the inner door. You remove your clothes slowly, folding them on a wooden bench. The Finns have been doing this for over 2,000 years. They heated stones in fire pits long before they had chimneys or electric heaters. Back then, smoke filled the entire room until the fire died down. Families would wait for the smoke to clear, then enter the residual heat. This sauna uses a wood-burning stove, more traditional, more alive. You push through the inner door, and the heat embraces you like a wool blanket. The room measures perhaps 3 meters by 4 meters. Wooden benches line 2 walls in tiered levels. The higher you sit, the hotter it gets. A bucket of water rests beside a pile of smooth stones heated to glowing. Birch branches tied into a bundle hang from a hook. You climb to the middle bench and sit. The heat wraps around your shoulders and works its way into your chest. Finnish sauna heat runs dry compared to other bathing traditions. The humidity stays low at first. Your skin begins to warm from the outside in. Blood vessels near the surface dilate. Your heart rate increases slightly, doing the gentle work of pumping blood to cooling systems that suddenly have plenty to do. After a few minutes, you ladle water onto the stones. The water hits with a sharp hiss. Steam explodes upward and spreads across the ceiling before descending in waves. Now the heat changes character. It becomes thick and enveloping. Your airways open. The sensation shifts from dry warmth to moist intensity. Finns call this loili, the spirit of the sauna. The word carries weight beyond simple translation. You lean back against the warm wood. The birch planks feel smooth under your skin. Generations of bodies have sat here, leaving invisible traces. The wood smells faintly of resin and heat. Your breathing deepens without conscious effort. Thoughts that seemed important 5 minutes ago lose their grip. The heat demands presence. You cannot think about tomorrow's tasks when your entire nervous system focuses on temperature regulation. Time stretches differently in sauna heat. 5 minutes might be 10, 10 might be 20. The Finns know not to rush. They have a saying that in the sauna, one must conduct oneself as one would in church. Quietly, respectfully, without hurry. The comparison makes sense when you experience the stillness that heat creates. You reach for the birch branches. The vita, some call it. Others say vasta. Same object, regional names. You dip the leafy bundle in warm water to soften it, then gently strike your skin with the branches. Not hard enough to hurt, just enough to stimulate circulation. The birch leaves release their scent when crushed, fresh and green and somehow ancient. The gentle slapping brings blood to the skin surface. Pink patches bloom across your shoulders and back. This practice confused many foreigners when they first witnessed it. 18th century travellers wrote alarmed accounts of Finns beating themselves with branches. They missed the point entirely. The vita massage feels more like a vigorous rubbing than punishment. It invigorates rather than injures. The leaves stick briefly to damp skin before falling away. Small fragments collect on the wooden floor like green confetti. Your body begins producing sweat in earnest now. Droplets form along your hairline and roll down your temples. More appear on your chest and back. The sauna teaches you that humans are mostly water. You can lose a litre of fluid in a single session. The Finns know to rehydrate afterward, but for now, you simply observe the process. Your body cooling itself in the most primitive and effective way possible. The heat builds to a point where stepping outside becomes necessary. You stand carefully. Lightheadedness can strike if you rise too quickly. The blood vessels in your legs need a moment to constrict and send blood back to your brain. You make your way to the door and step into the changing room. Even this intermediate temperature feels cool against superheated skin. Then you open the outer door and step into winter. The cold hits like jumping into revelation. Your skin, radiating heat just seconds ago, suddenly meets air cold enough to freeze water. The contrast creates a sensation unlike anything else. Not painful exactly, more like every nerve ending suddenly waking up and shouting. You walk down to the lake's edge where someone has cut a hole in the ice. The water appears black and bottomless. You ease in quickly. Better not to hesitate. The lake's icy water makes the sauna heat seem gentle by comparison. Your body screams brief protests, then adapts. Blood vessels constrict dramatically. Your heart rate spikes. You stay in perhaps 20 seconds before climbing out. Now you understand the whole picture. The sauna ritual includes this contrast. Heat then cold, then heat again. The Finns repeat the cycle 3 or 4 times in a session. Each round reveals different sensations. Your body becomes more efficient at the temperature dance. The second sauna round feels different from the first. Hotter somehow, but also more manageable. Your skin knows what to expect. You return to the changing room and wrap yourself in a towel. The warmth radiating from your core keeps you comfortable despite wet skin. Other sauna users might appear now in traditional practice. Families bathed together, friends met for weekly sauna evenings, business deals were negotiated on those wooden benches. Important conversations happened in the heat, where pretense melted away along with sweat. But tonight you experience this alone, following the ritual at your own pace. After the final round, you sit in the changing room and drink water. Your skin glows pink. Muscles that felt tight 2 hours ago now hang loose and relaxed. The Finns believe regular sauna use promotes longevity. Modern research suggests they might be right. The cardiovascular workout from heat stress, the deep relaxation afterward, the social bonds formed in shared heat, all of it contributes to well-being. You dress slowly and step back into the winter night. The stars overhead shine with unusual clarity. Cold air feels crisp and welcome after so much heat. Your body temperature normalizes gradually. You carry the sauna's warmth inside you like a secret. The ritual complete. Halfway around the world, different water waits. You find yourself in Japan now, approaching an onsen in the mountains. The word onsen means hot spring. Japan sits on volcanic islands, which means naturally heated water bubbles up from deep underground in thousands of locations. The Japanese have built bathing culture around these geothermal gifts for centuries. Snow falls lightly as you approach the ryokan. Traditional inns like this one have hosted travellers for generations. The wooden building with its peaked roofs and paper screens looks like it grew from the mountainside rather than being built upon it. Warm light glows from windows. The smell of mineral water hangs in the cold air. You can hear water flowing somewhere nearby. A host greets you at the entrance with a slight bow. You remove your shoes and step onto polished wooden floors. The interior continues the natural aesthetic. Wood and stone and paper. Nothing synthetic, nothing loud. The design invites quiet contemplation. You receive a cotton yukata robe and are shown to the bathing area. Men and women use separate facilities in most onsen, though some remote mountain springs offer mixed bathing or private family baths. The changing room offers neat wooden lockers and woven baskets. You place your clothes in a basket and wrap a small towel around yourself. This modesty towel serves a specific purpose. You carry it to the bathing area but cannot bring it into the actual water. That rule matters deeply in onsen etiquette. The bath must remain pure, no soap, no shampoo, no towels, nothing that might contaminate the natural spring water. First, you must wash. A row of low faucets and wooden stools lines one wall. You sit on a stool and use a small basin to rinse thoroughly. Soap and shampoo are provided here for this preliminary cleaning. The Japanese separated the concepts of washing and bathing centuries ago. Washing removes dirt. Bathing provides pleasure and health benefits. You scrub carefully, ensuring every trace of soap rinses away before approaching the bath. Only when completely clean do you enter the water. The onsen pool spreads before you, carved from natural rock. Steam rises from the surface in ghostly waves. The water appears slightly cloudy from dissolved minerals. Iron, sulfur and other elements give each onsen its unique character and therapeutic properties. Some springs treat skin conditions, others ease joint pain. This one claims to improve circulation and reduce fatigue. The mineral content varies dramatically between onsen depending on the volcanic source. The water's colour tells a story. This particular onsen shows a pale milky blue from sulfur content. Other springs run rust red from iron. Some appear completely clear despite high mineral loads. The Japanese have classified onsen water into 10 distinct types based on chemical composition. Each type supposedly offers specific health benefits. Sulfur springs for skin, iron springs for anemia, sodium chloride springs for rheumatism. The list continues with ancient certainty. You test the temperature with 1 foot. Hot. Definitely hot. Japanese onsen water typically runs between 40 and 44 degrees Celsius, much hotter than most Western hot tubs. The temperature seems impossibly high at first touch. But the Japanese have bathed in such heat for centuries. Their bodies adapted. Their customs evolved around these temperatures. You ease in gradually, letting your body adjust inch by inch. The heat penetrates immediately. Within seconds, your skin turns pink. Blood rushes to the surface in waves you can feel moving through your body. Your heart rate increases to handle the thermal load. The cardiovascular system shifts into high gear. Blood vessels near the skin dilate dramatically. The body's cooling mechanisms activate at full capacity, despite being overwhelmed by external heat. You submerge to your shoulders and hold still. Movement creates waves that splash hot water on your face. Better to remain motionless and let the body find equilibrium with the water temperature. The initial shock fades into deep warmth. The heat works its way past skin and fat into muscle tissue. Tension you did not know you carried begins releasing. The mineral water feels silky against skin, slightly slippery, different from fresh water or chlorinated pools. The sulfur content gives the water a faint eggy smell. At first, the odour seems strong and unpleasant. Within minutes, your nose adapts and the smell becomes unnoticeable. The sulfur, along with other minerals, enters your body through skin pores opened by heat. Transdermal absorption happens constantly in onsen water. Your body takes in calcium, magnesium, sulfur, iron and other elements. Whether this provides significant health benefits remains debated. But the Japanese believe firmly in onsen healing properties. You position yourself near where hot water enters the pool. The inflowing water runs even hotter than the main bath. A stone channel directs the spring water into the pool. The current of incoming water feels noticeably warmer. You can adjust your position to find your preferred temperature. Closer to the source provides more heat. Further away allows slight cooling as the water mixes and disperses. The rock edges of the pool feel rough under your hands. Natural stone shaped by water and weather over decades. Moss grows in shaded corners, where the rock stays perpetually damp. The whole setting attempts to preserve or recreate natural hot spring conditions. Even indoor onsen try to maintain connection to nature through rock, wood, and careful design. The aesthetic matters as much as the actual minerals. Outside, snow continues falling. Many onsen feature outdoor Rotenbura pools where you can bathe while watching snow accumulate on surrounding rocks and pine branches. The contrast between hot water and cold air creates a dreamlike sensation. Steam rises from your shoulders into frigid air. Snowflakes land on your damp hair and melt instantly. The boundary between hot and cold exists precisely at the waterline. You settle into stillness. Onsen bathing encourages meditation more than conversation. While friends might visit together, they often sit in companionable silence. The heat makes lengthy talking uncomfortable anyway. You focus instead on breathing, on the sensation of minerals soaking into skin, on the distant sound of water flowing over rocks. The Japanese have specific beliefs about onsen benefits. Different mineral compositions treat different ailments. Sulfur springs help skin conditions. Iron-rich waters address anemia. Carbonated springs improve circulation. Acidic waters can relieve chronic digestive issues. Some of these claims have scientific backing. Others rely more on tradition and belief. But the psychological benefits seem undeniable. Stress melts in hot spring water. You remain submerged for perhaps 15 minutes. Any longer risks overheating. Your fingers and toes have turned pink and wrinkled. You ease out of the pool and sit on the edge, letting cool air lower your core temperature. After a few minutes, you can enter again for another round. Most onsen visitors repeat the cycle several times, alternating between soaking and cooling. The protocol matters as much as the water. You learn to wash thoroughly before entering. You left your towel in the changing area. You moved quietly and respectfully. You did not splash or swim. These rules exist not as restrictions, but as collective agreements that preserve the experience for everyone. When all bathers follow the same customs, the onsen remains a place of peace. Between soaking sessions, you might rest in a tatami room. The ryokan provides these spaces for relaxation. You lie on woven mats, wrapped in your yukata, feeling the heat slowly dissipate from your body. Green tea appears, though you did not request it. The serving staff move with practiced quiet. They understand the post-onsen state. Your muscles have turned to warm clay. Thoughts drift like the steam you left behind. Some people fall asleep in these moments. The combination of heat, mineral absorption, and deep relaxation creates powerful drowsiness. The Japanese call this yudedako, meaning boiled octopus. You feel boneless and peaceful. Your skin continues radiating warmth, even as your core temperature normalizes. The minerals absorbed through your pores will continue working for hours. You return to the onsen once more before leaving. This final soak feels different from the first. Your body knows what to expect. The heat penetrates faster and deeper. You stay only 10 minutes this time, ending before exhaustion sets in. The goal is invigoration, not depletion. You leave the water glowing and loose-limbed. In the changing room, you dry off slowly. The small towel that travelled with you now does its work. Japanese onsen towels are notably small by Western standards, just large enough for modesty and drying. Nothing excessive, nothing wasteful. You dress in your yukata and make your way to your room, walking carefully on slightly unstable legs. Sleep will come easily tonight. The onsen leaves its mark in relaxed muscles and cleared sinuses and skin that feels somehow renewed. The minerals continue their subtle work. Your body temperature takes hours to fully normalize. You drift towards sleep wrapped in residual warmth, dreaming perhaps of snow falling on hot springs, of steam rising into cold mountain air. You travel backward through time now. Ancient Rome appears around you, specifically the year 115 in the Common Era. Emperor Trajan has recently completed a magnificent bath complex in the heart of Rome. The Thermae Traiani covers several city blocks and serves thousands of citizens daily. You approach as an ordinary Roman might, carrying a small bag with bathing supplies. The exterior impresses with its grand architecture. Massive columns support elaborate friezes depicting gods and athletes. Bronze doors tall enough for giants stand open, welcoming the public. Rome understood something crucial about bathing. They recognized it as a cornerstone of civilization. A city without proper baths was barely a city at all. The empire built bathing complexes everywhere its legions marched. From Britain to Egypt, Roman baths spread their culture of communal washing. You pay a small entrance fee. The cost amounts to less than a loaf of bread. Rome subsidized public bathing to ensure even the poorest citizens could participate. The emperors understood that providing baths generated loyalty and social stability. Citizens who bathed together felt connected to Rome itself. The bath complex served as community centre, social club, exercise facility, and political meeting ground all at once. You enter through the apoditerium. This changing room features rows of niches carved into walls where bathers store their clothes. No locks exist, but attendants watch for thieves. You strip and hand your belongings to a slave who will guard them. Nudity in Roman baths generated less anxiety than it does in many modern cultures. Bodies were simply bodies. Everyone had one. The social hierarchy mattered more than physical appearance. The bathing sequence follows a specific path. Romans did not simply soak in hot water. They engineered an entire thermal experience designed to clean, invigorate, and socialize. You begin in the palestra, an outdoor courtyard where men exercise before bathing. Wrestling, ball games, and weightlifting all prepare the body for the baths ahead. Exertion opens pores and stimulates circulation. After exercise, you proceed to the tepidarium. This warm room serves as transition between the exercise yard and the hot baths. The temperature runs comfortably warm but not intense. Benches line the walls. Some bathers sit here for extended periods, talking and relaxing. The mosaic floor depicts sea creatures in intricate detail. Light streams through high windows, illuminating steam that drifts from the next room. The caldarium awaits. You step into genuine heat. This hot room contains pools of steaming water heated by an ingenious system called a hypocaust. Slaves tend fires in basement chambers, and the heat rises through hollow spaces beneath the floor and behind the walls. The entire room becomes a radiator. The floor tiles feel too hot for bare feet, so wooden sandals are provided. You ease into the hot pool. The water temperature rivals anything a modern hot tub provides. The Romans achieved this without pumps or thermostats, using only fire, engineering, and enslaved labour. The moral cost of Roman luxury remains uncomfortable to consider. The magnificence was built on suffering. But in this moment, you experience what an ordinary Roman citizen experienced. The heat-loosening muscles worked hard in the exercise yard. Other bathers surround you in the pool. Conversation flows freely. Business deals are discussed. Gossip is exchanged. Political alliances form in the steam. A senator might bathe beside a shopkeeper, though certain areas of larger bath complexes catered to different social classes. The caldarium becomes a democratic space, at least in theory. Naked bodies obscure some social markers, though speech patterns and bearing still reveal status. After sufficient soaking, you exit the pool. An attendant approaches with a strigil, a curved bronze tool designed for scraping skin. The Romans used olive oil instead of soap for cleaning. You coat yourself in oil, which loosens dirt and dead skin. Then the attendant uses the strigil to scrape away the oil and whatever it has collected. The process sounds uncomfortable, but actually feels invigorating. Your skin ends up incredibly clean and smooth. The frigidarium comes next. This cold room features a plunge pool filled with unheated water. After the intense heat of the caldarium, the cold water shocks your system. The Romans believed this temperature contrast promoted health. Modern research suggests they were correct. The alternating hot and cold improves circulation and stimulates the immune system. You stay in the cold pool just long enough to feel thoroughly cooled, then emerge refreshed. The bathing circuit complete, you might now enjoy other amenities. Larger bath complexes included libraries, gardens, restaurants, and even theatres. You could spend an entire afternoon here, reading scrolls in the library, walking through manicured gardens, or watching performers. The baths served as the social centre of Roman life. Emperors who built new bath complexes brought genuine popularity. Some baths even offered unusual features. The baths of Caracalla, built a century after Trajan's, included an enormous swimming pool and spaces for ball games. The baths of Diocletian could accommodate 3,000 bathers simultaneously. The scale of Roman bathing ambition knew few limits. They transformed basic hygiene into monumental civic architecture. You wrap yourself in a linen cloth and find a quiet corner. The post-bath relaxation might include a massage. Professional masseurs work in small rooms off the main bathing areas. They use olive oil and strong hands to unknot muscles. The combination of heat, cold water, scraping and massage leaves you feeling like you have been disassembled and rebuilt. Your body moves differently, lighter, more fluid. Food and drink are available if you want them. Small stalls sell wine, bread, olives, and other snacks. Some Romans spent most of the day at the baths, eating multiple meals on site. The social nature of bathing encouraged lingering. Why rush home when friends surround you, and the environment provides comfort and entertainment? As afternoon fades toward evening, you finally prepare to leave. You retrieve your clothes from the attendant, dress, and step back into the Roman streets. The bath complex continues operating into the night. Some sections remain open around the clock. The wealthy might visit in the afternoon when crowds thin. The poor come whenever their work allows. The baths accommodate all schedules and all classes, at least in principle. The legacy of Roman bathing extends far beyond the empire's collapse. When Rome fell, most of its elaborate bath complexes fell into ruin. But the memory of communal bathing persisted. The Islamic world adopted and adapted Roman bathing traditions. Medieval monasteries built bathing facilities based on Roman designs. The concept of the public bath never entirely disappeared, even when the infrastructure crumbled. You carry the Roman bath experience with you through time. The understanding that bathing can be civic ritual. That hot water and cold water in sequence invigorate. That communal nakedness can foster democracy, or at least the appearance of it. The Romans understood something modern culture sometimes forgets. Bathing together builds community in ways that individual showers never can. The journey continues eastward. You arrive in Istanbul during the 16th century, when the Ottoman Empire has reached its peak. The city contains hundreds of hammams, public bathhouses that evolved from Roman bathing traditions filtered through Islamic culture. The hammam combines elements you recognise from both the Roman thermi and influences unique to Ottoman society. You approach a neighbourhood hammam in the early afternoon. The building announces itself through architecture. A large central dome dominates the structure, with smaller domes clustered around it. These domes contain glass oculi that allow natural light to filter into the bathing areas below. The effect creates an otherworldly atmosphere where light beams pierce steam in visible shafts. The entrance separates into two sections. Men and women use different hammams, or the same hammam at different times. Today you enter the men's section, though the experience in women's hammams follows similar patterns with its own distinct social dynamics. Women's hammams historically served as important social spaces where marriages were arranged and community bonds strengthened away from male oversight. You pay the entrance fee to the attendant. The cost includes basic bathing privileges. Additional services like massage or hair removal require extra payment. You receive a pestimel, a thin cotton wrap, and a pair of wooden clogs. The changing area, called the kamakan, features a central fountain and elevated platforms where bathers relax before and after bathing. You remove your clothes and secure the pestimel around your waist. The cotton wrap provides minimal coverage but satisfies modesty requirements. Islamic bathing culture differs from Roman in this regard. Complete nudity generally is avoided. The pestimel becomes both garment and towel throughout the bathing experience. You slip your feet into the wooden clogs, which protect against hot floors and provide traction on wet marble. The first room you enter is the sogakluk. This tepid room serves as a transition space. The temperature runs warm but not intense. You sit on marble slabs and allow your body to adjust. Other bathers rest here, some arriving from the hot rooms, others preparing to enter them. The marble feels smooth and slightly cool despite the ambient warmth. The sogakluk teaches patience. The hammam ritual cannot be rushed. Through an arched doorway you enter the hararet. The hot room takes your breath for a moment. Heat and humidity combine into a thick atmosphere that wraps around you like a damp blanket. The central area features a large heated marble platform called the göbektashi, which translates as belly stone. This elevated slab radiates heat from below, where water pipes carry steam and hot water. You climb onto the göbektashi and lie down. The heated marble works its way into your muscles. Unlike sauna heat that comes from the air, the göbektashi provides direct conductive heat through your back and legs. The sensation differs from anything you have experienced so far. The marble never feels hot enough to burn, but maintains constant steady heat that penetrates deeply. Your muscles begin to unknot from the inside out. The direct contact with heated stone creates different sensations than immersion in hot water or exposure to hot air. The marble's smooth surface holds centuries of history. Countless bodies have lain here before you. The stone has absorbed the heat and released it into tired muscles for generations. The göbektashi serves as the heart of the hammam experience. Everything else leads to or flows from this central heated platform. The architecture places it prominently in the centre of the harem, under the highest point of the dome. Light filters through small glass windows in the dome. Star-shaped openings allow sunlight to penetrate the steam. The beams of light become visible in the thick, humid air. Dust and water vapour make the light solid and real. The effect creates an otherworldly atmosphere. Some hammams use coloured glass that tints the light blue or green or amber. The coloured light transforms the space into something between bathhouse and cathedral. Around the room's perimeter, individual washing alcoves offer privacy. Each alcove contains a kurna, a small marble basin with brass taps for hot and cold water. The basins sit at waist height, perfectly positioned for filling bowls and cups. The alcoves provide just enough separation for modest washing, while remaining part of the communal space. You can see other bathers through the steam. You can hear water splashing and voices murmuring. But the alcove creates a temporary personal territory. Small marble stools sit in each alcove. You can sit while washing, reducing strain on legs and back. The stools show wear from decades of use. The marble has been polished smooth by countless wet bodies. Everything in the hammam feels permanent and ancient. The materials themselves speak of durability. Marble, brass, tile, and stone. Nothing plastic or temporary. The hammam was built to last generations and has fulfilled that promise. Some bathers wash themselves in these alcoves using the traditional method. They fill small copper bowls called taz from the kurna. The bowls hold perhaps a litre of water. They pour the water over their bodies repeatedly, mixing hot and cold to achieve comfortable temperature. The pouring creates a rhythm. Fill, pour, refill, pour again. The sound of water splashing echoes throughout the harem. Dozens of bathers pouring water creates a symphony of liquid percussion. The technique requires practice to master. You must pour with enough force to rinse thoroughly, but not splash excessively. You aim the water stream to cascade down your body, carrying soap and dirt toward the drains. The floor slopes subtly toward central drainage channels. Everything is designed to manage water flow, nothing pools or floods. The water moves constantly downward and away. Others wait for the telek, a male bath attendant who provides washing and massage services. The telek represents a profession that has existed for centuries. Young men apprentice under experienced telek to learn the proper techniques. The work requires strength and stamina. Hours spent in intense heat and humidity, constant bending and scrubbing. The physical demands are considerable, but skilled telek command respect and earn decent income. A telek approaches and gestures for you to remain on the gubikdashi. He carries his professional tools in a small basket. The case emit various soaps and towels. His movements show practiced efficiency. He has done this thousands of times. Every motion serves a purpose. No wasted effort. He begins by testing the water temperature in a nearby kurna, adjusting the mix of hot and cold. The attendant carries a rough cloth mitt called a kers. The kers is typically made from coarse silk or synthetic material. The texture feels like very rough sandpaper when dry. When wet and applied with vigour, it removes dead skin with remarkable effectiveness. Different regions favour different keys materials. Some prefer goat hair, others use hemp fibre. The roughness remains constant regardless of material. He dips the keys in hot water to soften it slightly. Then he begins scrubbing your skin with surprising vigour. The pressure borders on aggressive. You wonder briefly if skin can actually withstand such treatment, but the telek knows exactly how much pressure to apply. Enough to remove dead skin, not enough to damage living tissue. The scrubbing technique has been refined over generations. The kizi moves in long, firm strokes. He starts with your back, working from shoulders down to waist. The rough texture removes dead skin cells, dirt, and whatever else has accumulated since your last hammam visit. Grey rolls of dead skin begin appearing almost immediately. They collect on the marble beneath you like tiny worms. The visual evidence of the kizi's effectiveness seems almost shocking. How much dead skin can one body accumulate? The answer becomes visible in the grey rolls accumulating around you. The outer layer of skin cells dies and is replaced constantly. Most of this dead material falls away naturally through friction with clothes and normal washing, but some remains, building up gradually. The keys removes everything in one thorough session. The scrubbing borders on aggressive but never crosses into pain. The telek understands the line between vigorous and violent. His hands move with certain confidence. He has learned through experience exactly how much pressure each area of the body can tolerate. The back can handle more force than the chest, the legs more than the arms. He adjusts instinctively. After thorough scrubbing, the telek produces a large linen bag. This is the moment that many first-time hammam visitors find most memorable. The linen bag seems unremarkable at first, just a square of fabric sewn into a simple pouch, but its purpose soon becomes clear. The telek dunges it into a basin of warm water and soap. He plunges it into a basin of warm water, then squeezes and works the bag until it produces enormous quantities of foam. Traditional hammam soap creates these mountains of bubbles. The telek covers you in foam from head to toe. The sensation is absurd and delightful. You disappear beneath a blanket of soap bubbles. The telek works the foam into your skin with practiced efficiency, cleaning what the Kizi exposed. Then comes the rinsing. Bowl after bowl of warm water cascades over you, carrying away the soap. The telek ensures every trace of bubbles is removed. The marble platform beneath you channels water toward drains. The whole room functions as a giant shower, where gravity and careful design manage water flow. You emerge from the foam baptism feeling profoundly clean. The massage follows. The telek's strong hands work through muscles relaxed by heat and scrubbing. He pays particular attention to shoulders and back, areas where tension accumulates. The massage style is practical rather than gentle. He stretches your limbs and applies pressure to knotted areas. Small pops and cracks signal joints releasing. The combination of heat, cleansing and massage leaves you feeling like you have shed an old skin and grown a new one. After the massage, you're left to soak in the heat. You remain on the gobek tashi or move to the washing alcoves to pour more water over yourself. Some bathers spend hours in the hararet, alternating between the heated marble and the washing basins. The thick steam makes time feel elastic. Minutes stretch into comfortable infinity. The heat seems to slow everything except your heartbeat, which works steadily to cool your overheated body. Eventually you retreat to the sogakluk. The transition room now feels almost cold compared to the hararet. You sit on the marble slabs and feel your core temperature gradually normalizing. Your skin glows pink and clean. Every pore has opened and been cleaned and closed again. The telek scrubbing removed layers you did not know existed. Your body feels lighter, as though the dirt had actual weight. You return to the kamakan for the final stage. The changing room provides a different atmosphere now. The same fountain still flows, but you experience it with new awareness. You wrap yourself in dry towels and recline on the raised platforms. An attendant might bring tea or sherbet if you request it. Most bathers rest here for extended periods, enjoying the post-bath euphoria. The hammam serves purposes beyond hygiene. For centuries, Ottoman society used hammams as community gathering spaces. Men discussed business and politics. Women arranged marriages and socialized away from male relatives. The hammam became an equalizing space where social hierarchies relaxed, though never disappeared entirely. A wealthy merchant and a modest craftsman might bathe side by side, both reduced to pestimals and human bodies. Turkish bath culture influenced the wider Islamic world. From Morocco to Iran, variations of the hammam spread with Islamic expansion. Each region adapted the basic template to local customs and architecture. But the core elements remained. The sequence of rooms building from cool to hot. The heated marble platform. The vigorous scrubbing. The emphasis on thorough cleansing rather than quick washing. You dress slowly, your body still radiating residual heat. The hammam experience lingers in clean skin and loosened muscles. Outside, the Istanbul streets bustle with late afternoon activity. But you carry the hammam's peace with you. The ritual has reset something fundamental. The combination of heat, water, scrubbing, and human touch has reminded your body of its capacity for renewal. Your journey through bathing traditions continues across continents and centuries. Korea offers its own variation on communal bathing. The jimjilbang combines elements you recognize from other traditions, but adds uniquely Korean features. These facilities operate 24 hours and serve as affordable lodging for travelers, social spaces for families, and wellness centers for anyone seeking relaxation. You enter a modern Seoul jimjilbang late at night. The building rises several stories, its entrance bright with neon signs. The cost of admission includes access to all facilities for as long as you want to stay. Some visitors come for a quick soak. Others spend entire days or nights sleeping in designated rest areas. You pay at the counter and receive a uniform consisting of shorts and a t-shirt, along with a locker key worn on your wrist. The facility separates into gendered and common areas. You head first to the gender-specific bathing area, where full nudity is expected. The space resembles a large tiled bathroom with multiple pools of varying temperatures. Hot tubs, cold plunge pools, and warm soaking pools all offer different experiences. Unlike Japanese onsen with their natural mineral water, Jimjilbang pools use filtered and treated water heated to specific temperatures. Before entering any pool, you must shower thoroughly. Korean bathing culture takes cleanliness seriously. Shower stations line one wall with soap, shampoo, and scrubbing implements provided. You wash with particular attention to detail, knowing that shared pools demand scrupulous hygiene. Only when completely clean do you approach the baths. You start with a warm pool to acclimate. The water temperature runs comfortable rather than challenging. You soak for several minutes, feeling the day's tension begin to dissolve. Other bathers occupy the various pools, some sitting in quiet meditation, others conversing in low voices. The atmosphere feels relaxed and unhurried. The hot pool comes next. This water runs significantly hotter than the warm pool. You ease in gradually, letting your body adjust. The heat wraps around your limbs and works into your core. Your heart rate increases. Breathing deepens. The Korean approach to hot water differs from Japanese onsen in that the temperature, while hot, rarely reaches the extreme levels of traditional onsen. The goal is sustainable soaking rather than brief intense heat exposure. After the hot pool, you brave the cold plunge. The water temperature drops close to freezing. You submerge quickly, gasping at the shock. The cold grips your entire body in an icy fist. You stay perhaps 30 seconds before climbing out. The contrast between hot and cold creates that familiar rush of endorphins. Your skin tingles with heightened sensitivity. Many Jimjilbang offer a special scrubbing service. Middle-aged women, called demiri, provide intense exfoliation using rough mitts similar to Turkish kizi. You lie on a raised platform while the demiri scrubs every accessible inch of your skin. The treatment borders on aggressive. Grey rolls of dead skin accumulate and are rinsed away. The demiri work with practiced efficiency, neither gentle nor cruel, simply thorough. After bathing, you change into the provided uniform. This marks the transition to the common areas where men and women mingle freely. You leave the bathing section and enter a large communal space filled with various heated rooms. Each room maintains a different temperature and atmosphere. The salt room features walls covered in pink Himalayan salt. The temperature runs warm but not hot. The salt supposedly provides health benefits through negative ions and minerals absorbed through breath and skin. You sit on heated floor cushions and lean against salt crystal walls. The lighting is dim and peaceful. Other visitors read, nap, or quietly talk. The charcoal room radiates intense dry heat. The walls and floor contain heated charcoal that releases far infrared rays. The temperature here rivals a Finnish sauna. Black surfaces absorb and radiate heat in steady waves. The air itself feels thick with warmth. You find a spot on the heated floor and lean against the wall. The charcoal's heat penetrates differently than water heat or steam heat. It goes deeper somehow, working its way into joints and muscles with persistent intensity. Sweat begins flowing within minutes, not the light perspiration of moderate exercise. This is full-body sweating that soaks your cotton uniform and drips from your chin. Your hair becomes damp and then wet. Rivulets run down your spine. The body's cooling system works at maximum capacity. You feel your heart beating faster, pumping blood to the surface where evaporation can cool it. The sensation borders on overwhelming. You stay 15 minutes before the heat becomes too much. Any longer risks genuine discomfort or even danger. The charcoal room promises detoxification through intense sweating. Whether toxins actually leave the body through sweat remains scientifically debatable. But the psychological effect of such profound sweating feels cleansing regardless of measurable outcomes. You emerge drenched and lightheaded, ready for cooling. The ice room provides dramatic contrast. The temperature drops well below freezing. Ice covers the walls in thick layers. You enter wearing your cotton uniform, which provides minimal insulation. The cold hits hard and fast. 2 minutes feels like 10, but the shock invigorates in ways that ordinary cold never could. Emerging from the ice room into normal room temperature feels like stepping into a warm bath. Other themed rooms offer different experiences. An oxygen room pumps enriched air for supposed respiratory benefits. A yellow clay room maintains moderate heat and uses clay for therapeutic purposes. A jade room features floors and walls of jade stone heated to release beneficial elements. Whether these various rooms deliver their promised health benefits remains debatable, but the experience of moving between different environments creates a wellness journey regardless of scientific validity. The common area also includes sleeping spaces. Large rooms with heated floors offer rows of wooden pillows. Visitors stretch out for naps between bathing and sauna sessions. Some people spend entire nights here, the Jimjilbang serving as budget accommodation. Families come for affordable weekend outings. Couples enjoy date nights that cost less than a movie and dinner. Food service operates around the clock. You can order traditional Korean snacks and meals. Sikye, a sweet rice drink, is particularly popular post-sauna. Hard-boiled eggs roasted in the sauna rooms offer protein. Instant noodles satisfy late-night hunger. The prices remain modest, keeping the entire Jimjilbang experience accessible to a wide economic range. You settle into a rest area with your sikye. The sweet drink cools your overheated body. Around you, families relax together. Teenagers cluster around phones. Elderly folks doze peacefully. The Jimjilbang democratizes wellness in ways that expensive spas never could. Everyone pays the same modest fee and accesses the same facilities. Social hierarchies fade in matching cotton uniforms. Russia offers another variation on heat and water. The banya resembles a Finnish sauna in its use of dry heat and steam, but Russian bathing culture adds its own distinct character. You find yourself in a traditional wooden banya outside Moscow on a winter afternoon. Snow covers the ground in deep drifts. The temperature outside hovers around -20 Celsius. Your breath crystallizes instantly in the air. The cold bites at exposed skin within seconds. The banya building looks similar to a Finnish sauna from outside. Dark wood construction weathered by countless winters. Simple design that prioritizes function over decoration. Smoke rising from a chimney signals that someone has been tending the fire for hours. The preparation for banya takes time and attention. The stones must reach extreme temperatures. The wood must be dry and ready. Everything must be perfect before bathing begins. Inside, Russian character asserts itself immediately. The heat room, called the Parilka, feels similar to a Finnish sauna, but the atmosphere differs. Russians approach bathing with a certain swagger. They embrace extremes with pride. The hotter the better becomes a point of honour. Enduring intense heat demonstrates strength and character. The Parilka becomes a testing ground as much as a bathing space. A large brick stove dominates one end. The pech, as Russians call it, holds massive stones heated to extreme temperatures. The stove's construction follows traditional designs perfected over centuries. It radiates heat in powerful waves. The platforms line the walls at different heights, each level offering escalating intensity. The highest platform near the ceiling holds heat that would seem unbearable to the uninitiated. You climb to an upper platform for maximum heat. The air at ceiling level shimmers with intensity. Looking toward the stove creates wavy distortions like heat rising from summer pavement. Your lungs adjust to breathing the scorching air. Each inhale requires slight adjustment. Breathing through your nose helps filter and cool the air slightly. Your skin begins to glow pink within moments. A bundle of birch or oak branches called a venik hangs nearby. The Russian version of the Finnish Vita serves similar purposes but with more vigorous application. The venik has been soaked in hot water to soften the leaves and release aromatic oils. Birch remains the most traditional choice, though oak, eucalyptus and juniper all have their devotees. Each wood offers different scents and supposed benefits. Your companion following tradition uses the venik on you. Not gentle tapping like Finnish practice. Russians swing the branches with considerable force, creating gusts of superheated air that envelop your body. The venik master, if skilled, makes the branches crack like whips. The sound echoes in the small space. The heated air pushed by the swinging branches feels even hotter than the ambient temperature. Your skin receives the full treatment. The sensation combines heat, impact, and the aromatic oils from crushed leaves. Your back and shoulders turn bright red under the treatment. The vigorous massage stimulates circulation dramatically. Blood rushes to the surface. Every nerve ending activates. The combination of extreme heat and physical stimulation creates intensity that borders on transcendent. Some Russians describe the experience as spiritual. Others simply call it invigorating. Either way, It demands your complete attention. The Venic massage continues for several minutes. Then your companion signals that the first round is complete. You climb down from the platform carefully. The heat and vigorous treatment have left you slightly dizzy. You drink water from a wooden ladle. The cool liquid feels like salvation. Your body has lost significant fluid through sweating. Rehydration becomes essential. Between sessions in the Perilka, the traditional choice is dramatic. You step outside and dive into snow. Not a cold pool, not a lake, just snow piled deep beside the banya entrance. The shock exceeds anything you experienced in Finland or Korea. Your overheated body meets snow, and the contrast creates a brief moment of sensory overload. Then you scramble back inside, skin tingling with 1,000 needles of sensation. The banya serves social functions similar to other bathing traditions. Friends gather for weekly sessions, business associates meet, families bond. Between rounds of extreme heat, participants rest, drink tea, eat pickles, and talk. The banya becomes a space outside normal social rules. Nakedness and shared heat create unexpected honesty. Some Russian banyas include a bucket of cold water rigged above the door. Pull a rope and gallons of ice water cascade over you. The shock provides an alternative to snow diving. Either way, the Russian approach to temperature contrast makes Finnish practice seem almost gentle. Russians embrace extremes. The hotter, the better. The colder, the better. Moderation finds no home in the banya. Morocco brings you to yet another hammam variation. North African hammams evolved from the same Roman roots as Turkish baths, but developed their own character over centuries. You enter a traditional Moroccan hammam in Marrakesh, carrying a small bag of supplies. Moroccans bring their own soap made from olive oil and black olives. You also carry a kessa glove for scrubbing and clay for a traditional face and body mask. The Moroccan hammam feels more utilitarian than Turkish ones. The architecture serves function over aesthetics. Tiled rooms with domed ceilings and basic lighting. The heated rooms maintain warmth through simple furnaces rather than elaborate hypercost systems. The atmosphere emphasizes thorough cleansing rather than luxurious relaxation. You move through increasingly warm rooms. The coldest room allows initial acclimation. The middle room provides moderate heat for washing. The hottest room, with its steam and intensity, prepares skin for scrubbing. The heat and moisture work together to soften skin and open pores. The scrubbing ritual feels more vigorous than Turkish practice. Using the kessa glove, either yourself or an attendant scours skin until dead cells roll off in visible quantities. The process seems almost violent but leaves skin incredibly smooth. The glove's rough texture makes Turkish keys feel gentle by comparison. After scrubbing, you apply the clay mask. The mineral-rich clay covers exposed skin in a thick layer. You sit in the steam while the clay dries and draws impurities from pores. The mask tightens as it dries, creating a sensation of your face being gently compressed. When rinsed away, the clay takes surface dirt and sebum with it. The final stage involves traditional black soap. Made from olive oil and black olives, this soft soap has been used for centuries. It lacks the lather of commercial soaps, but cleans effectively through oil-based cleansing. You apply it liberally, massage it into skin, then rinse thoroughly. Your skin emerges clean in ways that Western showering never achieves. Moroccan hammams often feel like neighbourhood living rooms. Women gather for hours of bathing, gossiping and community building. Children run between rooms. Friends help scrub each other's backs. The hammam serves as social infrastructure, especially in neighbourhoods where many homes lack private bathing facilities. The communal nature creates bonds that privacy-focused modern culture often lacks. Indigenous sweat lodge traditions offer profound contrasts. Native American, Inuit, and other indigenous cultures develop their own heat-based purification rituals. While specific practices vary among tribes and nations, many share common elements. You approach a sweat lodge, a dome-shaped structure traditionally made from bent saplings covered with hides or blankets. The lodge represents the womb of Mother Earth. Everything about the structure and ceremony carries symbolic meaning. The entrance faces east to greet the rising sun. Heated stones, called grandfathers, transfer heat from sacred fire to the lodge interior. Water poured on these stones creates steam and releases the stone's spiritual energy. You enter the lodge on hands and knees. The low entrance requires humility. Inside, darkness envelops you except for the faint glow of heated stones. Other participants sit in a circle around the stone pit. The lodge leader pours water on the stones and steam fills the small space. The heat builds quickly to intense levels. The The sweat lodge functions as spiritual ceremony, not casual bathing. Prayers are offered, songs are sung. The heat purifies not just the body but the spirit. 4 rounds of increasing heat represent different aspects of life and healing. Between rounds, the door opens briefly, allowing cool air to enter. But the reprieve lasts only minutes before the next round begins. The intensity exceeds casual bathing experiences. The combination of extreme heat, darkness, and spiritual context creates an altered state. Participants report visions, emotional releases, and profound insights. The sweat lodge addresses wellness holistically, treating mind, body, and spirit as inseparable. After the ceremony, participants emerge reborn. The heat and prayer and darkness strip away the layers people carry. They step outside feeling lighter, clearer, more connected to themselves and the natural world. The sweat lodge reminds participants of their place in the greater web of existence. Each bathing tradition you have visited reveals culture. The Finns value simplicity and endurance. The Japanese seek harmony with nature. The Romans built monuments to civic life. The Turks refined cleanliness to an art. The Koreans democratized wellness. The Russians embraced extremes. The Moroccans maintained ancient practices. Indigenous peoples honored the sacred in sweat and prayer. But common threads run through all traditions. Heat opens the body, water cleanses it. Community forms around shared vulnerability. The ritual of bathing marks transitions between states, dirty to clean, tense to relaxed, isolated to connected, profane to sacred. Every culture that learned to heat water discovered these transformations. You return to the present moment. Your journey through bathing traditions has revealed a fundamental human truth. We are bodies that need tending. We accumulate dust and tension and isolation. We need heat to penetrate our armour. We need water to wash away what no longer serves. We need the presence of others to remind us we belong to something larger than our individual concerns. Modern life often reduces bathing to a utilitarian task. Quick showers squeezed between appointments. Functional washing without ceremony. The efficiency makes sense in a rushed world. But something important gets lost when bathing becomes just another item on an endless checklist. The traditions you explored tonight understand bathing as portal and practice, a way to mark transitions, a method for maintaining not just hygiene but humanity. You need not travel to distant countries to reclaim this wisdom. A bath drawn with care becomes a ritual. Hot water run deep enough to submerge shoulders. Time set aside without interruption. Even a simple shower transforms when approached with presence. Feel the water temperature. Notice how heat relaxes muscle. These small attentions convert routine into practice. The contrast of temperatures serves everyone. Ending a hot shower with cold water provides benefits documented by research. The cold strengthens circulation and boosts immunity. The Finns and Russians and Koreans knew this through experience. Science now confirms their wisdom. Your body responds to challenges. The controlled stress of temperature variation makes you more resilient. Community bathing still exists even in modern isolation. Public pools and gyms offer spaces where bodies gather. Spa facilities provide opportunities for shared heat and water. Even visiting these spaces occasionally reconnects you to the ancient practice of bathing together. The reminder that bodies are normal, that everyone has one, that basic humanity transcends individual differences. The sensory aspects of bathing deserve attention. The smell of clean skin, the texture of water on closed eyes, the sound of droplets falling, the taste of steam on your tongue, the sight of condensation on mirrors. Each sense offers information when you pause to notice. Bathing becomes meditation when experienced fully. Your skin is your largest organ. It breathes and absorbs and protects. It deserves care and attention. The scrubbing traditions you encountered tonight recognize this. Dead skin accumulates constantly. Washing removes some but not all. Periodic exfoliation renews skin's ability to function. Heat therapy provides benefits beyond relaxation. Regular sauna use correlates with reduced cardiovascular disease and improved longevity. The mechanism relates to cardiovascular conditioning. Your heart works harder in heat. Blood vessels dilate and constrict in patterns that strengthen their flexibility. Mineral water offers specific therapeutic benefits. Sulfur helps skin conditions. Magnesium eases muscle pain. Calcium strengthens bones. Iron addresses deficiencies. While you might not have access to natural hot springs, Epsom salt baths provide magnesium absorption. The psychological impact of bathing rituals matters most. The physical benefits are real and valuable, but the mental shift bathing creates might matter more. The ritual marks a boundary, work ends, stress washes away, the body receives care and attention. This regular practice builds resilience against modern life's relentless demands. Different seasons call for different bathing practices. Winter invites hot soaks that penetrate cold, stiffened muscles. Summer suggests cooler water and briefer sessions. Spring encourages renewal through scrubbing. Fall invites reflection in steam. Bathing before sleep serves specific purposes. The rise and fall of body temperature after a hot bath triggers sleep mechanisms. Your core temperature drops as you cool, signaling that sleep time approaches. The relaxation of muscles removes physical tension. The ritual itself becomes a sleep cue. You might create your own bathing ritual. It need not copy any tradition exactly. Take elements that resonate. A Finnish appreciation for heat and cold contrast. A Japanese attention to thorough cleaning. A Turkish commitment to scrubbing. A Korean embrace of varied experiences. A Russian willingness to endure. The ritual might look simple from outside. Perhaps you draw a hot bath twice a week. You add Epsom salt for minerals. You light a candle for atmosphere. You submerge completely and breathe deeply for 20 minutes. You scrub with a rough cloth. You rinse under a cool shower. You dry slowly. But those 40 minutes create a boundary around your well-being. They announce that you matter, that your body deserves tending, that the relentless forward motion of modern life can pause. The water holds you. The heat penetrates your defences. Bathing connects you to ancestors across all cultures. They heated water in clay pots and stone basins. They poured it over their bodies in steam-filled huts. They gathered beside hot springs and built elaborate temples around them. They understood that the body is the soul's home, that this home requires maintenance. The traditions you visited tonight still exist. Finnish saunas operate everywhere Finns have settled. Japanese onsen welcome visitors throughout the volcanic islands. Turkish hammams still serve neighbourhoods. Korean jjimjilbangs buzz with activity. Russian banyas heat stones in Moscow and Brooklyn. Moroccan hammams continue ancient practices. You can visit these places if opportunity allows. But even without travel, you carry the lessons. Heat opens. Water cleanses. Community forms in shared vulnerability. Ritual transforms routine into practice. Your body responds to attention. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, consider your own bathing. When did it become merely functional? What might shift if you reclaimed it as ritual? How would it feel to approach your shower or bath with the same reverence a Finn brings to the sauna? A Japanese bather brings to the onsen. A Turkish visitor brings to the hammam. The water is the same. The heat is available. Only your attention needs to shift. Your body has carried you through another day. It navigated challenges and maintained functions you never consciously direct. Your heart beat without reminder. Your lungs breathed without instruction. Your skin protected. Your muscles moved. This faithful servant deserves more than a quick rinse. It merits heat and care, and the acknowledgement that physical form matters. The body asks so little, really. Just regular tending. Just attention and warmth and the occasional luxury of being truly clean. The ancient Romans believed that baths preserved civilization itself. They might have been right. When people bathe together, they remember their common humanity. When individuals bathe mindfully, they reconnect with the body that houses them. The practice maintains a thread of sanity in a world that often seems designed to disconnect you from physical existence. The Romans understood that a city without proper baths was barely a city at all. The baths became the heart of civic life. You have travelled tonight through steam and heat and cold water. You witnessed Finnish endurance in the face of winter darkness. You experienced Japanese harmony with volcanic gifts from the earth. You walked through Roman grandeur built on engineering and empire. You felt Turkish thoroughness in the vigorous scrubbing. You embraced Korean democracy and affordable wellness. You endured Russian extremes in birch branches and snow. You absorbed Moroccan tradition passed down through generations. You honoured indigenous reverence for the sacred in ordinary sweat. The journey ends where it began. You rest in your own space, your own time, your own body. The traditions you visited continue without you. Finns will heat their saunas tomorrow and dive into frozen lakes. Japanese bathers will ease into mineral springs while snow falls on their shoulders. Turkish attendants will swing their keys gloves with practiced vigour. Korean families will gather in jjimjilbangs for affordable wellness and community. Russian friends will brave the snow between rounds of intense heat. Moroccan neighbours will scrub in neighbourhood hammams. Indigenous ceremonies will honour the grandfathers in sweat lodges. The ancient practices persist and evolve and welcome new participants every day. And perhaps tomorrow or next week, you will draw a bath. You will pay attention to the water's temperature as it flows from the tap. You will notice steam rising and collecting on cool surfaces. You will feel heat penetrating tired muscles that have carried you through your days. You will remember that this simple act connects you to every culture and every era that understood bathing as more than mere washing. You will emerge clean in body and somehow renewed in spirit. The water will drain away, carrying with it what no longer serves. You will dry slowly, attending to skin that now glows pink and alive and grateful for the care. This is the gift of bathing traditions. They remind you that care of the body is sacred work, that heat and water together create healing, that the rituals of tending yourself matter deeply, that your daily shower or weekly bath can be transformed through simple attention into something approaching ceremony. The steam rises and dissipates. The heat fades but leaves its mark in relaxed muscles and clear airways. The water drains but leaves you cleaner than before. The ritual ends but its effects linger. You carry the experience forward into sleep and tomorrow. Your body remembers being tended. Your mind recalls the pause in relentless forward motion. Your spirit recognizes that you pause to honor the home it inhabits. Sleep comes easily after such tending. Your body temperature slowly returns to baseline after the imagined heat. Your muscles rest without tension or complaint. Your breathing deepens naturally into the rhythm of approaching sleep. The images from tonight's journey drift through your mind like steam. Finnish birch leaves, Japanese snow falling on hot springs, Roman marble columns, Turkish foam, Korean ice rooms, Russian snowdrifts, Moroccan clay, sacred stones glowing in darkness, all of it reducing to simple truth. Water holds you. Heat opens you. Ritual reminds you that you matter beyond your utility. The body is more than machine. It is temple, home, vessel, and companion. It deserves the care that every culture across history has recognized through their bathing traditions. Tomorrow's shower or next week's bath can become practice rather than chore. The water waits, patient and ready, to carry away what burdens you and leave you renewed. The world spins through darkness toward morning. But for now, you rest in the knowledge that bathing is ancient wisdom, accessible in modern times. That heat and water together create transformation available to anyone with access to a tub or shower. That the body you inhabit merits attention and care. That the simple act of washing can be elevated through consciousness into something approaching sacred. The steam clears, the water drains, the heat dissipates. You remain cleaner and somehow lighter than before. The traditions continue across oceans and centuries. The heat rises, the water flows, the bodies gather or bathe alone, all participating in rituals as old as fire and hot springs, all discovering that washing becomes something more when approached with reverence, all learning what your body already knows, that warmth and water together heal what daily life tears down, that bathing is medicine, meditation and remembrance all at once. Rest now in this knowing. Let the images of bathing traditions drift into dreams. Finnish steam, and Japanese snow, and Roman marble, and Turkish foam, and Korean ice, and Russian birch, and Moroccan clay, and sacred ceremonies. All of it teaching the same lesson. Take care of the body, honour its needs, create rituals that mark your tending as important. The world will demand much from you tomorrow, but tonight you have bathed in wisdom gathered across cultures and centuries. You have learned that the simple act of heating water and applying it to skin can be practice, prayer, and profound self-care. The water remembers. Every ocean and river and rain cloud and hot spring, every heated bath and steaming room, every culture that gathered around warmth and moisture. The water holds the memory of tending and healing and transformation. You add your own experience to this ancient knowledge. The water that cleaned you tonight will evaporate and fall as rain and flow to the sea and rise again. Endless cycle, eternal return. The wisdom of bathing flows onward, available to all who pause long enough to notice. Sleep finds you gently. Your body rests clean and warm. Your mind drifts through steam and memories. Your spirit knows it has been honoured through the simple act of bathing approached with attention. Tomorrow brings its own demands and challenges, but tonight you rest in the knowledge that care of the body is sacred work, that heat and water create healing, that ancient wisdom lives in modern showers and bathtubs, that you matter enough to tend. The traditions continue without you, as they have for millennia, but you carry them forward now too, in your next bath or shower, in the attention you bring to heating water and cleaning skin, in the recognition that this daily act can be transformed through simple consciousness into ritual that honours the body's needs and wisdom. The Finns and Japanese and Romans and Turks and Koreans and Russians and Moroccans and indigenous peoples knew this truth. Now you know it too. The water flows on, the heat rises, the bodies gather and bathe and emerge renewed. The ancient practice continues, and you rest, clean and warm, and somehow transformed by the simple wisdom of heat and water and attentive care. Good night. Imagine New York City in 1904, when the tallest skyscrapers hardly reached the skyline and horses continued to clip-clop along cobblestone streets with the occasional car. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, though everyone would call him Robert, or simply Oppie to his friends, was born into this world of gaslight and escalating ambition. Though Robert's early years were depicted in more general terms, you might think that future atomic scientists come from childhood spent staring at telescopes and chemistry sets. Julius, his father, had come from Germany with little more than a keen sense of style and a passion for textiles. By the time Robert was born, the family business had become successful enough to buy an apartment with a view of the Hudson River, furnished with impressionist paintings, Persian rugs, and the kind of cosy quiet that comes with having money. Ella, Robert's mother, was an artist who saw the world through light and shadow compositions. As young Robert played quietly close by, she had set up her easel by their Upper West Side home's tall windows and began painting watercolours, displaying the thoughtfulness that would define his entire life. Even as a young child, he had an eye for the world that seemed older than his years. It wasn't precocious in the way that adults find it unsettling, but it was genuine curiosity about how things fit together. Though deeply intellectual, the Oppenheimer household was not particularly religious. Every wall was adorned with books like old friends waiting to chat, and topics discussed at the dinner table included literature, art, and difficult philosophical issues. Like a tiny sober sponge, Robert took in all of this, cultivating the kind of all-encompassing curiosity that would eventually enable him to discuss Hindu philosophy with the same ease as he would quantum mechanics. Robert found school to be almost too easy. He was quietly working his way through books that most adults would find difficult, while other kids were having trouble with spelling and math. By the age of 10, he was reading translated Plato and penning poetry that was surprisingly sophisticated for someone whose voice had not yet changed. This thin, pale boy who could talk about literature like a graduate student, but still required assistance getting to books on high shelves, left his teachers unsure of how to interpret him. An alternative form of education was offered by the family's Long Island vacation house. Robert developed a contemplative love for the outdoors here. He was a child who collected rocks with the methodical attention of someone who saw stories in their crystalline structures, not the kind who built forts or caught frogs. An early indication of the scientific mind growing beneath his literary interests was the meticulous labelling and cataloguing of each specimen. Among family friends, Robert's rock collection became legendary. He could spend hours studying a single mineral sample, turning it in the light to reveal various features, reading about its geological formation, and comprehending its significance in the grand scheme of things. He first learned to think in deep time, to envision forces that could reshape continents and processes that took millions of years, thanks to geology. Later on, this sense of scale would enable him to understand physics concepts that other bright minds found difficult to understand. By his early adolescence, Robert had developed into a young man who appeared to be a little different from his contemporaries. He was amiable enough, but his passions and the ferocity with which he pursued them had an unearthly quality. Robert had become enthralled with Hindu philosophy and wanted to read the original texts, so he was teaching himself Sanskrit while other boys his age were learning baseball and the first hints of romantic interest. Although Robert was undoubtedly not exempt from the joy of intellectual achievement, the Sanskrit study was more than just academic boasting. The philosophical issues these ancient writings addressed, such as what the nature of reality is, truly captivated him. How do we make sense of our position in the vast, seemingly uncaring universe? For him, these were pressing personal issues rather than abstract riddles that would shape his views on everything from moral responsibility to subatomic particles. His parents were both proud and perplexed as they observed their son's intellectual growth. Robert appeared to be developing into a person whose mind worked on frequencies they weren't always able to pick up. Despite their desire to raise a thoughtful, cultured child, they realized they were raising someone very special when he casually mentioned over breakfast that he had started a small literary magazine at school, or that he had been communicating with professional geologists about his rock collection. For Robert, the passage from childhood to adolescence wasn't totally seamless. Social situations were occasionally awkward due to his intellectual prowess. He would make references that were too complex for his peers to understand, or get so engrossed in a book that he forgot he was meant to be taking part in group activities. But instead of growing resentful or conceited over his differences, Robert acquired a kind of mild disinterest that would benefit him for the rest of his life. He discovered how to live in two different worlds at once. The world of scientific facts and the world of artistic beauty. The world of teenage worries and the world of adult ideas. Robert had already started to consider the issues that would shape his adult life as he neared graduation from the Ethical Culture School, a school that placed equal emphasis on moral growth and academic success. How can we strike a balance between social responsibility and personal success? What responsibilities do we have to serve others with our gifts? In a universe that appears to be controlled by impersonal forces, how do we find meaning? These weren't the usual worries of a college-bound 18-year-old, but then Robert Oppenheimer had never been normal. With interests ranging from poetry to geology to philosophy, he was getting ready to enroll at Harvard University with a mind that was already beginning to recognize connections that others had overlooked. The young man who had begun by gathering rocks was preparing to contribute to the discovery of the atom's mysteries. For someone with Robert's thirst for knowledge, Harvard in 1922 was like an intellectual candy store. As the majority of freshmen were learning how to organize their own laundry and deal with the social complexities of living in a dorm, Robert was taking courses from a wide range of academic specialties, much like a person at a fancy buffet who is unable to choose between the main courses and the appetizers. Do you know how some people discover their calling early on and pursue it assiduously? Robert wasn't like that. Rather, he went into college like a passionate adventurer charting a new continent. He enrolled in classes in languages, literature, philosophy, history, and almost as an afterthought, chemistry and physics. His transcript appeared to be the work of multiple students whose schedules had been inadvertently combined. During this time, Harvard was still mostly a finishing school for young men from well-to-do families, but it was also starting to draw serious academics who believed that the university was a place where genuine intellectual work could take place. Between these two realms, Robert found himself privileged enough to be at ease in social situations, but too inquisitive to be content with merely academic credentials. This intense young man would ask questions that showed he had read far more than the assigned materials, leaving his professors unsure of how to respond. Robert might tangentially bring up a Sanskrit text in a literature class to clarify a point regarding Western poetry. He would relate molecular structures to philosophical inquiries concerning the nature of existence and matter in a chemistry lab. Some faculty members felt uneasy about the interdisciplinary thinking, while others were genuinely thrilled about it. For students who shared his diverse interests, Robert's room in his Harvard dorm turned into a sort of salon. Robert would lead casual conversations that could range from quantum theory to TS, while other undergraduates were preoccupied with football games and fraternity parties. Eliot's most recent poems are about the Russian Revolution's political ramifications. Robert was genuinely interested in what other people thought about the big questions and genuinely curious about everything. So these weren't performances or attempts to flaunt himself. The academic work was almost too simple. In a fraction of the time required for his peers to master the assigned material for most courses, Robert was able to read independently about topics that went well beyond any syllabus. He found that he had a special talent for physics, not only for manipulating numbers, but also for using his imagination to picture how the invisible realm of atoms and energy might truly function. However, despite his academic success, Robert was having trouble answering more introspective questions about his life goals. In his social circle, it was expected that intelligent young men would pursue respectable careers in business, law, or medicine, which would enable them to continue living the comfortable lives they had known as children. These traditional routes drew Robert in, but in some way they seemed too narrow for the questions that captivated him. Something clicked in his junior year. A professor who had trained in Europe and brought back tales of the groundbreaking discoveries being made in physics labs across the Atlantic was teaching Robert an advanced chemistry course. For the first time, Robert realized that science was about asking basic questions about the nature of reality itself, not just about learning facts and doing calculations. The moment was ideal. In the 1920s, physics was going through a revolution that only occurs once every 100 years. Quantum mechanics and relativity theory discoveries were upending everything scientists believed they knew about matter, energy, space, and time. Robert wanted to be involved because it felt like he was witnessing the development of a new perspective on the cosmos. Robert had discovered his calling by his senior year. He would pursue a career in physics, but he wanted to focus on the fundamental issues that were changing how people perceive reality. This was more of a calling than a career decision. It was the same kind of intense dedication that might inspire someone to pursue a career in philosophy or poetry. After earning a summa cum laude degree in 1925, Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He had the option to remain in America and pursue graduate studies at one of the reputable universities, which would provide him with a secure and reliable route to academic achievement. He could also travel to Europe, where the giants of theoretical physics were working out the implications of quantum theory in coffee shops and labs from Cambridge to Göttingen. That's where the real action was in theoretical physics. The choice to travel to Europe wasn't made solely for academic reasons. In addition, Robert was fleeing from a complex romantic circumstance that had left him emotionally damaged and unsure of his own discernment in private affairs. Europe provided him with both geographical separation from issues he wasn't yet prepared to handle, and intellectual adventure. Thus, in the fall of 1925, Robert found himself on a ship travelling across the Atlantic, with letters of introduction to some of the world's most renowned scientists, and a ton of questions concerning atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and the bizarre new reality that physics was unveiling. He was 21 years old, bright, a little gullible about the world outside of academia, and on the cusp of one of the most exciting eras in scientific history. The young man was travelling across the ocean to contribute to the understanding of the true nature of the universe. He had begun his college career by reading poetry and collecting rocks. Someone with Robert's ambition and curiosity had been unconsciously preparing for this kind of intellectual adventure all his life. Imagine getting off a train in Cambridge, England in 1925 with a head full of physics equations that you hope will impress the great Ernest Rutherford, and a suitcase full of clothing that suddenly seems too American. This was Robert's first introduction to the Cavendish laboratory, where men who viewed the fundamental nature of reality as a problem to be solved by meticulous experimentation and astute intuition were making some of the most significant discoveries in atomic physics. Back then, the Cavendish resembled the most exclusive workshop in the world, with scientists discussing atomic nuclei and electrons the way others might discuss the weather, and equipment that looked like it belonged in the basement of a Victorian inventor's home. Robert was in the odd position of being fully unprepared for the practical experimental methods that British physics placed such a strong emphasis on, but intellectually prepared for sophisticated theoretical work. You know how it feels to believe you are proficient at something until you observe a true expert in action? Those were Robert's initial months at Cambridge. He was able to explain quantum mechanics with mathematical precision, but he was unable to handle the delicate manipulations needed for experimental work without causing minor catastrophes. His attempts to construct equipment frequently ended in shattered glassware and outcomes that left his supervisors wondering if theoretical physics would be a better fit for this driven young American. Robert worked with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else, so it wasn't a lack of intelligence or effort that was the issue. However, experimental physics necessitates a distinct way of thinking, a tactile comprehension of material behaviour, and an intuitive sense of when something is functioning correctly. The concrete world of laboratory equipment was almost alien to Robert, whose mind was already functioning at such abstract levels. In fact, Robert's growth as a scientist depended heavily on this difficult time. He had to face the possibility that his intellectual gifts might be limited, and for the first time in his academic career something wasn't coming easily. Instead of giving up, Robert took this setback as an opportunity to reflect more thoroughly on his career goals as a physicist. In contrast, the theoretical work fulfilled all of Robert's expectations. In the 1920s, the physics community was small enough for informal seminars and one-on-one discussions to quickly spread revolutionary ideas. Robert found himself at the centre of debates concerning quantum tunnelling, wave-particle duality, and other ideas that went against everything people had previously believed to be true about the physical world. Robert decided to transfer to Göttingen, Germany, where Max Born was spearheading some of the most advanced work in theoretical physics after a year at Cambridge. This choice would influence the remainder of Robert's career. This was part of a revolutionary movement that was rewriting the laws of nature, not just a change in universities. The quantum revolution began in Göttingen in 1926. When bright people realise they're making discoveries that will forever alter human understanding, the university town is filled with the kind of intellectual excitement that results. When Robert arrived, he was surrounded by young physicists from all over the world, who were all interested in working with Born and his colleagues on problems that had never been solved, because they had never been properly formulated before. In a way that Robert had never encountered before, the work was highly collaborative. In coffee shop conversations and seminars, ideas were freely exchanged, and progress toward understanding was more important than credit. Robert flourished in this setting and found that, rather than detracting from his physics thinking, his wide cultural background and philosophical interests actually strengthened it. Robert started working on quantum mechanical problems under Born's tutelage that called for real physical intuition about the behaviour of atoms and molecules, in addition to mathematical expertise. The quantum mechanics of molecular rotation was the subject of his doctoral dissertation, which he finished in an exceptionally short amount of time. This technical work showed his command of the new theoretical tools and opened up research avenues that would occupy other physicists for decades. What Robert discovered about the true nature of science, however, may have been more significant than the particular study. He learned in Göttingen that the best discoveries frequently result from identifying which questions are worthwhile to ask, rather than from resolving predetermined issues. He developed the ability to think like a theoretical physicist, which included being at ease with ambiguity, adept at mathematical abstraction, and constantly aware of connections that others might overlook. Robert's knowledge of politics and culture was also expanded by his time in Europe, which would have an impact on his future. This was Weimar Germany, a country struggling with economic instability and escalating political tensions as it attempted to reconstruct itself following the destruction of World War I. Robert saw firsthand how political forces could quickly jeopardize academic freedom and scientific collaboration, but he also saw firsthand how intellectual life could thrive even in turbulent times. Robert had changed from a bright but unfocused college graduate to one of the rising stars of theoretical physics by the time he finished his doctorate in 1927. He had acquired research techniques that would benefit him throughout his career, learned to think in the mathematical language of quantum mechanics, and cultivated connections with scientists who would influence physics in the 20th century. Once a hobbyist rock collector, the young man was now prepared to contribute to the discovery of the fundamental laws governing everything from star behaviour to atomic structure. He would, however, first go back to America to assist in creating a physics community that could rival the intellectual stimulation he had encountered in Europe. Robert was carrying more than just a doctorate as he got ready to set sail again across the Atlantic. He was introducing a fresh perspective on physics that would contribute to the transformation of American science from a primarily regional endeavour into a global leader in basic research. The young man who had enjoyed reading Sanskrit was coming back as a man who could decipher nature's own hidden grammar, in contrast to the intellectual oasis he'd encountered in Europe. American physics appeared to be a desert when Robert returned to the United States in 1927. The majority of American physics departments were still concentrating on real-world applications and conventional experimental methods, while European universities were humming with discussions about relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Everyone was still playing simple folk tunes, which was like coming back from a symphony concert. However, Robert viewed this as an opportunity rather than a letdown. Even though American physics was theoretically underdeveloped, there was still an opportunity to develop something new and establish an intellectual community that could compete with the major European learning hubs. It only required someone who was prepared to sow the seeds and then patiently and enthusiastically tend to their growth. The physics department at the University of California, Berkeley, where he held his first job, was searching for someone who could introduce graduate students to the theoretical work that was transforming the field in Europe. When Robert got there were a few bright students who wanted to learn about quantum mechanics but didn't know where to start. It was similar to asking someone who had never heard the language to teach them a foreign language. What followed was one of those understated revolutions that alter everything but are rarely reported in the media. Robert started constructing the Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics, turning nearly nothing into a research program that would eventually compete with the best in the world. However, he accomplished this in a manner that was distinctively American, fusing European sophistication with a more open, cooperative, and democratic method of scientific inquiry. Robert's teaching style was the key because it was different from anything his students had ever encountered. Rather than giving polished lectures while standing at a blackboard, Robert would solve problems aloud as his students observed the process of discovery. It was similar to being permitted to watch a master craftsman in action, witnessing not only the final product but also the methods and ways of thinking that enabled excellence. The physics community came to revere Robert's seminars. He would be deep in conversation with whoever had arrived early, explaining connections between quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics, and astrophysics that most professors would treat as distinct subjects, while drawing equations on the blackboard. Everyone was expected to contribute, and the environment was more akin to a salon than a classroom. Do you know how some educators tend to oversimplify difficult subjects? Robert possessed the opposite talent. He was able to make even the most difficult theoretical physics ideas seem not just understandable, but inevitable. His seminars would leave students with a fresh perspective on physical issues as well as new knowledge, as if they had been given access to secrets about the true workings of the universe. Students from all over the nation were drawn to the Berkeley program because they had heard about this young professor who was making a significant contribution to the teaching of physics in America. They arrived hoping to learn quantum mechanics, but instead they found a whole new way of doing science, one that valued depth as much as breadth, philosophical insight as much as mathematical skill, and teamwork as much as individual success. Robert's impact went well beyond his official teaching duties. For a whole generation of American physicists, many of whom would later make important contributions to the discipline, he served as a mentor and intellectual mentor. More significantly, though, he was not merely teaching them to solve problems, he was teaching them how to think like scientists. Robert's interdisciplinary approach and wide range of interests were reflected in the research that came out of Berkeley in the 1930s, working on issues ranging from nuclear theory to astrophysics to atomic and molecular physics. His students frequently discovered connections between these ostensibly disparate fields that more narrowly focused researchers would overlook. Although Robert himself made significant contributions to the fields of quantum tunneling, cosmic ray showers, and neutron stars, his greatest accomplishment was establishing a scientific community capable of confidently and creatively addressing any issue. Robert's genuine excitement for the process of discovery, in addition to his mastery of physics, was what made him such an effective teacher. He tackled every new problem with the inquisitiveness of someone who was learning physics for the first time, and this enthusiasm was infectious. In addition to learning how to solve problems, students also discovered how much they enjoy the intellectual journey that is scientific research. The Berkeley School was one of the top hubs for theoretical physics research worldwide by the late 1930s. The collaborative, interdisciplinary approach that Robert had taught them was being carried by his former students as they dispersed throughout American universities. American physics was starting to compete with European science by creating its own unique research and teaching methodology rather than by imitating European techniques. However, Robert's career and the interaction between science and society were about to change as a result of the intersection of his teaching success with more significant historical forces. Soon, the same theoretical discoveries that made his seminars so fascinating would serve as the basis for weapons with previously unheard of destructive potential, and the educator, who had dedicated his professional life to fostering intellectual community, would be called upon to lead an unprecedented scientific endeavour to put an end to a conflict. All of Robert's interpersonal and intellectual leadership abilities would be put to the test as he went from being a university professor to a scientific administrator. However, the groundwork had been established during his time at Berkeley, where he discovered that the most significant scientific breakthroughs frequently result from groups of gifted individuals collaborating to achieve shared objectives rather than from lone geniuses. Imagine being tasked with creating a brand new city in the middle of a New Mexico mesa, assembling a team of some of the most talented and erratic scientists on the planet, and organizing them to tackle the most difficult technical problem in human history, all while keeping everything you do completely secret. In 1942, Robert was offered this task by the US government, and he accepted it somehow. At 7,300 feet above sea level, on a plateau encircled by mountains that seemed to go on forever beneath a vast sky, Robert's first impression of Los Alamos was hardly more than a boys' school. It was remote, harsh, and totally unfit for the kind of scientific work that would have to take place there. But it was also beautiful in the way that barren landscapes can be. After seeing the website, the majority of people would have recommended going somewhere more affordable. But when Robert looked at that mesa, he noticed something different. He saw a setting that might motivate the kind of extraordinary effort that extraordinary times required, a space that could support quick expansion, and an isolation that would offer security. More than that, he realized that developing the atomic bomb was a human challenge that would necessitate the establishment of an entirely new type of scientific community. The Manhattan Project marked a significant change in the structure and financing of scientific research. Los Alamos would unite hundreds of scientists and engineers to work on a single, well-defined goal under military security and government guidance, rather than having individual professors work with small groups of students on problems of their own. With Robert conducting, it was like attempting to turn scientific research from chamber music into a symphony orchestra. Just the logistical difficulties were astounding. Without knowing exactly what they would be working on, scientists and their families had to be recruited. The closest major city was hundreds of miles away, so housing, labs and support facilities had to be built there. Equipment had to be transported to an unofficial site via mountain roads, and it had to happen fast enough to change the course of a global conflict. The human problems, however, were even more intricate. In addition to representing various physics and chemistry specialties, the scientists who arrived at Los Alamos also represented various cultures, research methodologies, and viewpoints on the best way to structure scientific endeavours. American scholars who had never left their homelands collaborated with European refugees who had fled fascism. Engineers who had to construct real devices that would function in combat environments worked alongside theoretical physicists who thought in abstract mathematical terms. Although he undoubtedly helped solve technical problems, Robert's genius during this time was more organisational and social than scientific. Somehow he was able to maintain scientific standards under extreme time pressure, balance the conflicting demands of scientific openness and military security, and foster a sense of shared purpose among individuals who had spent their careers working independently. There had never been a community like the one that grew up at Los Alamos in the history of science. Not because they had to, but because they were engrossed in the thrill of group discovery. Scientists put in more hours and worked harder than they had ever thought possible. Suddenly, Robert's theoretical knowledge, which he had been imparting at Berkeley, was being applied to real-world issues with immediate consequences. During this time, Robert's leadership style was a reflection of all he had learned in his years as a teacher about scientific creativity and human motivation. He concentrated on fostering an environment where talented individuals could produce their best work, rather than attempting to micromanage technical details. He made sure his scientists had the tools and assistance they required while shielding them from bureaucratic meddling. He promoted the kind of casual conversations and interdisciplinary cooperation that had been so fruitful at Berkeley. For someone with Robert's wide range of cultural interests and vast personal network, the security requirements at Los Alamos presented unique challenges. His previous affiliations with leftist and communist groups, which had not seemed significant during his academic career, suddenly became issues of national security when he was attempting to coordinate the most significant scientific endeavour in American history. FBI agents looked into his background, maintaining his own moral equilibrium and sense of perspective while overseeing work that was specifically intended to produce WMDs was perhaps the most challenging task Robert had to undertake. After years of studying philosophical issues regarding the nature of reality and human responsibility, the man was now directly faced with the applications of scientific knowledge. The technical work moved along remarkably quickly and effectively. The kind of concentrated cooperation that only the urgency of war could foster led to the resolution of issues that might have taken years to resolve in peacetime in a matter of months. Scientists who had never held a job outside of academia were now managing intricate engineering projects and designing industrial processes. The precise blueprints for nuclear weapons were developed using the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics. Robert started to wrestle with issues that would follow him for the rest of his life as the project came to a close. What moral ramifications did what they were producing have? What effects might nuclear weapons have on human civilization and international relations? What obligations did scientists have regarding how their findings were used? These were pressing real-world issues that would soon require solutions, not abstract philosophical conundrums. When he first agreed to build a laboratory in the desert, the quiet, bookish professor who had once taught Sanskrit for fun was about to become one of the most powerful people in modern history, and the weight of that influence was starting to weigh heavily on him. Robert stood in a bunker in the New Mexico desert on the morning of July 16th, 1945, anticipating whether 3 years of the most rigorous scientific endeavour in human history would yield the outcome that theory had predicted. 20,000 yards away on a tower was the gadget they dubbed Gadget, far enough away that, In the worst-case scenario, they might live to lament their errors. You know how you feel when you've studied everything you can before a final exam, but you're still unsure if you'll be sufficiently prepared. The stakes were a little higher than a course grade, but that was Robert's mindset in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alamogordo Desert. They were on the verge of the first artificial nuclear explosion in Earth's history, if their calculations were accurate. If their calculations were incorrect, the repercussions could be anything from a regional disaster to an embarrassing failure. With the same mechanical accuracy that had defined the Manhattan Project as a whole, the countdown began 10, 9, 8, 7. At 0, a flash of light brighter than the sun blazed across the desert, visible from 150 miles away, transforming the mountains into bleak silhouettes against a man-made dawn. Even from a distance, observers could feel the heat on their faces. Then, like an unseen tsunami, the shockwave rolled across the desert floor. It was precisely the kind of literary illusion that had defined Robert's thinking throughout his career. But this time, the ancient poetry carried a weight that no classroom discussion could have prepared him for. Robert later claimed that a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind as he watched the expanding fireball rise into a mushroom cloud that would become the iconic image of the nuclear age. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. In addition to being Robert's greatest scientific achievement, the Trinity test marked the start of his most trying time as a person. However, the successful detonation also meant that Robert and his colleagues had succeeded in creating something that could potentially destroy human civilization, proving that the theoretical work done at Los Alamos had been correct and that the massive investment of talent and resources had produced the weapon that military planners believed could end World War II. The weeks after Trinity were a curious jumble of joy, fatigue, and mounting fear of what they had let loose. Though many of the scientists at Los Alamos were starting to realize that their achievement would fundamentally alter human perceptions of power war and the natural world, they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of science and engineering. Robert was in the odd position of receiving praise for accomplishments that made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It was a practical illustration of how humans could use the basic forces of nature for destructive ends, based on the same theoretical insights that had made his Berkeley seminars so intellectually stimulating. It was similar to receiving recognition for resolving a sophisticated mathematical puzzle, while being aware that the solution would result in great suffering. Robert and his colleagues discovered, along with the rest of the world, what their theoretical work looked like when applied to real cities with real people, when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Photographs of destroyed buildings, reports of radiation sickness, and death tolls that reached the hundreds of thousands replaced the abstract calculations about energy release and blast effects. Like Robert's own emotions, the public's response to the atomic bombs was complicated. The weapons may have saved hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives by bringing an end to World War II without the need for an expensive invasion of Japan. However, they had also brought a new class of destructive power into human history, making earlier conflicts seem almost archaic in comparison. As the man who had enabled nuclear war, Robert was both feared and hailed as a hero. Everyone who had worked on the Manhattan Project found it difficult to make the shift from the urgency of war to contemplation in peace. But Robert found it particularly difficult. The immediate objective of bringing the war to a close before Nazi Germany could create its own atomic bomb had taken precedence over the ethical concerns surrounding nuclear weapons during the conflict. Now that the war was over and the US was the only country with nuclear weapons, those ethical issues needed to be addressed. Robert started discussing the ramifications of atomic energy in public, contending that a disastrous arms race could only be avoided by international collaboration and civilian control of nuclear technology. Some of his detractors would later view his support for international control of nuclear weapons and the sharing of atomic secrets with other countries as naive or even treasonous. However, Robert's worries were more grounded in his knowledge of the relevant science than in political ideology. He understood that a world with multiple nuclear powers would be far more dangerous than one where nuclear energy was managed cooperatively by international institutions, that the fundamentals of nuclear physics could not be kept secret forever, and that other countries would eventually develop their own atomic weapons. After learning Sanskrit out of curiosity and collecting rocks for fun, the man now found himself at the centre of discussions about the future of human civilization. In order to decide whether his scientific accomplishments would be regarded as humanity's greatest achievement or its ultimate error, the theoretical physicist, who had previously preferred the company of books and ideas, was now conferring with generals, politicians, and diplomats on this matter. By the end of 1945, Robert was starting to realise that scientific achievement could be more burdensome than failure, particularly if it provided humans with capabilities that their moral development and wisdom had not equipped them to manage responsibly. The boy who had once pondered his place in the universe was now struggling with the fact that he had helped create a world in which that universe might not have much more time to reflect. Following Los Alamos, Robert learned something that many successful people learn too late. Fame can be a trap that alters your perception of yourself as well as how other people perceive you. Now, one of America's most famous scientists, the bashful professor, who had been happy to lecture small groups of graduate students about quantum mechanics, was expected to have views on everything from nuclear policy to the fate of human civilization. Imagine being asked to comment on political decisions you're not qualified to make, invited to every significant meeting on subjects you have never studied, and treated as an authority on matters that are well outside of your actual area of expertise. This was Robert's life in the late 1940s, and he managed it with his usual wits and a naivete about public relations and politics that would lead to major problems down the road. Robert was offered a new position by the Atomic Energy Commission that seemed to be a perfect fit for his background in science and his wider interest in culture. Director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study. One of the most prominent places in American intellectual life, it allowed the brightest minds in the world to focus on basic research without being sidetracked by administrative or teaching responsibilities. Along with other titans of 20th century mathematics and science, Einstein worked there. In the late 1940s, Princeton was a haven for scholars, where serious thinkers could ponder the most profound issues in their disciplines. With the same fervour he had brought to Los Alamos, Robert threw himself into this work, but this time the urgency was intellectual rather than military. He sought to ascertain whether there were more profound ideas that might bring together our knowledge of matter, energy, space, and time, as well as whether the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics could be expanded upon. However, Robert was unable to fully escape the public role that his wartime accomplishments had given him. He testified before Congress on nuclear policy, served on government advisory committees, and delivered lectures to audiences who were more interested in hearing from the father of the atomic bomb than from a theoretical physicist tackling abstract quantum field theory problems. Robert was exposed to political forces through these public activities that followed rules very different from those he'd learned in academic and scientific circles. Although there may be disagreements over ideas, most people in universities respect one another's right to have differing views. Ideological disagreements in politics, particularly in the early years of the Cold War, could easily turn into personal assaults and inquiries about loyalty and patriotism. Politicians and journalists searching for proof of disloyalty among high-profile Americans suddenly turned Robert's previous affiliations with communist and leftist groups, which had seemed inconsequential during his academic career and had been disregarded during the war because his services were needed, into ammunition. They dusted off and looked for evidence of subversive activity in the same FBI files that had been put aside during the Manhattan Project. Ironically, Robert had never been a particularly political individual. In the 1930s, his engagement with leftist groups was driven less by a methodical political philosophy and more by intellectual curiosity and social justice concerns. Although he had attended meetings and given money to causes that seemed deserving, he had never been the type of activist who sought to overthrow the US government or advance Soviet objectives. However, context and subtlety don't translate well into political headlines, and Robert's multifaceted personality and wide range of intellectual interests made him a prime target for those who wished to paint scientists as dishonest and possibly treacherous. The man was now being questioned about his dedication to American security after spending 3 years of his life developing weapons that helped win World War II. Robert's search for meaning and purpose in research that was unrelated to immediate practical applications was reflected in the scientific work produced during this time. He was working on issues in elementary particle physics and quantum field theory that might not be useful for decades, if at all. With the weight of knowing how quickly theoretical insights could be turned into game-changing technologies, it was like going back to the pure intellectual pleasure that had initially drawn him to physics. Robert's lectures during this time show someone attempting to understand the meaning of science, in a world where scientific advancements could have such far-reaching effects. He discussed the need for scientists to consider the wider ramifications of their work, the responsibility that came with discovering nature's secrets, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and human values. For Robert, these were urgent personal issues that kept him up at night, not purely philosophical debates. The man was now struggling with the ethical implications of scientific knowledge, whereas previously he had delighted in the pure intellectual beauty of quantum mechanics. When knowledge of the natural world could be abused, how do you seek it out? How do you strike a balance between citizens' duty to advance human welfare and scientists' duty to pursue the truth? Those who had ever expressed sympathy for leftist causes or supported international cooperation in nuclear policy faced growing hostility in the political atmosphere of the early 1950s. Politicians like Senator Joseph McCarthy were advancing their careers by disparaging fellow travellers and suspected communists, fostering an environment where affiliation with divisive ideologies could ruin reputations and lead to career termination. Robert's position became more and more vulnerable. Politicians seeking to prove their anti-communist credentials naturally targeted him because of his notoriety as a scientist and his prior affiliations with leftist causes. At the same time, he disagreed with political and military leaders who supported a more aggressive strategy for Cold War competition with the Soviet Union because of his persistent support for international control of nuclear weapons and his opposition to the development of hydrogen bombs. For Robert, the hydrogen bomb controversy was especially challenging. The physics that had enabled the atomic bomb was extended in the theoretical work needed to develop fusion weapons, but the potential destructive power was orders of magnitude higher. As weapons so destructive that they could have no logical strategic use, Robert contended that hydrogen bombs were both morally and militarily unnecessary. Critics, however, saw his resistance to the hydrogen bomb as proof that he was either unaware of Soviet intentions or deliberately trying to undermine American nuclear capabilities. In a political climate that favoured straightforward classifications of loyalty and disloyalty, it was challenging to convey the nuanced viewpoint of someone who opposed some types of nuclear weapons but supported nuclear deterrence. Robert became more and more excluded from the policy debates where his scientific background could have been most useful as the 1950s went on. He was now distrusted by the same government that had trusted him to plan the Manhattan Project. Decisions about the development and deployment of America's nuclear arsenal were routinely excluding the man who had contributed to its creation. This time period had a huge personal cost. Robert had based his career on the belief that reasonable people would respect and acknowledge scientific integrity and intellectual honesty. He was learning that moral complexity was frequently misunderstood as moral confusion, and that these traits could be viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths in the context of Cold War politics. The scene was being prepared for a confrontation that would put not only Robert's fortitude to the test, but also the balance between political power and scientific knowledge in American democracy. The boy who had once read Sanskrit and collected rocks was about to encounter the most challenging task of his life, a political trial that would decide whether or not intellectual independence and public service could coexist in Cold War America, rather than a scientific issue that could be resolved with careful consideration and innovative thinking. Robert was a well-respected scientific advisor until he received a letter in December 1953 that would make him a symbol of the conflicts in Cold War America between national security and intellectual freedom. His security clearance was being revoked by the Atomic Energy Commission, the same agency that had depended on his knowledge for years, due to concerns about his dependability and loyalty. Have you ever had the depressing realization that people you trusted have been gathering evidence of your alleged wrongdoing and assembling a case against you behind your back, all the while smiling and seeking your advice? That was the case for Robert when he discovered that FBI records spanning decades of his contacts' discussions and actions had been assembled into a case to bar him from any government employment involving classified material. The charges included both specific allegations and broad questions regarding Robert's moral fibre and discernment. His prior ties to communist groups were cited as proof of his betrayal. His resistance to the hydrogen bomb was seen as possibly driven more by outside pressure than by ethical and scientific considerations. His wide range of intellectual interests and complex personality were somehow turned into proof of his unreliability. Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He could quietly accept that his security clearance had been revoked, go back to working only on academic projects, and escape the publicity that would accompany a legal battle, or aware that this would produce a public spectacle that would subject specifics of his personal life and political affiliations to hostile scrutiny. He could insist on a hearing. Robert's choice to contest the charges demonstrated his faith in his own moral character, as well as his ignorance of the procedure he was about to undergo. He felt that reasonable people would realize that his service to the nation had always been driven by patriotism rather than disloyalty if he could clearly explain his actions and motivations. He didn't realize how much the political landscape had changed since the war years, when his contributions had been accepted in spite of suspicions about his affiliations. With the exception of the legal protections that defendants typically enjoy, the hearings, which started in April 1954, had all the features of a criminal trial, despite being formally referred to as an administrative review. In addition to being unable to cross-examine hostile witnesses and view the evidence against him, Robert was also unable to see the case's key classified documents because his attorneys lacked security clearances. The extent to which Robert's life had been monitored by the government for years was made clear during the proceedings. FBI agents had gathered comprehensive reports on his personal relationships and political activities, monitored his conversations and looked into his friends and co-workers. The man who had dedicated his life to government service during the war was now discovering that during his most productive time, the same government had been considering him a possible security threat. According to the testimony given during the hearings, Robert did not look like the person his friends and co-workers knew. He was characterized by witnesses as conceited, untrustworthy, and possibly disloyal, someone whose resistance to specific weapons programs may be driven more by outside pressure than by sincere ethical and scientific concerns. The sophisticated, introspective physicist who had constructed Los Alamos was reduced to a cartoon villain whose every move could be seen as proof of subversive intent. According to Robert's own testimony, he was being methodically humiliated by a procedure that appeared to be more intended to ruin his reputation than to ascertain the truth about his loyalty, and he was fighting to keep his dignity. He responded to inquiries about personal details, described relationships and conversations from decades past, and attempted to explain his nuanced stances on complex policy issues to those who seemed intent on misinterpreting them. The testimony of former co-workers and friends who'd been coerced into testifying against Robert was the most upsetting part of the hearings. Testimonies regarding his character, judgment, and dependability were requested from government officials who had consulted him, scientists who had collaborated with him at Los Alamos, and close friends who had confided in him. Others gave him the kind of carefully qualified testimony that hurt him, while preserving their own security clearances, while others bravely stood by him. Given the political atmosphere and the way the proceedings were set up, the final decision, which was made public in June 1954, was inevitable. The hearing board came to the conclusion that although Robert was most likely loyal, his character and judgment were questioned, making him unfit to have access to classified material. His position as a government advisor was essentially terminated when his security clearance was revoked, and many Americans began to view him as a security risk. Both personally and professionally, Robert suffered greatly in the immediate wake of the hearings. Many in the government and defense establishment now viewed the man who had once been one of America's most eminent scientists as a pariah. Former co-workers were reluctant to associate with someone who carried the stigma of having their security clearance revoked. Speaking invitations were withdrawn and job opportunities vanished. However, the hearings also had wider ramifications for democracy and science in America. Other scientists were warned by Robert's treatment that moral complexity and independent thought were dangerous traits in anyone wishing to work on matters of national significance. The case showed how easily political factors could override expertise, and how easily the demands of ideological conformity could compromise scientific integrity. Robert was starting a new chapter in his life that would put his fortitude to the test, and require him to re-evaluate his identity and mission as he walked out of the hearing room for the last time, having lost both his security clearance and his position as a government advisor. In a democratic society under pressure, the young man who had constructed atomic bombs and the boy who had gathered rocks now represented the strength and fragility of intellectual independence. Robert was placed in a strange form of exile following the security hearings. He was not exiled from the nation, but he was essentially cut off from the government work that had provided the greatest practical value to his scientific expertise. It was similar to being a master craftsman who was abruptly informed that his abilities were no longer required for the most important projects, abandoning him to work alone on his craft while others made the choices that would determine the course of events. Both practically and psychologically, the change was abrupt. Robert had been at the forefront of America's most significant scientific and policy debates for over 10 years. He had grown accustomed to receiving calls from government representatives, requests for advice on nuclear weapons policy, and invitations to high-level meetings. For the first time since before the war, the man who'd been one of America's most consulted experts found himself with extended periods of unbroken time when the phone abruptly stopped ringing and the invitations stopped coming in. The Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton served as a haven during this trying time. Because of the Institute's culture of intellectual independence, Robert's political issues had no bearing on his reputation there, and his colleagues still respected him for his scientific accomplishments. Even in this safe haven, though, Robert found it difficult to understand the new meaning of his life and work. You know how losing something significant can occasionally reveal sides of yourself that were hidden or ignored while you were preoccupied with it? Robert's exile from government service compelled him to rediscover aspects of himself that his work as a nuclear policy advisor had obscured. With new vigour, he went back to his physics studies, tackling quantum field theory problems that were intellectually demanding but wholly unrelated to military uses. During this time, Robert produced some of his most imaginative and ambitious scientific work. He could now focus on the kinds of fundamental questions that initially drew him to physics, freed from the pragmatic concerns that had dominated his thinking both during and after the war. Whether the theoretical framework of quantum mechanics could be expanded to offer a cohesive understanding of all the fundamental forces in nature, what physicists now refer to as a theory of everything, was of particular interest to him. However, Robert also started to approach the relationship between science and society, and the wider ramifications of scientific knowledge in a more methodical manner. He had a unique perspective on how scientific advancements could be used to gain political and military power, as well as how scientists could be torn between their civic duties and their dedication to the truth, thanks to his experiences during the Manhattan Project and the security hearings. Robert became one of the first well-known scientists to write thoughtfully about what is now known as the social responsibility of science as a result of these reflections. He maintained that scientists could not merely seek knowledge for its own sake without considering the potential applications of that knowledge. He also cautioned against the perils of permitting political factors to obstruct free speech and scientific investigation. During this time, his writing and speaking demonstrated a mind still struggling with the basic issues that had captivated him since he was a young boy, but now bearing the burden of experience from witnessing the transformation of intangible concepts into revolutionary technologies. The young man who had pondered the nature of reality had grown into a man who recognized the dangers that could arise when people were able to alter reality at its most basic levels. In addition to a lingering sense of loss and dislocation, Robert's personal life in the 1950s and 1960s was characterized by a slow recovery from the trauma of the security hearings. He continued to be close to his children and stayed married to Kitty, who had been there for him during the ordeal. However, friends noticed that he was now warier than before, that the world was more hostile and unpredictable than he had previously realized. Over time, the scientific community's reaction to Robert's treatment changed. At first, a lot of scientists were hesitant to support him, because they were worried that doing so would harm their own careers. However, more scientists realized that the attack on Robert was actually an attack on the independence and integrity of science itself, as the political landscape started to shift in the late 1950s and early 1960s. During this time, Robert's writings and lectures drew audiences interested in his viewpoint on the ethical and political issues confronting contemporary society, as well as his scientific discoveries. His experiences had given him a unique authority to speak about the relationship between power and knowledge in the modern world, making him a sort of elder statesman of American intellectual life. Ironically, Robert's exclusion from government policy discussions occurred just when his insights could have been most useful. The risk of nuclear war was becoming a constant aspect of international relations. The nuclear arms race was speeding up, and new weapons were being developed that made the atomic bombs of World War II seem almost archaic. The man who had contributed to the creation of this predicament was now barred from participating in attempts to control or remedy it. However, Robert's influence during this time came from his work as a public intellectual and teacher, rather than from his direct involvement in policy decisions. His writings and speeches influenced a generation of scientists' perspectives on their roles, and his example showed that intellectual integrity could be upheld in the face of strong political pressure. As the 1960s went on, Robert started to get credit for his scientific contributions without openly criticizing the way the government treated him. He was invited to deliver significant lectures, won prestigious honors, and was progressively restored to his position as a respected member of American intellectual life. But in exchange for the recognition, he agreed to stay out of the circles that made the most significant decisions regarding nuclear weapons. When the nuclear age he helped create continued to unfold in ways that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the dangers of nuclear weapons and fulfilled some of his worst fears, the man who had once stood in the New Mexico desert and watched the first atomic explosion was now watching from a distance. The boy who had once gathered rocks on Long Island beaches had transformed into something Robert could never have predicted as he approached his last years. A living representation of the ethical dilemmas that occur when political power and scientific knowledge collide. The whole story of humanity's journey into the nuclear age, from the theoretical discoveries that enabled atomic weapons to the political fallout that was still being felt decades later, was etched in the mind of the elderly physicist strolling through the peaceful streets of Princeton. You know how sometimes the most significant life lessons are revealed only near the end, when all of the different experiences and decisions can be viewed as a part of a greater whole. Growing awareness of what his remarkable life had shown about the opportunities and risks faced by any society that depends more and more on scientific knowledge for its security and prosperity characterized Robert's later years. As the political landscape shifted and more Americans started to doubt the excesses of Cold War hysteria, Robert's reputation started to slowly recover in the 1960s, but quickly gained momentum. Scientists who had kept quiet during his ordeal started to openly discuss how unfair his treatment was. Government representatives who had supported or taken part in the security hearings started to privately apologize for their involvement in what was becoming viewed as a disgraceful chapter in American history. The government's highest award for contributions to nuclear science, the Enrico Fermi Award, was given to Robert by President Lyndon Johnson in 1963. The ceremony was meticulously planned to honor Robert's scientific accomplishments without specifically criticizing how the Eisenhower administration handled him. However, the symbolism was clear. Robert was being honored for his contributions to American science by the same government that had labeled him a security risk. Robert's acceptance of the award demonstrated the elegance and nuance that had defined his whole professional life. He could have taken the opportunity to be resentful of how he was treated, or to attack the political forces that had almost ruined his career. Rather, he discussed the ongoing difficulties that society and scientists face as they consider the ramifications of nuclear technology and other significant scientific advancements. Robert's later scientific endeavors demonstrated his continuing interest in basic issues, as well as his developing realization that he was running out of time to make significant contributions. He kept considering the most profound issues in theoretical physics, but he also started to devote more of his time to instructing and guiding the next generation of scientists who would continue the work he had started. During this time, his lectures were masterworks of scientific communication that blended technical mastery with the kind of wide-ranging cultural perspective that had always been a hallmark of his thought. During these lectures, students and colleagues frequently commented that they felt as though they were watching someone who had accomplished a unique synthesis of philosophical understanding, scientific knowledge, and hard-won wisdom about human nature. Robert's impact on American science went well beyond his involvement in the Manhattan Project or his particular research contributions. He had contributed to the development of the idea that a scientist should be a public intellectual who could explain difficult scientific concepts to a wider audience, and who had an obligation to consider the social and political ramifications of scientific advancements. As science and technology shaped modern society more and more, this model would become more and more significant. During his time at Berkeley, Robert trained a generation of physicists who would go on to make important contributions to American science. Perhaps more significantly, though, they continued his method of conducting scientific research, which placed a strong emphasis on teamwork, intellectual diversity, and the significance of comprehending the larger context in which scientific work is conducted. The Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics served as a model for the structure and methodology of cutting-edge scientific research. In his later years, Robert's interpersonal relationships were characterized by a greater understanding of the familial ties and friendships that had supported him during his darkest moments. With those closest to him, the man who had occasionally come across as distant and intellectually intimidating became more approachable and emotionally transparent. Friends observed that, in ways that his prior emphasis on academic success may have obscured, his experiences had taught him to value loyalty and real human connection. Some of the most profound observations on science and society ever written by a scientist were found in Robert's last years of life. He wrote about the need for wisdom to keep up with human technical capabilities, the beauty and horror of scientific discovery, and the responsibilities that come with knowledge. Future generations of scientists would consider their work and its implications differently as a result of these lectures and essays. When Robert's health started to deteriorate in the late 1960s, he approached his impending death with the same blend of emotional nuance and intellectual curiosity that had marked his approach to all of his other significant life challenges. He did not seem to see death as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs, but rather as another mystery to be pondered. At 62, Robert Oppenheimer passed away from throat cancer on February 18, 1967. A legacy as complicated and difficult as the man himself was left behind by the passing of the boy who had collected rocks, the young man who had learned Sanskrit, the teacher who had revolutionized American theoretical physics, the scientific administrator who had planned the Manhattan Project, and the public intellectual who had wrestled with the moral implications of nuclear weapons. Think about this as you go to bed tonight. Intelligent people are still awake today because of the questions that kept Robert Oppenheimer up at night during his most trying times. How can we strike a balance between seeking knowledge and being concerned about its implications? What obligations do professionals have to society, and what obligations does society have to uphold intellectual freedom? How do we make informed choices about technologies that have the potential to drastically alter human civilization? There are no simple answers to these questions in Robert's life, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable. An example of how a thoughtful individual can wrestle with moral complexity without slipping into either naive idealism or cynicism. The man who assisted in the development of nuclear weapons spent the remainder of his life attempting to comprehend and explain the ramifications of his actions, never escaping responsibility, but also not letting guilt stop him from making further contributions to the welfare and knowledge of humanity. Robert contributed to the creation of the atomic age, which is still developing today. Although nuclear weapons continue to pose a threat to human survival, nuclear technology also produces carbon-free energy and life-saving medical treatments. The same scientific techniques that uncovered the mysteries of atomic structure are still producing new types of problems that we haven't yet learned to predict, or that may provide answers to humanity's biggest problems. Many of the same problems that Robert and his colleagues faced during the Manhattan Project still face scientists today, who are developing genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and other game-changing technologies. How do you continue potentially useful research while being aware of its risks? How can one uphold scientific objectivity while admitting moral obligations? How do you explain complicated technical matters to the public and political leaders who have to decide how these technologies should be developed and governed? Robert's example implies that although there are no easy answers to these questions, anyone who chooses to work at the boundaries of human knowledge cannot avoid them. Conducting scientific research in a vacuum, apart from social and political influences, is not a morally neutral endeavour. It occurs in human communities, is supported by human institutions, and generates knowledge that can be applied to both positive and negative human goals. The young man who gathered rocks out of natural curiosity grew up to realise that curiosity, no matter how pure its original motivation, always leads to power, and that power always raises issues of responsibility. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the contemporary scientific endeavour is this shift from naive awe to moral complexity. But Robert's life also shows that despite circumstances that could be used as an excuse for pessimism or hopelessness, it is possible to preserve human decency and intellectual integrity. He never lost faith in the value of seeking the truth, even if doing so resulted in knowledge that was dangerous. Even when his efforts were misinterpreted or dismissed by political authorities, he never gave up on applying his knowledge to advance human welfare. According to the Sanskrit texts Robert had read as a young man, wisdom is the result of realizing how everything is interconnected and the obligations that follow from that realization. He explored those ancient insights and applied them to contemporary scientific knowledge throughout his career. In a way, humans who acquire the ability to control these connections take on responsibilities that go well beyond their immediate goals. The universe that physics reveals is, in fact, interconnected at the most basic levels. As you fall asleep, you may have a dream about a slender young man standing on a mesa in New Mexico, witnessing the first artificial sunrise over the desert and realizing that everything has changed forever. Or, years later, you might dream of that same person strolling through Princeton in the evening light, still thinking about issues of responsibility and knowledge that have no definitive answers but require constant consideration from anyone concerned with the future of human civilization. Even though Robert Oppenheimer passed away more than 50 years ago, the issues he brought up are still relevant today. Our world is shaped by technological advancements and scientific discoveries that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The decisions we make about how to use these advancements will determine the kind of world we leave for future generations. The legacy of the boy who gathered rocks and went on to become the man who helped discover the secrets of the atom is not a list of solutions, but rather a dedication to continuing to ask the right questions with wisdom, bravery, and humility. Remembering Robert's example of how a thoughtful person can engage with moral complexity while maintaining both intellectual honesty and hope for human wisdom is crucial as we grapple with the implications of artificial intelligence, climate change, genetic engineering, and other transformative technologies in our own time. Rest easy, knowing that somewhere tonight someone is sitting at a computer or working in a lab, pushing the limits of human knowledge while grappling with issues of accountability and consequence that bind them across decades to a theoretical physicist who once stood in the New Mexico desert and saw the world transform in a burst of artificial light. There are still questions. Each new generation takes on the duty of interacting with them in a thoughtful and brave manner. And the greatest hope for our future as a species may be found in that continuous dialogue between human wisdom and curiosity. You wake up and it is still dark. Not the kind of dark where you can see outlines and shapes and maybe the cat sleeping on the chair. This is the heavy, woolly dark of a world that has not yet remembered it is supposed to have a morning. Somewhere outside your small window an owl is finishing its shift. Somewhere far off a rooster is clearing its throat but has not yet committed to the performance. Your name does not matter much. You are a baker in a town whose name most maps have already forgotten. Somewhere in the year 1200 and something, give or take a decade. You live above your bakehouse, which is a generous way of describing a room with a straw mattress, a wooden chest, and a lingering smell of yesterday's rye that has soaked into your hair, your clothes, and probably your dreams. The room is small. You can stand in the middle of it and touch both walls if you stretch. But it is yours, and it is warm, heated from below by the residual glow of the oven, which means that even in the deepest part of winter, your bedroom is the warmest room in the neighbourhood. The tanner across the lane would trade his best leather for this arrangement, and he has told you so more than once, usually in January. You swing your legs off the mattress. The floor is cold. The floor is always cold. You have lived in this building for 11 years, and the floor has never once greeted your feet with warmth. You have stopped hoping. You have made peace with cold floors the way sailors make peace with the sea. It is simply the cost of doing what you do. There is no alarm clock. There is no clock at all. You have trained your body to wake before the church bell rings for matins, which is the monk's way of saying 3 in the morning. Your body does this reliably, which is both a blessing and a quiet tragedy. You have not slept past 3 in the morning since you were 14 years old, when your father first pressed a wooden peel into your hands and said, "This is your life now." He was not being dramatic. He was being accurate. You pull on your tunic. It is the colour of flour, which is to say it was once brown and is now a sort of ghostly beige. You tie your apron, which is stiff with dried dough, and has developed a personality of its own over the years. If you left it standing in the corner, it would probably remain upright without assistance. You run a hand through your hair, dislodging a small puff of flour that has apparently been living there since yesterday. Flour gets everywhere. It is in your hair, under your nails, in the creases of your elbows, and between your toes. You have found flour in places where flour has no business being. Once, you found it in your ear. You did not question how it got there. You simply accepted it, the way one accepts gravity or taxation. Down the narrow stairs, one hand on the wall, because the third step has been loose since autumn, and you keep meaning to fix it. Your dog, a brown and white creature of indeterminate breed and unshakable loyalty, lifts his head from his spot by the banked oven, thumps his tail twice against the floor in greeting, and immediately goes back to sleep. He has the right idea, honestly. The bakehouse greets you the way it always does, with the faint warmth left over from yesterday's fire, and the sweet yeasty breath of dough that has been sitting overnight. There is something living about a bakehouse at this hour. The walls hold heat like a memory. The air has weight and texture. You're not alone in here. You're surrounded by the invisible work of millions of tiny organisms doing their job in the dark, turning flour and water into something that will rise. But first, the oven. Your oven is the most important thing you own. Your Sunday shoes, clothes and bed are less important. The oven is a beast made of stone and clay, built into the back wall of the bakehouse like a dragon sleeping in a cave. It is roughly the size of a small room, dome-shaped, with a mouth just wide enough for you to slide loaves in and out on a long wooden peel. The stones are blackened from years of use. If you pressed your ear against the outside wall, you could feel the memory of 10,000 fires. You kneel at the mouth and begin building the fire. This is not a task you rush. A baker who rushes the fire is a baker who burns bread, and a baker who burns bread is a baker who loses customers, and a baker who loses customers is a baker who starts thinking about becoming a farmer, which is a fate worse than cold floors. The air outside is perfectly still at this hour. You can hear the town breathing in its sleep if you listen carefully enough. A horse shifting in its stall somewhere down the lane. The creek that runs behind the tanner's yard murmurs along its muddy banks as it has for centuries. In another hour this silence will begin to erode. The roosters will start, then the dogs, then the people. But for now, the world belongs to you, and the fire and the quiet. You start with kindling. Small sticks, dry as bone, arranged in a loose nest. Then larger pieces, oak mostly, because oak burns slow and even, and does not spit sparks the way pine does. Pine is the gossip of the firewood world, always making a scene. You prefer the quiet reliability of oak. You like the kindling with a flint and steel, leaning close to blow gently on the first tiny flame until it catches and grows. The fire crackles to life. Shadows jump across the walls. The bakehouse wakes up. Now you wait. The fire needs to burn for 2 hours, sometimes 3, depending on the wood and the weather and the mood of the universe. The stones need to absorb the heat until they are white hot, until the entire dome is radiating warmth like a small sun trapped inside your bakehouse. You have learned to read the oven the way some people read faces. You know when it is ready by the colour of the stones, by the way the air shimmers at the mouth, by a feeling in your bones that has nothing to do with measurement and everything to do with years of standing in this exact spot, doing this exact thing. You pour yourself a cup of water from the jug by the door and drink it slowly, watching the fire. There is something deeply calming about fire at this hour. It does not demand anything from you. It does not need instructions or supervision. It simply burns, steady and purposeful, doing what fire does, and you can stand here and watch it and think about nothing for a while, which is a luxury that the rest of the day will not offer. By mid-morning you will be elbow-deep in flour and surrounded by customers and worrying about whether you ordered enough grain from the miller. But right now, at this hour, with the fire doing its patient work and the town still sleeping, you are allowed to simply be. You drink your water, you watch the flames. The dog snores softly near your feet. While the oven heats, you turn to the dough. The dough has been working all night. You mixed it yesterday evening, before bed, combining flour and water and a piece of old dough saved from the previous batch. This old dough is your starter, your leaven, the living heart of your bread. It contains wild yeast captured from the air itself, and colonies of microscopic creatures that have been passed down from batch to batch for longer than you can remember. Your father gave you his starter when you took over the bakehouse. His father gave it to him. The yeast in your bread is older than the king. It has survived wars, famines, and at least one incident involving a goat that somehow got into the bakehouse and ate half the dough before anyone noticed. You uncover the dough trough, a long wooden vessel shaped like a boat, and there it is. Overnight the dough has risen and doubled in size, and it sits there now looking pleased with itself, round and pillowy and smelling of something ancient and good. You press a finger into the surface. It gives slowly, then pushes back. This is the sign. The dough is alive and ready, and it is time to work. You flour the table. The table is a thick slab of oak, worn smooth by decades of kneading, and it sits in the centre of the bakehouse like an altar. You turn the dough out onto it, and the soft weight of it hits the wood with a satisfying thud. flour rises in a small cloud. You lean in and begin. Kneading is physical work. Your arms, your shoulders, your back, everything engages. You push the dough away from you with the heels of your hands, fold it back, turn it a quarter, and push again. There is a rhythm to it, a pattern that your body knows so well that your mind is free to wander. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The dough resists at first, dense and shaggy, but gradually it transforms under your hands. It becomes smooth. It becomes elastic. It becomes something that feels, underneath your palms, almost like skin. The sound of kneading is one of those sounds that is hard to describe but instantly recognizable. A soft percussive slapping as the dough hits the table, the quieter sound of it stretching as you push, the faint tacky whisper when your palms lift away. Taken together, these sounds make a kind of music, low and rhythmic and deeply satisfying, the percussion section of the bakehouse orchestra. If anyone were awake to listen at the window, they would hear it and know exactly what was happening inside. The baker is working. The bread is on its way. There is a moment in kneading where the dough stops being ingredients and becomes bread. You cannot explain it. You cannot teach it. You can only feel it, and after all these years you feel it every time. You divide the dough into portions using a bench knife, a flat blade of iron that your blacksmith friend made for you in exchange for a month of free loaves. A good trade, you both agreed. You weigh each portion by hand, tossing it lightly to judge the heft, because your town does not have scales fine enough for this work and your hands are more accurate anyway. Each portion needs to be the same size because the guild says so, and the guild is not something you argue with. The guild. Right. We should talk about the guild. The Bakers' Guild is the organisation that governs your trade, and it governs thoroughly. They set the price of bread. They set the weight of bread. They set the quality of bread. They determine who can bake and who cannot, where bakeries can operate, how many apprentices a master baker can train, and what happens to bakers who cheat their customers. The guild is run by master bakers, men who have spent decades in the trade and who take the business of bread with a seriousness that borders on the spiritual. When they inspect your bakehouse, and they do inspect your bakehouse, they check everything. They weigh your loaves, they examine your flour, they taste your bread, they look at your oven and your tools and your workspace, and if they find that you have been cutting corners, the consequences are real. A baker caught selling underweight bread might be dragged through the streets on a hurdle, which is a kind of wooden sled with the offending loaf tied around his neck. This is not a private reprimand. This is a public spectacle, and your neighbours will watch, and they will remember, and your reputation will carry that stain like flour carries the smell of yeast. For more serious offences, a baker could be fined, banned from the trade, or have his oven destroyed, which in practical terms is the same as having your livelihood reduced to rubble. So you weigh your portions carefully, you shape each one with attention. The guild is watching, even when it is not watching. There is also the matter of the assize of bread, a law that has been in effect since the king's grandfather decided that bread was too important to be left entirely to the market. The assize ties the price and weight of bread to the current price of wheat, creating a sliding scale that adjusts as grain prices rise and fall. When wheat is cheap, your loaves must be heavier. When wheat is expensive, your loaves can be lighter, but the price stays fixed. The mathematics of this relationship are worked out by clerks who have never baked a loaf in their lives, but who can tell you the exact weight, down to the last fraction, that your bread should be at any given grain price. You do not pretend to understand the formula, you simply obey it, because the penalty for disobedience is public humiliation at best, and the end of your livelihood at worst. The system, for all its rigidity, serves a purpose. It protects your customers from being cheated, which is fair. It protects you from undercutting competitors, which is also fair. And it ensures that bread, the staff of life, the one food that absolutely everyone depends on, remains affordable and consistent and available. The guild and the assize together create a framework within which you operate, a set of rules that define the boundaries of your craft. You did not choose these rules, but you have come to appreciate them, the way a river appreciates its banks. Without them, everything would just be a flood. You shape the loaves. Most of your bread is round, a simple boulot, because round is efficient. Round bakes evenly, and round has been the shape of bread since before anyone thought to write it down. You tuck the edges under, rotating the dough against the table to create surface tension, forming a smooth, taut skin on the outside. Then you set each loaf on a flour-dusted board to rise again. This second rise shorter than the first, just long enough for the dough to relax and puff up slightly before it goes into the oven. By now, the fire in the oven has done its work. The stones are hot. The dome is glowing. You rake out the coals and the ash using a long-handled iron scraper, pulling everything forward and out the mouth into a metal bucket. Then you take a wet mop, basically a rag on a stick, and swab the oven floor. The wet rag sizzles and steams, cleaning the surface and dropping the temperature just slightly, from scorching to merely very hot. The steam will also help the bread form a good crust, which matters, because the crust is the first thing your customers notice. You pick up the peel. This is a flat wooden paddle on a long handle, the baker's primary instrument, the thing that stands between you and the heat. You dust it with flour, slide it under the first loaf, and with a quick, confident motion, you send the bread into the oven. The loaf slides off the peel and lands on the hot stone with a soft hiss. You repeat this for every loaf, working quickly because the oven is losing heat with every second the mouth is open, and your arm has memorized the exact angle and speed needed to place each loaf where it belongs. Then you close the oven door, and you wait. This is the part of baking that no one talks about. The waiting. The fire was waiting. The tide was waiting. And now the baking itself is waiting, standing by while heat and dough and time do their work in the dark of the oven. You cannot see what is happening in there. You can only trust it. Trust the heat. Trust the dough. Trust the process that has worked every morning for every year of your working life. You use this time wisely. You clean the table. You sweep the floor. You refill the flour bins from the sacks stacked against the wall. Sacks that were delivered yesterday by the miller, a man named Thomas who talks too much about his back problems, but who produces flour so fine, and even that you forgive him everything. Good flour is hard to find. When you find a good miller, you treat him well. You pay on time. You laugh at his jokes about his back. You do whatever it takes, because the difference between good flour and bad flour is the difference between bread that sings and bread that sits there like a stone apologizing for its existence. The smell begins to change. You notice it before you notice anything else. The raw, yeasty smell of dough transforms into something deeper, something roasted and golden, a smell that reaches into the street and pulls people toward your shop like an invisible hand. This is the smell of the Maillard reaction, though you do not call it that because that phrase will not be invented for another 700 years. You call it bread smelling done. You open the oven and check. The loaves have transformed. They're golden brown, cracked on top where the heat has split the crust in beautiful, unpredictable patterns. You tap the bottom of one with your knuckle. It sounds hollow, like knocking on a door with nobody home. This is the sign. Hollow means done. You pull the loaves out one by one, setting them on a wooden rack to cool, and the bakehouse fills with a kind of warmth that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with satisfaction. The first batch is done. It is perhaps 5 in the morning. The sky outside is beginning to lighten. A thin line of grey along the rooftops, the kind of light that is less a colour than a suggestion of one. You have been awake for 2 hours, and you have already completed something. Most of the town is still sleeping. The blacksmith has not yet opened his forge. The tanner has not yet begun his unpleasant work. The merchant has not yet unlocked his shop. But you, the baker, have already made the thing that all of them will need before the day is through. You start the second batch. This is the rhythm of your morning, batch after batch. the oven slowly cooling as it gives up its stored heat, each successive round of bread baking at a slightly lower temperature. The first batch, in the hottest oven, is for the white bread, the finest loaves made from well-sifted flour, destined for the tables of the wealthier townspeople. The second batch is for the standard brown bread, the everyday loaf that most families eat, made from flour that still contains some of the bran and germ. The third batch, when the oven is cooler still, is for the coarser breads, the dark rye and maslin, a mixture of wheat and rye, the bread of labourers and the poor. This hierarchy is not your invention. It is the way things are. In a medieval town, bread is a mirror of society. The whiteness of your loaf tells the world who you are. White bread, called wastel or pandamain, is expensive because white flour requires extra sifting, extra processing, and more wheat per loaf. It is soft and light and delicate, and eating it means you can afford to eat well. Brown bread, called cheat or cocket, is the respectable middle, the bread of craftsmen and merchants. Dark bread, called horse bread by people who have never had to depend on it, is dense and filling and nutritious, and it keeps the bellies of working people full until supper. You do not judge, you bake all of it. Every loaf matters. There is something worth noting about the way bread moves through a household. A loaf does not simply arrive on the table and get eaten. It has a career. When it is fresh, still warm, still crackling at the crust, it is the star of the meal, broken by hand and eaten with whatever accompaniment the household can afford. A day later, it has hardened slightly, and now it is a different food, good for dipping into soup or stew, where the broth softens it back to life. After 2 days, it has become a structural material, hard enough to serve as a trencher plate or to be grated into breadcrumbs that thicken sauces and stretch the contents of a cooking pot. After 3 days, if any survive that long, they go to the animals, or into a bread pudding if the household is thrifty, or into ale if the household is creative. Nothing is wasted. A loaf of bread in a medieval household has more lives than a cat. This long afterlife of bread is something you think about when you bake. You're not just making food for today, you're making a raw material that will be used and reused and transformed over the course of several days. The density of your bread, the thickness of the crust, and the tightness of the crumb, all of these affect how well the loaf ages and how it holds up to dunking and slicing and grating. A good loaf should be versatile. It should be a complete sentence on its first day and still be useful punctuation 3 days later. As the morning brightens, you prepare the shop. The bakehouse and the shop are connected, the front room open to the street through a wide window with a wooden shutter that folds down to create a counter. You arrange the cooled loaves on the counter and on shelves behind you. The bread is the display. There is no sign, no advertisement, no painted board hanging from a bracket. The bread speaks for itself, and the smell does the rest. Your first customer arrives before the sun clears the rooftops. She's an older woman, a widow who lives 3 streets over, and she comes every morning at the same time. She does not need to tell you what she wants. You know, 1 brown loaf, slightly smaller than standard, because she lives alone, and a full loaf goes stale before she can finish it. You hand it to her, and she hands you a coin, and this transaction, repeated every morning for the last 6 years, is one of the fixed points of your day, as reliable as the sunrise and considerably more punctual. The customers come in a steady stream after that. A servant from the house on the hill, buying white bread for his employer's breakfast. A mother with 3 children attached to her skirt like small noisy accessories, buying 2 brown loaves that will feed her family through the day. A labourer is heading to the construction site at the edge of town, buying a dark loaf and a handful of day-old rolls that you sell at half price because they are hard as river stones. But the man does not seem to mind. You know all of them. This is a small town, and the bakery is one of the places where the town meets itself every morning. You know who is well and who is sick, who has had a baby and who has lost a parent, and who is prospering and who is struggling. People tell you things while they wait for their bread. The bakery counter is a confessional without the religion, a place where news travels at the speed of small talk. You learn that the cobbler's wife has left him. You learn that the merchant on the corner has been buying wool from a new supplier and the quality is better. You learn that the priest drank too much ale at the harvest supper and fell asleep in the churchyard. You listen, you nod, you hand over bread. This is your role. The baker hears everything and repeats nothing, which is a kind of power, though it does not feel like power. It feels like standing behind a counter while the world tells you its business. There is also the matter of credit. Not everyone pays in coin every day. Some customers have arrangements with you, running a tab that they settle weekly or monthly. You keep track of these debts in your head because you do not read or write well enough to keep a ledger, and because your memory for who owes what is, frankly, better than any written record. You know that the carpenter's wife owes for 6 loaves. You know that the old soldier who lives by the gate is 3 weeks behind and will probably never pay, but you keep giving him bread anyway because he fought in the wars and lost 2 fingers and has nobody to cook for him, and letting an old man go hungry is not something you are willing to do, guild rules or no guild rules. There are also the customers who do not pay in money at all, the farmer who brings you eggs, the beekeeper who brings you honey, which you use to make the sweet breads that sell so well on feast days. The woman who mends clothes and who has, on more than one occasion, repaired the growing collection of tears in your work tunic in exchange for a week of bread. This barter economy runs alongside the money economy like a second current in a river, unofficial and unrecorded but deeply real, a web of favours and exchanges that binds the town together more tightly than any guild charter. Between customers, you keep working. There is always more to do. You mix dough for tomorrow's bread, starting the slow overnight rise that will greet you again in the morning. You prepare specialty items because bread is not the only thing that comes from your oven. You make meat pies when you can get the filling, the butcher saving his scraps for you in exchange for bread. You make trenchers, the thick slabs of day-old bread that serve as edible plates in wealthier households. The idea is practical in its brilliance. The bread absorbs the juices of whatever meal is placed on top of it, and when the meal is finished, the trencher is eaten or given to the poor or tossed to the dogs. Nothing is wasted. The bread has 2 lives. You also bake for the community. When a family brings you a pot of stew or a joint of meat, you put it in your oven after the bread is done, using the residual heat to cook their meal. Most families in town do not have ovens of their own. Ovens are expensive to build, expensive to fuel, and dangerous. A badly maintained oven can catch fire and take a whole street with it, and in a town where the buildings are timber and thatch, fire is the fear that never sleeps. So you are, in addition to being a baker, a kind of public utility. Your oven serves the town the way the well serves the town. It is a shared resource, a communal hearth, and this gives you a certain standing that goes beyond the simple selling of bread. You charge a small fee for this service, a penny or 2 per pot, and the income adds up over the course of a week. But more than the money, the arrangement gives you something less tangible. When families come to collect their cooked meals in the evening, they linger, they chat, they sit on the bench outside your bakehouse and eat their supper, while the last of the day's light fades from the sky. Your bakehouse becomes, without anyone planning it, a kind of neighbourhood centre, a place where people gather because the warmth draws them and the bread gives them a reason to stay. Children play in the lane while their parents collect dinner. Neighbours who might otherwise pass each other without a word stop and talk because they are both waiting for their pots. The bakehouse knits the town together, stitch by stitch, loaf by loaf. There is an old woman who brings you a pot of something every Tuesday and Thursday. You're not entirely sure what is in it. The smell suggests cabbage and possibly desperation. But whatever it is, she swears by it. And she has been bringing it to your oven for longer than you have been baking since your father's time, and you will keep putting it in the oven until one of you stops showing up. The morning passes into midday. The rush slows. The counter empties of bread and fills with crumbs. You eat your own lunch, which is of course bread, because what else would a baker eat? You eat it with cheese if you have it, or with drippings, or with whatever the season offers. In summer there might be an onion from the garden behind the bakehouse, sharp and sweet. In autumn, there might be an apple from the tree that grows against the back wall, the one that drops its fruit directly onto your woodpile every September, as if making an offering. After lunch, you begin the afternoon's work. You sift flour. This is tedious work, shaking the flour through a cloth sieve to separate the fine from the coarse, the white from the brown. The finest flour, sifted 2 or 3 times, becomes the white bread flour. The medium siftings become the brown bread flour. The coarsest leftovers, the bran and the husks, go into the dark breads or are sold as animal feed. You stand there shaking the sieve with a steady back and forth motion that is deeply boring and entirely necessary, and a fine white dust rises around you until you look like a figure standing in a gentle snowfall. You haul water from the well. You chop wood because wood is fuel and fuel is life, and you go through enormous quantities of it. A bakehouse consumes wood the way a river consumes rain, steadily and completely, and keeping the supply stocked is a constant occupation. You buy from the woodcutters who work the forest outside town, haggling over price and quality and delivery, and you stack the logs against the side of the bakehouse where the eaves keep them dry, because wet wood is worse than no wood. Wet wood smokes and sputters and drops the oven temperature and ruins the crust on every loaf. The splitting is good work, though. There is a satisfaction to it that is different from baking but related. The satisfaction of turning something rough and whole into something useful and specific. You set a log on the chopping block, swing the axe, and the wood opens along its grain with a clean crack that echoes off the bakehouse wall. The dog watches from a safe distance. He learned early on that the chopping block is not a good place to sleep, and this is possibly the smartest thing he has ever done. Some afternoons you tend to your starter. The sourdough culture needs feeding, a portion of fresh flour and water, to keep the yeast alive and active. You do this the way you might tend a garden, with regularity and attention, because a neglected starter turns sour and sluggish and produces bread that tastes like regret. Your starter lives in a clay crock on a shelf above the oven, where the warmth keeps it bubbling happily. You've given it a name. You will not tell anyone this, because naming your sourdough starter is the kind of thing that other tradesmen would find eccentric, but in the privacy of your own bakehouse, you call it what you call it, and it does not seem to mind. The seasons change the way you bake. In summer, the dough rises fast, sometimes too fast, and you have to watch it carefully, or it will overprove and collapse into a sticky, useless puddle. The bakehouse is unbearable in August. The heat from the oven adding to the heat of the day until your workspace feels like the inside of a bread loaf. You drink water constantly. You tie a cloth around your head to keep the sweat from dripping into the dough. You dream of winter, then winter comes and you dream of summer. The cold slows everything down. The dough takes longer to rise. The oven takes longer to heat. Your fingers are stiff in the morning, and the water from the well is so cold it makes your teeth ache when you drink it. You mix the dough with water you have warmed by the fire, because cold water kills the yeast, or at least puts it to sleep, and sleeping yeast makes flat bread, and flat bread makes unhappy customers, and unhappy customers make an unhappy baker. Spring and autumn are the good seasons, the balanced seasons, when the temperature is mild and the dough behaves predictably, and the bakehouse is pleasant to work in. Spring brings the new grain, the fresh harvest milled into flour that smells like cut fields and sunshine. Autumn brings the apples and the pears and the preserved fruits that you fold into enriched doughs for feast days and holidays. You make spiced breads at Michaelmas, sweet breads at Christmas, and hot crossmark buns in the weeks before Easter. The church calendar is your recipe book, each holy day bringing its own tradition, its own bread, and its own customers lining up before dawn for something special. On feast days, the bakehouse is chaos. You start earlier than usual, which means you start at an hour that most people would consider the middle of the night. You make twice the bread, 3 times the bread, working through the darkness with only tallow candles for light, their greasy flames throwing moving shadows across the walls. You bring in your apprentice, a boy of 15 who is earnest and willing but who has not yet developed the instinct for dough that separates a baker from a person who merely makes bread. He helps where he can, carrying sacks, sweeping up, keeping the fire fed, and occasionally dropping things at inopportune moments because he is 15, and dropping things is essentially his primary skill. The boy came to you 2 years ago, sent by his father, a farmer in the village 3 miles east, who decided that his youngest son was not suited for field work on account of being allergic to mornings and constitutionally opposed to mud. Farming's loss was baking's gain, sort of. The boy is not bad. He's simply green. He overkneads. He undersalts. He once forgot to put the starter in the dough and produced loaves so flat and dense that you could have used them to repair the road. But he is learning. You see glimpses of competence emerging like shoots in early spring, and you have enough patience to wait for them to grow. After all, you were 15 once and you were not much better. Your father told you so repeatedly. Your apprentice will learn. They all learn, eventually. The guild requires 7 years of apprenticeship before a young baker can become a journeyman, and another period of work after that before he can attempt to become a master. The system is designed to be slow, because bread does not tolerate impatience. A baker who has not put in the years, who has not felt the dough change under his hands through every season, who has not stood before the oven in the dark of 1,000 mornings, is not ready to bake alone. The guild knows this, you know this. Your aching back knows this. You teach the boy what your father taught you, how to judge the flour by rubbing it between your fingers, feeling for the right texture, the right dryness. How to test the water temperature with your elbow, the way you would test a bath. How to listen to the oven, because the oven talks in pops and clicks and the soft sighing of expanding air, and if you listen well enough, it will tell you everything you need to know. How to score the tops of the loaves before they go in. A quick slash with a sharp blade that lets the bread expand as it bakes without tearing its own crust apart. How to tell the difference between bread that is perfectly baked and bread that needs another few minutes, a distinction so subtle it lives entirely in the ear and the nose and the tips of the fingers. You also teach him things that have nothing to do with baking. How to deal with a difficult customer without losing your temper or your sale. How to keep accounts in your head when your hands are covered in dough and there is no time to stop. How to be polite to the guild inspectors even when they are being unreasonable, which is often. How to treat the miller with respect even when his flour is not up to standard, because you will need his flour again next week and the week after that, and burning a bridge with your supplier is a worse mistake than any bread you could bake. These are the quiet skills of a tradesman, the social glue that holds a business together, and they're just as important as knowing when the dough is ready or how hot the oven should be. The boy listens, he tries, he fails, he tries again. This is how bakers are made. Late afternoon bleeds into evening. The shop has closed. The last loaf has been sold or set aside for tomorrow's trenchers. You clean the bakehouse, scrubbing the table, sweeping the floor, and wiping down the peel and the bench knife and the dough scraper. Cleaning is not glamorous work, but it is necessary work, and a clean bakehouse is a healthy bakehouse. Rats are a constant threat in a place that stores grain. Mice are worse, because they are smaller and sneakier and can get into spaces that rats cannot. You keep a cat for this purpose, a grey tabby with one torn ear and a professional attitude toward rodents that you deeply respect. She patrols the flour stores with the dedication of a night watchman, and the ruthlessness of a small, furry mercenary. Between the cat and the dog, your bakehouse is well defended against anything with 4 legs and bad intentions. You bank the oven fire, not letting it go out entirely, but tamping it down to a slow glow that will make tomorrow morning's fire easier to start. You check the flour stores, you make mental calculations about tomorrow's bake, how many loaves, what types, and whether you need to send to the miller for more grain. The town outside is settling into its evening. Smoke rises from chimneys, the sound of children playing in the lanes fades as mothers call them in for supper. The church bell rings for vespers, the evening prayer, and its deep tone rolls over the rooftops and down into your bakehouse, where it vibrates in the stones of the oven like a second heartbeat. This is the music of your town, the bell and the smoke and the distant murmur of voices, and you are woven into it as tightly as anyone. You go upstairs. You eat supper, which is simple. Bread again, because waste is a sin and there are always leftover rolls and ends and pieces that did not sell. You might add a bowl of pottage, the thick vegetable stew that everyone in town eats because it is cheap and filling and can be made from whatever the garden provides. Turnips in winter, peas in spring, beans in summer, cabbage always, because cabbage grows everywhere and refuses to die, is the most persistent vegetable in the known world. After supper, you mix tomorrow's dough. This is your evening ritual, the bookend to the morning, the alpha and omega of your baker's day. You measure the flour by the scoop, dumping it into the dough trough, raising a white cloud that settles on your arms and your apron and the floor. You add water, warm from the pot that has been sitting near the oven all day. You add a piece of yesterday's dough, the starter, the living bridge between today's bread and tomorrow's. You mix with your hands, squeezing and turning until the flour and water come together into a shaggy mass that does not yet look like anything edible, but which, by morning, will be transformed. You add the salt last. Salt is expensive, more expensive per weight than flour, and you use it sparingly. But salt is also essential. Without it, bread tastes flat and lifeless, like a story told without any feeling behind it. The right amount of salt pulls all the other flavours into focus, brightening the wheat, deepening the ferment, and turning a plain dough into something with character. You pinch the salt from a small clay pot that you keep on a high shelf, away from the damp, and scatter it across the surface of the dough before folding it in with long, slow strokes. The dough resists the salt at first, tightening slightly, then relaxes and absorbs it. You cover the trough with a cloth and leave it. The yeast will do the rest. While you sleep, they will eat and multiply and produce the gas that makes the dough rise, doing their silent work in the dark of the bakehouse, the same work they have been doing since the Egyptians first discovered that old dough makes new bread lighter. You are part of a chain that stretches back thousands of years, baker to baker, loaf to loaf, and this knowledge sits in you like warmth. You wash your hands, you wash your face. The water in the basin is cold, because of course it is, and the soap is rough and smells of tallow and ash, but you are clean enough for bed. You hang your apron on the hook behind the door, where it assumes its customary rigid posture, and you climb into bed. The dog has come upstairs and settled at the foot of the mattress, turning 3 times in a tight circle, before collapsing with a sigh that suggests he has had a harder day than you, which he absolutely has not. He was asleep for most of it. But dogs are masters of performed exhaustion, and you let him have this moment without comment. The mattress is straw, the blanket is wool, the pillow is a folded piece of linen stuffed with dried herbs, lavender and chamomile, because your grandmother told your mother and your mother told you that these help you sleep, and whether this is true or merely traditional, the smell of them means bedtime, means rest, means the day is over and you can finally stop. Outside, the town is quiet. The last drunk has stumbled home from the tavern. The night watchman is making his rounds, his lantern a small yellow dot moving through the dark streets. A dog barks once, then thinks better of it. The moon, if there is a moon, throws silver light across the rooftops and through your window and onto the floor, where it lies like a fallen handkerchief. You think about tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the same dark morning, the same cold floor, the same fire, the same dough, the same oven, the same bread, the same customers, the same coins, the same conversations about the cobbler's wife and the merchant's wool and the priest's drinking habits. The sameness might seem monotonous, described from the outside, but from the inside it feels different. From the inside it feels like a song with a chorus you know by heart, where the pleasure is not in surprise but in the deep satisfaction of repetition done well. Because here is the thing about bread. It is never exactly the same twice. The flour changes with every harvest. The weather changes the dough, the wood changes the fire. Your own hands change as you age, growing stronger, then growing tired, then growing skilled in a different way that compensates for the tiredness. Every loaf you bake is a unique event, a one-time collaboration between 100 variables, and no amount of repetition can make that boring. The 500th loaf is as much a creation as the first. More perhaps, because the 500th loaf carries the knowledge of the 499 before it. You're part of your town in a way that is difficult to explain. The Lord in his manor owns the land, but he does not feed the people. The priest in his church tends the souls, but he does not fill the bellies. You do. Every morning you take raw grain and water and fire and time, and you turn them into the one thing that nobody can live without. The poorest labourer and the richest merchant both need what you make. The child teething on a crust of your bread, and the grandmother softening a piece in her soup, are both sustained by the same work of your hands. In a world of vast inequality, where the distance between the Lord's table and the peasant's table is measured in courses and silver and servants, bread is the great equalizer. Everyone eats bread. Everyone needs the baker. This gives you a kind of invisible authority. You're not wealthy. You're not powerful. You do not sit on the town council or own land or wear fur-trimmed robes. But you are essential. When the harvest fails and grain is scarce, you are the one people turn to, because you are the one who turns grain into something edible. When the price of the wheat rises, the whole town feels it through the price of your bread, and you are the messenger of that economic reality, standing behind your counter while people shake their heads and tighten their purse strings. The guild sets the price, not you, but it is your face they see when they pay it. On Sundays you rest. The church requires it, the guild enforces it, and your body demands it. You go to Mass wearing your one good tunic, the one without flower stains, which you keep in the chest specifically for this purpose. You stand in the nave with the other tradesmen, the blacksmith and the carpenter, and the chandler and the tanner, who always stand slightly apart because no amount of Sunday scrubbing can entirely remove the smell of his profession. You sing the hymns, or at least you move your mouth in the general direction of the melody. You listen to the sermon. You pray, though your prayers tend to be practical rather than spiritual. Good weather, good grain, a healthy oven, no fires. These are the prayers of a baker, and God, if he is listening, has so far been reasonably responsive. The church itself is the largest building in town, stone-built and cool inside even in summer, with windows that let in coloured light on sunny mornings. You helped pay for one of those windows, not a large one, just a small panel of blue glass near the back, funded by a donation from the Bakers Guild 3 years ago. It is not much, but every time the morning sun catches that blue panel and throws a square of coloured light across the stone floor, you feel a quiet pride that has nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with belonging. Your trade helped build this place. Your bread feeds the people who fill these pews. You are part of something larger than yourself, and on Sunday morning, standing in the nave with the light falling blue across your hands, you can feel it. After church, you might walk to the market square and look at what the other tradesmen are selling. You might visit the miller to discuss next week's flour delivery. You might sit on the bench outside your bakehouse and simply watch the town go by, which is a pleasure that costs nothing and provides more entertainment than you might expect. Towns are interesting places when you slow down enough to see them. The butcher's dog stealing a bone from the gutter, 2 children racing each other down the lane, their laughter rising like birds. An old man asleep on a doorstep with his hat over his face, perfectly at peace with the world and its demands. Monday morning, you do it all again. There is a particular quality to the repetition of a baker's life that deserves more attention. It is not the repetition of boredom, it is the repetition of craft. A musician who plays the same piece every day is not bored by it. A gardener who tends the same beds every season is not dulled by familiarity. The repetition is the medium through which mastery is achieved and expressed, the daily practice that transforms effort into art. Your bread is better today than it was a year ago. It will be better next year than it is today. This progression is so slow as to be invisible on any given morning, but over the span of a career, it is the difference between bread and bread with a capital letter, between something you eat and something you remember. Occasionally you try something new, a different scoring pattern on the loaves, a deeper cut or a curved slash instead of a straight one, a handful of herbs from the garden mixed into a batch of dough, rosemary or thyme, just to see what happens. A slightly longer rise, a slightly hotter oven, a change so small that nobody would notice unless they were looking for it. These experiments are how the craft moves forward, not in great leaps but in tiny adjustments, each one tested and tasted and either kept or discarded. Most of them come to nothing, a few stick, and over the years those few accumulate into something that you might call a style, a way of baking that is yours alone, shaped by 1,000 small decisions made in the quiet hours before dawn. The market comes to town twice a week, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and on market days the town swells with people from the surrounding countryside. Farmers bring their produce, tinkers bring their pots and pans, travelling merchants bring cloth and spices and news from other towns. The atmosphere is loud and busy and smells of animals and earth, and the sharp tang of fresh-cut cheese. On market days you sell more bread than usual, because the farmers' wives want something to eat while they shop, and the merchants want something to eat while they sell, and the children want something to eat because they are children and eating is essentially their entire agenda. You set up a trestle table outside your shop on market days, stacking it with loaves and rolls and, if you have had an ambitious week, little pastries filled with dried fruit and honey that you sell for a penny each. These pastries are popular, partly because they are delicious, and partly because eating something sweet at a market feels like a small rebellion against the ordinary. People buy them and eat them standing up, getting crumbs on their clothes and honey on their fingers, and the expression on their faces is the same every time. A brief private moment of pleasure in the middle of a busy day. You see this expression, and it makes the early mornings worth it. This is why you bake. Not for the money, though the money matters. Not for the guild's approval, though the guild's approval also matters. You bake with that expression. You bake because bread makes people happy, and making people happy turns out to be a surprisingly good reason to get out of bed before the sun. Market days also bring strangers, travellers passing through, who stop at your counter because they are hungry, and because a bakery is one of the only shops in town that requires no introduction. A stranger can walk up to your counter, point at a loaf, hand over a coin, and leave with something to eat, all without needing to know anyone or explain their business. Bread is the universal language of commerce. It needs no translation, no negotiation, no social currency. It just needs a penny and a hand to hold it. And in a world where strangers are regarded with a certain amount of suspicion, the bakery is one of the few neutral territories where anyone is welcome. No questions asked, as long as they can pay. Some of these travellers bring news, a war in the east, a new bridge being built 2 towns over, travelling fair setting up outside the city walls. You collect these scraps of information the way you collect flour dust, passively and constantly, until they form a picture of the wider world, the world beyond your town and its lanes and its fields. You have never travelled more than 20 miles from the place where you were born. You probably never will. But through the stories of strangers and the gossip of neighbours and the occasional pronouncement from the pulpit, you know that the world is large and complicated and full of people who, regardless of where they live or what language they speak, all need bread. The afternoon of a market day is for accounting. You count your coins, separating the pennies into neat stacks on the table, calculating what you have earned against what you owe. You owe the miller for flour. You owe the woodcutter for fuel. You owe a small amount to the guild for your annual membership, and a larger amount to the church for your tithe, which is 1/10 of your earnings, and which you pay with the resigned acceptance of a man who understands that arguing with the church is like arguing with the weather. You also set aside money for maintenance because ovens crack and peels break and roofs leak, and the 3rd step on the stairs is still loose, and will presumably remain loose until the end of time, or until you hire the carpenter, whichever comes first. What is left is yours. It is not a lot. You're not rich by any measure, but you're not poor either. You're somewhere in the comfortable middle of medieval economic life, a skilled tradesman with a secure place in the community, a roof over your head, food in your belly, and work that, while exhausting, gives you a clear sense of purpose and identity. You are a baker. It is not just what you do, it is who you are. In the evening, you might visit the tavern. Not every evening, because you need your sleep and ale is the enemy of early mornings, but occasionally when the day has been good and the bread has come out well, and you feel like sitting somewhere that is not your bakehouse. The tavern is warm and dim and smells of wood smoke and ale and the combined efforts of 20 people's suppers. You sit in your usual spot near the fire but not too near, and you drink a cup of ale, which the tavern keeper brews himself and which tastes, frankly, like something brewed by a tavern keeper and not by anyone with formal training. But it is wet and it is warming and it costs less than a loaf of your bread, so you drink it and you do not complain. The tavern keeper is a large man named Hugh, who laughs at everything, including things that are not funny, which means the tavern always sounds more cheerful than it probably is. He has been trying to get you to bake trenches specifically for his establishment, slightly larger and denser than the usual kind, to absorb the truly remarkable quantities of gravy that his stews produce. You're considering it. A standing order is a standing order, and Hugh pays promptly, which is more than you can say for half the town. The other tradesmen are here too. The blacksmith, whose hands are even more damaged than yours, is scarred and calloused from years of working with hot metal. The carpenter, who is quiet and thoughtful and builds furniture so beautiful that you sometimes wish you had chosen a tray that produced objects that lasted longer than a day. The chandler, who makes candles and soap and whose shop smells like a complicated argument between tallow and lye. You sit with these men and you talk about nothing in particular, about the weather and the market and the state of the roads and the behaviour of the town council, and this is how community works. Not through grand gestures or formal institutions, but through regular people sitting together at the end of a long day, sharing a drink and a complaint and a laugh, and going home feeling slightly less alone. The months roll past. Spring planting gives way to summer ripening, which gives way to autumn harvest, which gives way to winter waiting. Each season brings its bread. Spring bread is light and hopeful, made from the last of the stored grain before the new crop comes in, stretched thin sometimes when the stores run low, but always present, always there. Summer bread is generous and golden, baked in an oven that barely needs stoking because the air outside is doing half the work. Autumn bread is the best, made from fresh milled flour that carries the taste of the fields, the first bread of the new harvest. The bread that tells the town that the lean months are over and abundance has returned. Winter bread is dark and heavy and sustaining. Rye and barley and whatever grain is cheapest. Bake to last, because in winter you cannot bake every day. Not when the wood is wet and the oven loses heat to the cold air, and your fingers are too stiff to knead properly. There are weeks in late winter when the flour stores drop low and you lie awake at night doing arithmetic in your head, calculating how many loaves you can stretch from what remains. These are the anxious weeks, the weeks when the price of grain climbs and the guild adjusts the assize and your loaves grow lighter while your worries grow heavier. You have never run completely out. There has always been enough, just barely, to keep the town fed until the new crop comes in. But the fear of running out is always there, a background hum beneath the daily routine, the way the sound of the creek is always there beneath the sounds of the town. You do not dwell on it. You bake what you can with what you have, and you trust that the fields will produce and the miller will grind and the cycle will continue as it always has. And then one morning in late spring, the new grain arrives. Thomas the miller pulls up in his cart, sacks of fresh flour stacked high, and the flour is pale and sweet-smelling, and when you rub it between your fingers it feels like a promise. The first loaf from the new grain is always something special. You bake it with extra care, shaping it well, scoring it deeply, and giving it the best spot in the oven where the heat is most even. When it comes out, golden and fragrant and crackling softly as it cools, you break off a piece and eat it standing right there at the oven mouth, and it tastes like relief. The lean weeks are over. The year has turned. Through it all, the bread sustains. It is the foundation of every meal. It is the first thing on the table in the morning and the last thing cleared away at night. It is what mothers give crying children, and what wives pack for husbands heading to the fields. It is what the sick eat when they can eat nothing else, and what the dying receive as their last earthly comfort. Bread is life, and the person who makes it is, in a sense, in the life-giving business. You do not think of it in such grand terms, of course. You are a baker, not a philosopher. You think of flour and water and fire and time and the 900 things that can go wrong between the mixing and the selling. You think about whether Thomas the Miller is overcharging you. You think about whether your apprentice will ever learn to score a loaf without making it look like it lost a fight. You think about the third step on the stairs. But underneath all the daily concerns, underneath the flour dust and the aching shoulders and the permanently warm hands, there is something that might, if you were the kind of person who used such words, be called contentment. You have a place in the world. You have a skill that matters. You have a purpose that connects you to your neighbours and your town and the long line of bakers who came before you. Your bread is on every table. Your oven warms the town's meals. Your bakehouse is a landmark, a gathering place, a fixed point in the turning world. The church bell rings for Compline, the last prayer of the day, and its sound drifts down through the darkness and through your window and into the room where you lie in your bed, smelling of flour and soap and dried lavender. The dough in the trough downstairs is rising slowly in the dark. The oven is breathing its low, steady heat. The town sleeps. You close your eyes. The mattress is not comfortable. The blanket is not soft. The pillow smells like your grandmother's garden. But you are tired in the way that only honest work makes you tired. Tired in the bones and the muscles and the satisfying centre of yourself. And sleep comes easily, the way it always does when you have spent the day making something real. Tomorrow you will wake in the dark. The floor will be cold. The oven will need feeding. The dough will be waiting. The town will need its bread, and you will be there to provide it, as you were yesterday, and will be tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, the baker in a town whose name nobody remembers, making the thing that everybody needs. And just before you drift off, in that floating space between waking and sleeping, you think about the bread, about the way it rises in the dark, about the way it transforms in the heat, about the way it feeds the world, one loaf at a time, without asking for anything in return. You're a baker. It is enough. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the oven settling, a low contented sound like a large animal curling up for the night. The fire whispers. The flour sits quietly in its bins. The dough dreams of bread. And you dream of morning. Not a specific morning. Just morning itself. The feeling of it. The dark kitchen coming to life. The fire catching. The flour falls through your fingers into the trough. The dough yields to your hands. The smell of bread climbing out of the oven and into the world. This is your life. It is small. It is local. It will not be recorded in any chronicle or celebrated in any song. No one will build a monument to the baker who made the brown loaves in the town whose name the maps forgot. But the people you fed will remember the taste. The warmth of your bakehouse will live in the memory of every child who pressed their nose against the counter and breathed in the sweet, wheaty air on a cold morning. The bread you made will become part of the bodies that ate it, part of the bones and the blood and the energy that built houses and ploughed fields and carried babies and laughed at the tavern on Friday nights. You are a baker. You feed the world, one loaf at a time, one morning at a time, one ordinary, extraordinary day after another. Sleep now. The dough is rising, the oven is warm. The morning will come, as it always does, and you will be ready for it. You are always ready for it. Good night, baker. Your town sleeps well because of you. You wake before dawn in your timber-framed house, the kind with walls that lean slightly inward and floors that creak with the memory of 100 footsteps. The room smells of salt and smoke. That particular blend that never quite leaves coastal homes no matter how many times you scrub the floorboards. Through the gaps in the shutters you can hear the harbour stirring. Not with sudden noise, but with the gradual accumulation of sounds that means the port is stretching awake. The first thing you notice, even before you're fully conscious, is the quality of the air. It's different here than it would be inland. Heavier somehow, carrying the weight of ocean moisture mixed with the earthier scents of fish and tar and wet rope. Your lungs have grown so accustomed to this particular atmosphere that you'd probably feel uneasy breathing anything else. When your cousin visited from the countryside last summer, she complained that the air felt thick enough to chew. You hadn't known what she meant until you visited her farm and found yourself gasping at how thin and empty the inland air seemed. You swing your legs out of bed, feet finding the wooden floor that's always slightly damp this close to the water. The cold travels up through your soles, a morning greeting you've learned to expect. Your house sits 3 streets back from the main wharf, close enough that you can gauge the tide by sound alone. Right now, it's coming in. You can tell by the way the water slaps against the dock pilings with a particular hollow rhythm. When the tide goes out, the sound changes entirely, becoming more of a sucking whisper as the sea retreats across the mud flats. The pre-dawn light filtering through your shutters has that strange quality you've learned means fog. Not the thick pea soupers that sometimes roll in during autumn, but the light morning haze that will burn off by mid-morning once the sun gains proper strength. You've learned to read weather the way some people read books, interpreting signs that would mean nothing to someone who didn't live by the sea's moods. Dressing in the half-light, you pull on the same layers you wore yesterday, the ones that smell least of fish and sweat. Laundry happens when it happens, usually when your daughter complains that your shirt could probably walk to the washing tub by itself. The fashion here runs toward practical rather than decorative. Woolen breeches that can survive salt spray, a linen shirt that's been mended so many times the original fabric is hard to identify, and a leather jerkin that's supposed to provide some protection against the wind that never quite stops blowing. By the time you make it downstairs, your wife has already coaxed the kitchen fire back to life. The hearth dominates the main room, built large enough that you could roast a whole sheep if you were the sort of person who could afford whole sheep. More typically, it hosts a perpetual pot of something, usually fish stew or oat porridge, occasionally both if you've had a particularly good week. The fire's warmth hasn't spread far yet, and the corners of the room still hold pockets of cold air that will linger until noon. Your wife moves through her morning routine with the efficiency of someone who's performed the same actions for 20 years. Bread from yesterday gets cut into thick slices. Butter, if there's any butter. More likely just the bread. Maybe softened in whatever's warming in the pot. She doesn't say much this early. Neither of you do. Morning conversation is a luxury for people who don't have to be at the docks before the fishing boats return. Through the open door you can hear the port's morning symphony beginning in earnest now. Someone's hammering metal against metal, probably the smithy 3 streets over, getting an early start on whatever repairs accumulated yesterday. A dog barks, is told to shut up and barks again anyway. Footsteps on cobblestones, dozens of them all heading in the same general direction, toward the water. You eat your bread quickly, washing it down with small beer that tastes like it's gone slightly off but probably hasn't. Everything tastes like it's gone slightly off when you live this close to fish markets. Your youngest daughter appears, already dressed, looking more awake than any child should at this hour. She's reached that age where she wants to be involved in everything. Asks questions about ship rigging and cargo manifests and why exactly ships float in the first place. You've tried explaining about displacement and hulls and why oak is better than pine, but your understanding of these matters is more practical than theoretical. Ships float because they're built right, and they sink when they're not. That's the extent of your naval architecture expertise. Outside, the sky has lightened enough that you can make out the masts in the harbour. They rise like a forest of bare trees, swaying slightly even though there's barely any wind yet. Counting them has become a habit. You do it without thinking, the same way you might count your children before bed to make sure everyone's home. 23 ships are currently at anchor, which means business is decent but not booming. During the height of summer, you've seen 40 or more crowding the harbour, their crews competing for dock space and unloading priority. The walk to the waterfront takes you through streets that grow narrower the closer you get to the docks. Houses lean toward each other overhead, upper stories jutting out far enough that neighbours could shake hands across the gap if they wanted to. The streets themselves are less streets and more suggestions. Cobblestones laid down whenever someone got around to it, filling in the gaps between buildings that were constructed according to no particular plan. You navigate more by muscle memory than sight, knowing which corners to cut and which puddles never drain even in drought. Other workers appear from doorways and alleys, joining the general flow toward the harbour. You recognise most of them by silhouette alone. There's Willem, who works the crane that hoists cargo from ship to shore. Margaret, who sells bread to sailors fresh off long voyages. Young Thomas, who's apprenticed to a rope maker and always smells like hemp. Nobody talks much. It's too early for conversation. And besides, you'll have 12 hours together at the docks to say whatever needs saying. The harbour itself opens up suddenly, the cramped streets giving way to a wide expanse of wharves and warehouses and water. The fog sits heavier here, softening the edges of everything so that distant ships look like ghost vessels from some legend. The water surface is glass smooth in the protected harbour, broken only by the occasional ripple from a fish or the wake of an early rowing boat. You can smell breakfast cooking on several of the anchored ships, bacon and onions if your nose isn't lying. Sailors who've been at sea for weeks often cook elaborate meals their first morning in port, celebrating the availability of fresh food that doesn't need to be pickled or salted or dried until it's practically inedible. The smell makes your stomach remind you that bread alone doesn't constitute a proper breakfast, but there's no help for it now. The wharf master is already at his post, which surprises nobody because the wharf master is always at his post. You've sometimes wondered if he actually sleeps there, curled up in the small office that juts out over the water like a wooden growth. He nods as you pass, checking your face against some internal roster he maintains. He knows everyone who works the docks, knows who's reliable and who needs watching, who can be trusted with delicate cargo, and who should only handle sacks of grain that can survive a drop or two. Your job today, assuming the ships cooperate, will involve unloading whatever cargo needs unloading, and loading whatever cargo needs loading. It's not complicated work, but it's particular. Every type of goods requires its own handling. You don't stack barrels of wine the same way you stack crates of pottery, and you definitely don't approach bales of wool the same way you'd approach casks of gunpowder. You've learned these distinctions the way you learn to walk, through a combination of instruction, observation, and occasional painful mistakes. The first ship scheduled to unload this morning sits low in the water, which means she's carrying something heavy. Lead, maybe, or iron bars, or possibly just a massive quantity of salt. You'll find out soon enough. The crew is already moving around on deck, preparing lines and checking the rigging. Sailors move with a particular grace that land dwellers never quite achieve, balancing on surfaces that shift and tilt, making it look effortless. The sun breaks through the fog just enough to turn the harbour into something almost beautiful. Light reflects off the water in shifting patterns, and for a moment you can see why painters sometimes set up easels along the waterfront, trying to capture this particular quality of morning on canvas. Then someone drops a barrel behind you, the crash destroying any poetic ambience, and the workday properly begins. Your house, like every house within shouting distance of the harbour, bears the marks of its proximity to salt water. The wooden shutters have that bleached, weathered look that comes from constant exposure to sea air. The nails holding them in place show orange traces of rust no matter how often they're replaced. Even the stones in the foundation have taken on a darkened, damp appearance that never quite dries out, as if they've absorbed so much moisture over the years that they've given up trying to be properly dry. Inside, the battle against dampness is constant and never truly won. Your wife maintains a vigil that would put castle guards to shame, checking corners for mould, airing out bedding whenever the weather permits, and burning herbs that supposedly help prevent rot. The smell of lavender and rosemary is nearly as constant as the smell of salt, and while it doesn't actually stop the dampness, it at least makes the dampness smell better. The house itself is 3 stories of timber and plaster, though calling the 3rd story a proper floor is generous. It's more of a large attic where your older children sleep and where you store things that need to be kept dry, which is ironic, because the roof leaks in at least 4 places that you know about, and probably several more that you haven't discovered yet. Every heavy rain becomes an exercise in strategic bucket placement. The main living area occupies the ground floor, centred around that massive hearth. The room serves as kitchen, dining room, workshop and general gathering space all at once. Your wife's spinning wheel sits in the corner near the window where the light is best. Your daughter's slate for practicing letters rests on the table, surrounded by the crumbs of countless meals. A cabinet that belonged to your wife's grandmother stands against one wall, its shelves displaying the few pieces of pottery nice enough to be shown off rather than used. The floor is packed earth in most rooms, covered with rushes that need replacing more often than you'd like. Only the main room has actual wooden floorboards, and those are so worn in the traffic patterns that you can see the grain standing up in ridges. You've thought about sanding them smooth again, but that feels like the kind of project that gets perpetually postponed in favour of more urgent repairs. The walls are supposed to be whitewashed, and they are in theory. In practice, they're a patchwork of different shades where you've repaired sections or covered stains or just given up and let the original plaster show through. Your wife has hung bundles of dried herbs from the ceiling beams, partly for cooking and partly because she insists they help with the smell. Whether they actually help or just contribute different smells to the existing collection is debatable. Furniture is sparse and practical. The table is oak, heavy enough that moving it requires 2 strong people and a sense of purpose. The chairs don't match. 3 came from different neighbours over the years. One you built yourself during a winter when there wasn't enough dock work, and the smallest one was a gift from your brother-in-law, who felt guilty about something you've since forgotten. None of them are particularly comfortable, but comfort isn't really the point of chairs in a working household. The second floor holds the sleeping quarters, divided by thin walls that don't reach all the way to the ceiling. Privacy is more concept than reality. You can hear your neighbours' arguments through the shared wall, and they can undoubtedly hear yours. You've learned to recognise their footsteps and know their routines almost as well as your own. When their baby was sick last month, everyone within 3 houses lost sleep together. Your bedroom contains a bed, a chest for storing clothes, and a small table that holds a candle and whatever book you're currently failing to make time to read. The bed itself is a construction of rope and a straw mattress that needs retightening regularly. When the ropes stretch, the mattress sags into a shape that guarantees a backache. Your wife has mastered the art of the rope bed adjustment, though she claims you deliberately let it go too long before mentioning the problem. The children share a room that's theoretically large enough for all of them but practically feels like a game of human Tetris. 2 beds, arranged in an L shape, somehow accommodate 4 children through a combination of careful scheduling and the youngest ones being small enough to double up. Your oldest son, who's nearly grown, has started making noises about needing his own space. You've started making noises back about him being nearly grown enough to find his own lodging. Water is a constant concern. You have a well in the tiny courtyard behind the house, shared with 2 other families. The water tastes metallic and slightly off, but at least it's reliably wet. For washing, you collect rainwater in barrels when you can, though the same rain that fills your barrels also finds its way through your roof. There's probably a metaphor in there somewhere about the double-edged nature of blessings, but you're too tired to work it out. The courtyard serves as an outdoor workspace, a storage area, and the place where things go to be forgotten. Old barrels that might be useful someday lean against the wall, lengths of rope too short for dock work but too long to throw away hang from pegs. Your wife's washing line stretches across the space, currently empty but destined to be full of laundry by afternoon if the weather holds. The privy occupies one corner of the courtyard, a wooden structure that's exactly as pleasant as you'd expect for something that's essentially a shed with a hole in it. It's positioned downwind from the house, which helps in theory but matters less when you consider that the wind here changes direction about 6 times a day. Your children have developed impressive bladder control as a result of wanting to avoid nighttime trips to the outhouse. The neighbours on your left side are a family of rope makers. You can hear the rhythmic thwacking of their work through the shared wall, a sound that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore. The neighbours on your right are a widow and her adult daughter who take in sewing. The daughter has a voice that carries, particularly when she's arguing with suitors, which is often. You know more about her romantic life than you've ever wanted to know. Your street, like most streets in this part of town, lacks an official name. People call it the street where the sailmaker used to live, even though the sailmaker moved away 7 years ago and was replaced by a man who repairs nets. This seems to bother the net repairman, but not enough for him to do anything about it. Trying to change what people call a street is like trying to change the tide schedule. Theoretically possible, but practically pointless. The houses crowd together with barely enough space between them for a skinny cat to pass through. This isn't by design, but rather by the organic growth of a port town where every square foot of land near the docks is valuable. Buildings grew up wherever there was space, sometimes sharing walls, sometimes using a neighbour's wall as one of your own, creating an architectural patchwork that follows no plan except the plan of putting a roof over your head, as close to work as possible. Windows are small and few. Glass is expensive and shutters serve just fine for most purposes. Your house has actual glass in 2 windows, both on the street side where visitors might see them. The glass is thick and wavy, making everything outside look slightly distorted, but it lets in light while keeping out wind. That counts as luxury here. The door to the street is oak, reinforced with iron bands, and heavy enough that your youngest daughter can't open it without help. It's barred at night with a beam as thick as your forearm. The harbour attracts all sorts, and while your neighbourhood isn't particularly dangerous, it's not particularly safe either. Things disappear from courtyards. Drunk sailors looking for lodging sometimes try doors to see if they'll open. Better to bar the door and sleep soundly than trust in the kindness of strangers. Evening in your home means candlelight and firelight, and trying to accomplish whatever needs accomplishing before darkness makes it impossible. Your wife sews by the fire, squinting at her work. Your children do their chores with varying degrees of enthusiasm and success. You might repair some piece of equipment that broke during the day, or sharpen tools, or just sit and feel your back complain about the 12 hours of lifting you put it through. The house settles as it cools, making creaking and popping sounds that you've learned to distinguish from the sounds of actual problems. There's the post that always groans when the temperature drops. The board near the window that clicks when stepped on just right. The rafter that scrapes against its neighbour when the wind comes from the east. These are the nighttime sounds of your home, as familiar as your own breathing. When you finally head upstairs to sleep, the day's work sits in your muscles like stones. The bed's sag becomes almost comfortable when you're this tired. Through the walls you can hear your neighbours settling in as well, footsteps overhead, voices through the plaster, and the general symphony of people ending their days. Outside, the harbour continues its work. The tides don't care whether you're awake or asleep. Ships arrive and depart by their own schedules. The sea keeps its own hours, and everyone who lives near it adjusts their lives accordingly. The morning market sets up while you're still hauling cargo at the docks, but you can track its progress by sound. First comes the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, dozens of them converging on the market square from different directions. Then the shouts begin, vendors claiming their spots, arguing over who was there first, negotiating the invisible boundaries that separate one stall from another. By the time the sun is properly up, the market is in full voice, a cacophony that can be heard 3 streets away. You finish your dock work around mid-morning, your back providing detailed complaints about every barrel you've lifted. The wharfmaster tallies your hours on a board that's more scratches and marks than wood at this point. Payment happens on Saturday, assuming the merchants actually pay the wharfmaster, who pays the dock foreman, who pays you. It's a system that works until it doesn't, and you've learned to keep mental track of what you're owed versus what you've actually received. The walk from dock to market takes you through the commercial heart of the port town. Here the buildings are slightly taller, slightly better maintained, and bearing signs that advertise their wares. A ship chandler occupies a corner building, his windows full of rope and canvas and mysterious brass instruments that supposedly help with navigation. Next to him, a tavern is already doing steady business despite the hour. Sailors operate on their own schedules, and when you've just spent 6 weeks at sea, 10 in the morning feels perfectly reasonable for a drink. A man selling broadsheets stands near the market entrance, shouting headlines about wars and kings and events that may or may not be true. You've learned to be sceptical of news that comes printed on cheap paper, but people buy the sheets anyway, hungry for information about the wider world. The printer makes most of his money from the advertisements on the back page, notices about ships departing, cargo for sale, and rewards for runaway apprentices. The market square isn't actually square, it's more of an irregular polygon that exists in the space between buildings that were put up without much concern for civic planning. Someone tried to organise it once, painting lines to mark stall locations, but the lines have long since faded and been ignored anyway. Stall placement is determined by tradition, seniority, and occasionally by who's willing to show up earliest to claim the best spots. The fish sellers occupy the section nearest the docks, which makes sense given their product's freshness requirements. They've arranged their wares on tables covered with seaweed. The fish laid out in neat rows that disguise the fact that most of these fish were swimming yesterday. The sellers keep up a constant patter, praising their fish's firm flesh and clear eyes, claiming each catch is the finest of the morning. You've learned to judge fish quality yourself. The eyes are indeed important, but so is the smell, the texture of the skin, and whether the gills are still bright red. A woman you've known for years, Margaret of the Good Fish, spots you and gestures toward a particularly nice-looking cod. You examine it with the seriousness it deserves, checking for the signs that separate merely acceptable fish from genuinely good fish. The flesh springs back when you press it. The eyes haven't clouded. Margaret watches this inspection with the patience of someone who knows her product is solid. You negotiate a price that's probably fair to both of you. Though you both pretend to be slightly dissatisfied, it's expected. Beyond the fish sellers, the market spreads into other specialties. Vegetables from local farms, looking somewhat sad this late in autumn but still edible. Bread from 3 different bakers, each claiming superiority over the others in ways that seem to involve ancient grudges and complicated family histories. A woman sells eggs from a cart, the eggs nested in straw, and swears these are from her own chickens, even though everyone knows she buys them from a farmer 10 miles inland and marks them up. The butcher operates from a permanent stall that's more shop than stall, with actual walls and a roof and a counter worn smooth by years of transactions. He's got mutton today, and pork, and something he claims is beef but might be old dairy cow. The prices are high enough that you mentally calculate whether you can afford meat this week, or whether you're looking at another few days of fish and bread. Your wife has opinions about your fish and bread diet, specifically that she's tired of cooking it and you're all tired of eating it. Cloth sellers occupy a favoured position near the market centre, their wares colourful enough to attract attention. Most of what they're selling is wool, practical, warm and waterproof when properly treated. But there are also linens for those who can afford them, and even a few pieces of silk for those who can afford them and want everyone to know it. You finger a piece of wool that would make a good winter cloak, calculate the cost against your recent earnings, and move on. Winter is coming, but it's not here yet. A general goods merchant has spread an impressive array of items across 2 tables. Nails, knives, cooking pots, needles, thread, buttons, buckles, and mysterious items whose purposes you can only guess at. His prices are higher than they should be, but he's the only source for many of these goods unless you want to wait for a ship from London to bring specialised items. He knows this and prices accordingly. The cheese seller has actual cheese from actual dairy cows, aged in caves somewhere inland, and the smell alone is enough to make your mouth water. You buy a small round of something hard and yellow that the seller promises will last through winter without going bad. Whether it will last through winter in your house is another question. Your children have been known to chip pieces off when they think nobody's watching. Spices occupy a corner of the market where a merchant who considers himself several steps above the common vendors has set up something approaching a proper shop. He's got pepper, which is expensive but worth it. Cinnamon, which is more expensive and possibly worth it if you're the sort of person who puts cinnamon in things. Strange powders in jars labelled with names you can't pronounce, which he swears will transform ordinary food into extraordinary food. You're sceptical, but your wife has expressed interest in something called cardamom, so you inquire about prices and immediately regret it. A potter sells bowls and cups and plates, all of them brown and practical and approximately the same shape. He's been at this corner for 15 years, and every house in the neighbourhood contains at least 3 of his bowls. They're not beautiful, but they're cheap and they don't break easily, which matters more than beauty when you're serving stew to hungry children. The market also hosts less permanent vendors, people who show up sporadically with whatever they've made or found or salvaged. Today there's a man selling rope scraps, which you might have use for. A woman with baskets woven from reeds. A boy who claims these shells are special shells, lucky shells, shells that will bring fortune to whoever owns them. The shells look like regular shells to you, but people are buying them anyway. Arguments break out periodically, accusations of short waits, disputes over whose customer was who's first, and complaints about someone's fish stinking up someone else's bread. A market official wanders through occasionally, settling disputes with the authority of someone who's seen every possible market argument and is unimpressed by all of them. He carries a set of standard weights to verify scales, and vendors suddenly become very interested in checking their own measurements when they see him coming. Children weave through the crowd, some running errands for their parents, some just running because market day is exciting. They cluster around a man doing magic tricks. At least, he calls them magic tricks, though you're fairly certain that coin didn't actually disappear so much as end up in his other hand. The children don't care. They gasp and applaud and beg him to do it again. Your wife appears from somewhere, basket already half full of purchases you'll need to account for later. She's got bread and vegetables and something wrapped in cloth that she won't show you, which means it's either a surprise or something she thinks you'll object to spending money on. Possibly both. She examines your fish purchase, nods approval, and adds it to her basket. The market will continue until early afternoon, then gradually disperse as vendors pack up their remaining goods. Some items will be cheaper in the final hour, bread that won't be fresh tomorrow, fish that definitely won't be fresh tomorrow, and vegetables that are already borderline. Smart shoppers with flexible schedules wait until the end, gambling that they'll get bargains without missing out on everything good. You've tried this strategy. The results have been mixed. The tavern called the Mermaid's Rest occupies a building that looks like it might collapse if everyone inside leaned left at the same time. The floors tilt at angles that seem to defy basic principles of construction, and the whole structure emits creaks that sound like complaints. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, the Mermaid's Rest has been serving ale and gossip for longer than anyone can remember, and will probably continue doing so long after more sensible buildings have fallen down. You push through the door around evening when the day's work is finally finished and your muscles have progressed from complaining to outright rebellion. The interior is dark despite several windows, partly because the windows are small and dirty, partly because the ceiling is low and smoke-stained. The room smells of ale and sweat and wood smoke, with underlying notes of spilled wine and yesterday's stew. It's not a pleasant smell exactly, but it's familiar, and after 12 hours of moving cargo, familiar counts for a lot. The tavern keeper, a woman named Beatrice who's built like a barrel and has a personality to match, nods toward your usual corner. The table there is slightly more level than the others, which is why it's popular and why you have to arrive early to claim it. You settle onto a bench that's been worn smooth by countless other dock workers settling onto it at the end of countless other days. Beatrice brings ale without asking what you want, because what you want is always ale, and specifically the cheap ale rather than the slightly less cheap ale. The cup is wooden, the rim darkened by years of lips, and the ale inside is brown and cloudy and tastes like bread that started to go bad, which is basically what it is. You drink it anyway. After the day you've had, it tastes like victory. Other workers filter in gradually, each claiming their customary spots through a combination of habit and unspoken territorial agreements. Willem arrives, still smelling of the tar he works with on the docks. Margaret's husband comes in, probably sent by Margaret to limit how long he stays and how much he drinks. Young Thomas appears with his master, the rope maker, who immediately launches into a technical discussion about rope tension that nobody else cares about, but everyone will pretend to listen to. The conversation starts slowly, building like a fire that needs time to catch. Someone mentions the ship that arrived this morning from Amsterdam. Someone else knows someone who knows someone on that ship and heard they'd had trouble with pirates near the channel. This leads to other pirate stories, each more dramatic than the last, until you're fairly certain no one involved in this conversation has ever actually seen a pirate, but everyone has strong opinions about them. A group of sailors occupies the far corner, their voices loud with the particular enthusiasm of men who've recently been paid. They're from the merchant ship that unloaded salt this morning, celebrating their wages before those wages disappear into the pockets of landlords and tavern keepers and the various merchants who'll be happy to sell them things they don't need. One of them is demonstrating some knot that he swears saved the ship during a storm, though his hands are unsteady enough that the demonstration isn't particularly convincing. The tavern fills gradually as evening properly sets in. Workers from all over the port area congregate here. Not just dock workers, but also the coopers who make barrels, the sailmakers who repair canvas, the chandlers who supply ships, the customs officers who extract taxes, and the scribes who record transactions. Everyone who makes their living from the sea's commerce eventually ends up at the Mermaid's Rest, drawn by cheap ale and the comfort of complaining to people who understand what you're complaining about. Beatrice moves through the crowd with surprising grace for someone her size, delivering drinks and food and sharp comments in equal measure. She runs this tavern with iron efficiency, tolerating no nonsense and suffering no fools. When an argument breaks out near the bar, something about someone owing someone money, or maybe about someone looking at someone else's wife, it's hard to tell. Beatrice simply appears between them, arms crossed, and the argument dies instantly. Nobody argues with Beatrice. Beatrice could probably stop a war through sheer force of disapproval. The food, when you order it, is basic but substantial. Stew that's been simmering all day, full of meat and vegetables and things that might be either onions or potatoes depending on what was available. Bread for soaking up the stew, crusty on the outside and soft inside, still warm from whenever it was baked. The portions are generous because Beatrice understands that men who spend 12 hours lifting heavy things need fuel to recover. Music starts around the second hour, provided by an old sailor who's missing 3 fingers, but can still coax surprisingly good sounds from a small wooden flute. He knows maybe 6 songs, plays them in the same order every night, and nobody complains because these are good songs, the kind everyone knows the words to, even if they can't remember where they learned them. Some songs are about the sea, naturally. Some are about women, inevitably. Some are about drinking, appropriately. One is about a rooster that challenged the king to a duel, which doesn't make much sense but has a catchy melody. The atmosphere grows warmer and louder as the evening progresses. Conversations overlap until individual words become impossible to distinguish, creating a general roar punctuated by occasional shouts of laughter or argument. The air grows thick with pipe smoke. Everyone seems to be smoking cheap tobacco that smells like burning rope. Your eyes water, but opening a window would let in cold air so the smoke stays. Someone proposes a dice game, which leads to several dice games, which leads to the inevitable accusations of loaded dice and suspicious rolling techniques. Money changes hands based on the tumbling of small bone cubes, fortunes rising and falling with each throw. You watch rather than participate, having learned that dice games at the Mermaid's Rest tend to favour the house, in ways that aren't immediately obvious, but become clear when you calculate your losses later. Stories circulate like currency, each person trying to top the previous tale. A carpenter describes a house he's building that's supposedly the finest in the district, with glass in every window and floorboards so perfectly fitted you could roll a marble across them without hitting a crack. A fisherman talks about the enormous cod he almost caught, describing it with hand gestures that suggest it was roughly the size of a rowboat. A merchant's clerk complains about his employer's son, who's being trained to take over the business despite having apparently the intelligence of a wooden post. The tavern also serves as an unofficial news bureau. Here you learn which ships are hiring, which merchants are paying fair wages, which captains are cruel and which are merely demanding. You hear about the storm that damaged 3 ships last week off the coast of France. Someone's cousin knows someone who heard that war might be coming again, though with whom and about what remains unclear. A new regulation from London apparently requires different paperwork for imported wine, which means more work for customs officers and more delays for everyone else. Young Thomas gets progressively drunker, his face flushing red as he tries to keep pace with older, more experienced drinkers. His master notices and cuts him off, over Thomas's loud protests that he's perfectly fine, which he demonstrates by attempting to stand and immediately sitting back down hard. The master hauls him to his feet and guides him toward the door, Thomas still insisting that one more drink would be reasonable and appropriate. As the night deepens, some people leave while others settle in for the duration. The serious drinkers separate themselves from the social drinkers, their focus narrowing to the cup in front of them and the regular rhythm of lifting it, drinking, putting it down, and repeating. Beatrice watches them with the careful eye of someone who knows exactly when a customer has crossed from profitable to problematic. The conversation at your table has cycled through work complaints to family updates, to vague plans that will probably never materialise. Willem mentions he's thinking of looking for better work, maybe inland where the hours are more predictable. You've heard him say this before, and you'll probably hear him say it again in 6 months. But you nod sympathetically anyway. Everyone talks about getting out of dock work. Nobody actually does it. When you finally push back from the table, legs slightly unsteady, the world has taken on that softened quality that comes from several cups of ale on an empty stomach. The walk home requires concentration. The cobblestones seem determined to trip you, and the familiar streets look slightly different in the darkness. The harbour water reflects moonlight, turning the port into something almost magical. At least until you remember it's the same dirty water that smells like fish and worse. Your house, when you reach it, is dark except for a single candle in the window. Your wife has left it burning as a guide, a small gesture that fills you with more gratitude than several cups of ale probably warrant. You fumble with the door latch, trying to be quiet and failing completely, and make your way to bed, where sleep arrives quickly and without mercy. You've never owned a clock, but you don't need one. The tide tells time better than any mechanism of gears and springs ever could. You've learned to read its schedule in the water's voice, in the height of the waves against the dock pilings, and in the smell of exposed mud flats that marks low tide as surely as a bell marks the hour. This morning, or possibly early afternoon, the distinction matters less when your schedule follows water rather than sun. The tide is going out. You can hear it in the particular sucking sound the harbour makes as water retreats, pulling back to expose the posts that usually stay submerged. The whole port operates on this rhythm, every activity timed to match what the sea allows. Ships can only enter the harbour at high tide, when there's enough depth to clear the sandbar that lurks at the harbour mouth like a trap for unwary captains. You've watched ships attempt entry at low tide, seen them scrape bottom and stick fast. Their crews forced to wait for the water's return while everyone on shore laughs at their impatience. The local pilots, who know every inch of the harbour bottom, charge extra for guiding ships in during marginal conditions. Unloading happens on the falling tide. The ships sit high enough that gangplanks can reach from deck to dock, and the work proceeds with urgency because everyone knows the window is limited. When the tide comes fully in, the ships rise too high, the angle becomes wrong, and unloading stops until the tide turns again. You've got maybe 4 hours to move whatever cargo needs moving before the water makes the decision for you. Your work today involves barrels, endless barrels of wine brought from France in a ship that smells like an enormous grape. Each barrel weighs as much as a small person and requires 2 men to manoeuvre it safely down the gangplank. You've developed a technique over the years, a particular way of gripping the rim and shifting your weight that makes the barrels roll rather than deadlifting their full weight. Your back still protests, but less violently than it would with poor technique. The copperage sits 50 yards from the dock, positioned precisely to minimise the distance barrels need to travel, while staying far enough from the water to avoid flooding. You and your partner, today it's a man named Peter who talks too much but works steadily, roll each barrel along the dock, navigate the uneven cobblestones, and stack them in the copperage yard. The cooper checks each barrel, looking for damage, leaks, and suspicious bulges that might indicate the wine has gone bad. Between barrels, you can track the tide's progress by watching the waterline on the dock posts. Each post bears rings of discoloration marking different tide levels. Dark green algae near the top where high tide reaches, lighter rings below showing the gradual progression downward. Right now you're watching the water recede past the 3rd ring, which means you've got about an hour left before the lowest point. Low tide transforms the harbour into a different landscape entirely. What was underwater becomes temporary land, or at least temporary mud. The mud flats stretch out, grey-brown and glistening, marked by the tracks of birds who know this is feeding time. Clams hide in the mud, along with worms and small crabs and other creatures that make their living in the space between sea and land. Children appear during low tide, armed with buckets and shovels, digging for clams and mussels. It's work disguised as play, or maybe play that produces useful results. Either way, the children take it seriously, competing to see who can gather the most, occasionally stealing from each other's buckets when they think no one's watching. Their parents will be glad of the free protein, even if they have to rinse sand out of the shellfish for longer than seems reasonable. The harbour master uses low tide to inspect dock foundations, checking for damage, replacing posts that have rotted, and assessing what repairs will be needed before winter storms arrive. He wades through ankle-deep water, occasionally plunging a pole down to check the depth of mud, making notes on a slate board that he wipes and rewrites throughout the day. Some workers specialise in the mud flats themselves, harvesting reeds that grow in the marshy areas and cutting them for use in thatching roofs or making baskets. They move with the confidence of people who know which mud is firm enough to walk on, and which will swallow your boot if you step wrong. You've seen newcomers attempt to cross the flats at low tide, watched them sink to their knees, and heard their curses as they try to extract themselves from mud that grips like it has personal feelings about letting go. The fishing boats that were out overnight return on the incoming tide, timing their arrival to ride the rising water into harbour. They sail in with the particular exhausted satisfaction of people who've worked through the night and are ready to be done. Their catches get unloaded immediately, the fish destined for the morning market even though morning is long past. Freshness is relative in the fish trade. Caught last night counts as fresh if you get it to market before it starts to smell. You finish the barrel work just as the tide begins to turn. You can see it in the water's behaviour, the way it slows its retreat, pauses, then starts moving in the other direction. It's not dramatic. There's no visible wave or sudden surge, but the change is unmistakable once you know what to watch for. The water starts filling in the areas it recently vacated, crawling up the dock posts ring by ring, reclaiming its territory. The rising tide brings different work. Ships that were too high now become accessible again as they settle into their proper height. Cargo that couldn't be loaded earlier can be loaded now. The whole port shifts its activities to match the water's new position. Everything's synchronised to a schedule that's been the same since humans first built docks and decided to argue with the sea about who controlled what. You eat your midday meal sitting on a barrel, watching the tide come in. Your food is bread and cheese, the cheese already soft from the heat of your pocket. The bread tastes like it was fresh yesterday, which means it's stale today but not yet truly old. You wash it down with beer from a skin that's seen better days, the leather starting to crack at the seams. Around you, the port hums with activity calibrated to the water's level. Cranes lift cargo from ships that are now at the correct height. Workers secure lines, adjust fenders, and shift goods around with the practiced efficiency of people who've done this 1,000 times. A ship preparing to depart waits patiently for high tide, knowing that attempting to cross the sandbar at the wrong moment means either sticking fast or tearing out the hull. The afternoon tide peaks around mid-afternoon, the water rising almost to the top of its range. The harbour looks full at high tide with all the exposed mud covered and the docks nearly level with the water's surface. It's the prettiest time when everything looks clean, and the smell of mudflats is replaced by the relatively fresher smell of open water. Of course, fresher is relative. This is still harbour water, full of everything that gets thrown or falls or leaks into it, but at least the sewage is diluted. You work through the high tide period, loading a departing ship with bales of wool destined for some port you've never visited and probably never will. The wool is heavy and awkward, the bales bound with rough rope that tears at your hands. You've developed calluses on your calluses, but even they struggle with the particularly coarse hemp. The ship's captain supervises the loading, shouting corrections and adjustments in a voice that suggests he believes everyone but him is incompetent. He's probably right, or at least he's responsible for everything that goes wrong once his ship leaves port, so his paranoia is understandable. You've learned to nod and adjust and not take the shouting personally. Captains shout the way fish swim. It's just what they do. As the afternoon wears into evening, the tide begins its outward journey again. The cycle continues twice daily, as reliable as sunrise and considerably more important to your livelihood. You've seen the sun fail to appear through fog and clouds, but you've never seen the tide forget to turn. It's the one certainty in a life full of variables. The evening low tide brings the clam diggers back out, those who work multiple shifts extracting whatever they can from the exposed flats. The setting sun paints the mud flats orange and pink, making them look almost beautiful. though you know that up close they're just mud and smell like it. The birds that feed at low tide cry and circle, their calls mixing with the sounds of human work, all of it part of the harbour's eternal rhythm. You head home as the light fails, your day measured not in hours but in tides. 2 full cycles from low to low again, your work fitted into the windows the sea allowed. Tomorrow will be the same but shifted slightly, because the tides come 50 minutes later each day. A slow rotation that means you're never working quite the same schedule 2 days running. It should be confusing, but after years of living by tides, any other way of tracking time would feel stranger. Your house after sunset smells like fish soup and smoke and wet wool drying by the fire. Your wife has transformed the cod you brought home into something edible through a process that involves more onions and herbs than seems strictly necessary. But the result is good enough that your children eat without complaining, which counts as success. The meal happens around the table, everyone crowded together on mismatched chairs, the youngest daughter perched on a stool because there aren't enough proper seats. Your oldest son, the one who's nearly grown, complains that his portion is smaller than his brother's, which leads to a detailed comparison of bowl sizes that reveals his complaint is baseless, but loudly defended anyway. Your wife settles the dispute by giving both boys slightly less soup, and keeping the difference for herself, which she claims is the mother's tax for having to listen to arguments about soup portions. Conversation during meals is chaotic and overlapping. Your middle daughter talks about something that happened at the market, though her story keeps getting derailed by unnecessary details about who was wearing what, and who said what to whom. Your youngest daughter contributes random observations about birds she saw, and games she played, none of it connected to anything else, just a stream of consciousness from someone who hasn't learned that conversation should have topics. Your wife asks about your day in the tone of someone who doesn't really want a detailed answer, but feels obligated to ask. You provide the abbreviated version: cargo moved, ships unloaded, the usual work. She nods with the understanding of someone who's heard this answer many times before and will hear it many times again. In return, you ask about her day, and she describes the market prices and which neighbour is feuding with which other neighbour, and something complicated about someone's cousin getting married to someone inappropriate. You nod and make sounds of interest while understanding perhaps a third of the social dynamics she's explaining. After the meal, chores divide along familiar lines. The boys carry water from the well because they're strong enough to manage the heavy buckets. The girls clear the table and wash dishes because that's what girls do, or at least that's what your wife insists girls do, and you've learned not to involve yourself in these debates. You're assigned to check the shutters and make sure the fire is properly banked for the night. Tasks that require minimal skill, but someone has to do them. Your oldest son mentions that he's been offered work on a merchant ship, a position that would take him away for months at a time but pays better than dock work. Your wife's face does something complicated while trying to maintain a neutral expression. You can read the concern there. She's already imagining all the things that could go wrong at sea, which is fair because many things do go wrong at sea. But you're also thinking about the money, about how another income could mean a better house, or at least repairs to this one. You tell him you'll think about it, which is what you say when you need time to figure out what you actually think. The evening routine involves your wife's endless battle with mending. She sits by the fire with a basket of clothes that need patches or darning or buttons replaced, working through them with the steady persistence of someone who knows the work is never truly finished. Because clothes continue to wear out faster than they can be fixed. She's explained this futile cycle to you several times, usually while you're wearing a shirt that needs mending, which tends to undermine your ability to offer sympathy. Your younger children are supposed to be practicing their letters on slates, but what they're actually doing is drawing pictures and giggling about something. Education in your household is sporadic and largely self-directed, constrained by the fact that you can barely read yourself, and your wife isn't much better. You can manage to puzzle out simple texts and sign your name, which puts you ahead of many dock workers, but doesn't qualify you to teach proper reading and writing. The local church offers some schooling, but it costs money you don't always have, and besides, the children are needed for work more often than not. The fire creates shadows that dance on the walls, turning the familiar room into something slightly mysterious. Your youngest daughter claims she can see faces in the flames, which leads to a discussion about whether fire can have faces, which leads to your son explaining that fire isn't alive, so it definitely can't have faces, which leads to an argument about whether you need to be alive to have a face. You let them work this out themselves while you attempt to read a pamphlet someone gave you about new regulations on imported goods. The reading goes slowly, your finger tracing under each word, occasionally asking your wife about words you can't decipher. Bedtime is less of an event and more of a gradual process. The younger children get sleepy first, their heads drooping while they insist they're not tired at all. Your wife herds them upstairs with promises that tomorrow will come faster if they just close their eyes now, which is technically true, but probably not the comfort she intends. The older children stay up later, the privilege of being nearly grown. Though, staying up mostly means sitting around looking bored because there's not much to do once it's dark except sit and be awake. Your wife tells a story before sleep, or tries to, because your youngest daughter keeps interrupting with questions that derail the narrative. The story is about a fisherman who caught a magical fish that granted wishes, a tale your wife has told many times with variations. Tonight the fish is golden instead of silver, and the fisherman has 3 wishes instead of 7. But the moral remains the same. Be careful what you wish for, because you'll probably get it wrong. Your children have heard this story enough times that they correct her when she deviates too far from the established version. Once the children are finally asleep, or at least pretending convincingly enough, you and your wife have a brief moment of quiet. She continues her mending. You sit and feel your body catalogue every complaint from the day's work. The fire burns low and neither of you moves to build it up. Fuel costs money, and you're both tired enough that bed sounds better than warmth anyway. She mentions that the neighbour's daughter is getting married, which leads to a complicated discussion about dowries and whether they're doing it properly, and what kind of life that girl can expect with the boy she's marrying. You contribute occasional grunts of agreement because your wife doesn't actually need you to participate in this conversation so much as witness it. She's thinking out loud, processing the social dynamics of your small community, and trying to understand the web of obligations and expectations that governs everything. You mention the possible ship job for your oldest son. She's silent for a moment, the needle pausing in its work. Then she says what you both know, that it's good money but dangerous, that he's old enough to make his own decisions but young enough to make stupid ones, that you can't protect him forever, but you're not ready to stop trying. You don't resolve anything, there's nothing to resolve yet, but at least you've said it out loud, making the worries concrete instead of leaving them as a vague anxiety. The house settles into its nighttime sounds. Upstairs, someone turns over in bed, making the ropes creak. Outside, the harbour continues its work. You can hear voices calling back and forth between ships, the sound of footsteps on the docks, and a dog barking at something only it can see. The sea never sleeps, and neither does the port that serves it. When you finally head upstairs, your wife extinguishing the candles behind you, the day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with accomplishment and everything to do with survival. Another day of work done, family fed, house still standing, children still alive. It's not much by grand standards, but by the standards of people who live by the sea and work with their backs, it's everything that matters. Your bed receives you with the same lumpy familiarity it always does. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment before sleep comes, you're aware of the simple comfort of another person's warmth, the shared life you've built in this tilting house by the harbour, the way your days follow the tides in your lives, follow patterns as old as the port itself. The sun sets into the harbour like it's been doing this all its life, turning the water into something resembling molten copper. The evening light does things to the port town that almost make you forget it's the same place that smells like fish guts and sewage during the day. Shadows stretch long across the docks, softening the rough edges of warehouses and masts, making everything look gentler than it deserves. You finish your last bit of work as the light fades, securing a line here, checking that cargo is properly covered there, and doing the small tasks that prevent tomorrow from starting with disasters. The wharfmaster walks the docks one final time, his lantern bobbing in the growing darkness, making sure everything is secured before night fully settles in. He's been doing this for 30 years, checking the same things in the same order, finding occasional problems that would have become major problems by morning. The evening brings a different population to the docks. The daytime workers head home while others emerge. Fishermen preparing for night fishing, ship's crews rotating watch, and various individuals whose business is better conducted in darkness. You don't ask about the latter. Port towns attract all sorts of commerce, some of it legal, some of it less legal, and most of it existing in a grey area that depends on who's asking and how much they're willing to pay to avoid asking too closely. Walking home, you pass through streets that are transforming as the light dies. Lanterns appear in windows, small points of illumination that create more shadows than they dispel. The taverns glow warmly, their doors opening and closing as workers seek the comfort of drink and company. Someone's cooking something that smells like roasted meat, and your stomach reminds you that fish soup for dinner, while adequate, wasn't particularly exciting. Your street is quieter than the commercial areas, settling into evening routines that revolve around families and homes rather than commerce. Smoke rises from chimneys as people build up their fires for the night. Children play in the last bit of light, their games having that frantic quality that comes from knowing they'll be called inside soon. A mother yells for her son, who pretends not to hear, which earns him a more emphatic summons that he can't pretend to ignore. Your own house has that warm glow that means your wife has already lit the candles and built up the fire. You can see your children moving around inside through the windows, shadows against the light. It's a simple sight, one you see every evening, but tonight you pause to appreciate it, the basic fact of having a home to return to, people who expect your return, and a fire that's been kept burning for your arrival. Inside, your wife has progressed beyond soup and has somehow produced bread pudding, which is ambitious given your typical supplies. You don't ask how she managed it. There are mysteries in household economy that you've learned not to probe too deeply. The pudding is heavy and sweet and tastes like raisins that might have had better days but are still perfectly adequate when mixed with enough honey. The evening stretches out without urgency. Your oldest son sits by the window, supposedly reading, but probably just thinking about that ship job and whatever fantasies he has about life at sea. Your daughters have discovered that the cat is willing to tolerate being dressed in doll clothes, at least until it isn't, which happens suddenly and with impressive use of claws. Your middle son works on some carving project, creating wood shavings that will need sweeping up later, absorbed in the particular focus that children bring to projects they've chosen themselves. Your wife settles into her chair with a cup of something hot. Probably not tea, because tea is expensive. More likely some herbal mixture she's decided has beneficial properties. She sips it slowly, staring into the fire with the expression of someone whose mind is elsewhere, working through whatever calculations and worries occupy her thoughts. You've learned not to interrupt this thinking time. She'll share what she needs to share when she's ready. The fire burns steadily, its light creating a circle of warmth and visibility in the gathering darkness. Beyond that circle, the corners of the room fade into shadow and you're content to let them. There's something comforting about having the world reduced to this manageable size. Just this room, this fire, these people. Outside, the harbour continues its eternal rhythm. You can hear water lapping against the docks, that gentle, repetitive sound that's so constant, you usually don't notice it until you're sitting still enough to pay attention. Occasionally a voice carries across the water, someone calling instructions or greetings. A bell rings somewhere, marking some nautical hour that has meaning to sailors but is just sound to you. Your youngest daughter climbs into your lap, which is becoming more difficult as she grows, but which she still insists on doing. She smells like whatever she got into today, probably the garden, possibly the neighbour's chickens, definitely something that needs washing but won't get washed until tomorrow. She asks you to tell her about the big fish, which is her way of requesting the same story you've told her 50 times, about the time you saw a whale breach in the harbour mouth. You tell the story again, embellishing the parts you've embellished before, the whale growing slightly larger with each retelling until it's probably twice the size of the actual creature. She listens with the satisfaction of hearing a familiar tale, occasionally correcting your details when you deviate too far from the established narrative. When you finish, she immediately asks if you've ever seen a bigger fish than that, which leads to speculation about what might live in the deep ocean, which leads to her being convinced there are definitely sea monsters. Your wife interrupts before the sea monster discussion can escalate into nightmares. She herds the children toward the stairs with gentle insistence, beginning the long process of getting everyone to bed. Your oldest son doesn't need herding, but goes anyway, probably glad for the excuse to escape family time and return to whatever thoughts occupy his almost adult mind. You remain by the fire, adding another log because the night is growing cold, and you're not quite ready to surrender warmth for sleep. The wood catches slowly, flames licking up the sides before fully committing to burning. You watch this with the attention of someone who's tired enough that even fire becomes interesting. The house quiets as children settle into sleep. The creaking and thumping from upstairs gradually diminishes until there's only the house's own sounds, the timbers settling, the wind finding gaps in the walls, and the fire popping occasionally when pockets of sap heat and burst. These sounds are so familiar they are almost silence, the white noise of home. Your wife returns, having achieved the minor miracle of getting everyone in bed without major drama. She settles back into her chair with a sigh that contains a full day's worth of tiredness. For a while, neither of you speaks. There's nothing that needs saying, and you're both too tired for unnecessary conversation. The fire burns. The darkness beyond the windows is complete now, the harbour invisible except for occasional lanterns moving on distant ships. She mentions that the roof is definitely leaking worse than before, and that the leak in the corner has expanded to include the area near the window. You acknowledge this with the resignation of someone who knows roof repairs cost money you don't have. She suggests maybe asking your brother-in-law, who supposedly knows about roofs. Though you both know this is unlikely to result in actual repairs, and very likely to result in advice you don't want about other things wrong with your house. You discuss quietly the possibility of your oldest son taking that ship job. The conversation is careful, both of you testing the edges of your feelings about it without committing to positions. She worries about storms and pirates and all the things that can go wrong at sea. You worry about the same things, but also think about the money, about what it could mean for the family. Neither of you wants to make this decision, but it's probably not your decision to make anyway. The boy's nearly grown, and grown men make their own choices. The fire burns lower, and you should probably bank it for the night. But moving requires energy you're not sure you have. Your wife seems to be thinking the same thing, both of you sitting there aware that you should go to bed but lacking the motivation to actually do it. These moments of quiet between tasks are rare enough that you're reluctant to end them. Eventually necessity overcomes inertia. You tend to the fire, arranging logs and ash to keep some heat through the night without burning too much fuel. Your wife checks the door is barred and the shutters secured and performs all the small rituals that separate day from night. You follow her upstairs, each step reminding you of muscles that were worked hard today and will be worked hard again tomorrow. The bedroom is cold despite the lingering warmth from downstairs. You undress quickly, clothes folded and left on the chest because hanging them up is more effort than seems worthwhile. The bed is cold until you've been in it for a few minutes, and then it becomes merely cool, and then finally warm enough that you can relax. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment you're both awake in the darkness, listening to the house around you, the harbour beyond, and the whole port town settling into its nighttime rhythm. Tomorrow will be much like today. The tides will turn, ships will need unloading, and the market will sell fish and bread and all the other necessities of life. Your children will grow slightly older, your back will hurt slightly more, and the roof will leak exactly as much as it leaks now until you eventually do something about it. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, you're warm and horizontal and your family is safe under your roof, leaky though that roof may be. The sea murmurs in the background, eternal and endless. The sound that's been the backdrop to your life since you were born in this port town and will be the backdrop until you die here. It's not a bad sound to fall asleep to. Constant, rhythmic, almost like breathing if breathing were larger and wetter and involved moving several million tons of water twice a day. Sleep comes gradually, consciousness fading like the tide going out, and your last thought before it takes you is something about tomorrow's work. Though by morning you won't remember what that thought was, only that you had it, and it seemed important at the time, and now it's gone like everything else into the gentle darkness of sleep and sea and home. You wake before dawn in an Amish farmhouse, and the first thing you notice is what you don't hear. There's no mechanical hum vibrating through the floorboards, no compressor cycling on in the corner of the kitchen, and no ambient electrical buzz that modern life has trained your ears to ignore. Instead, you hear the actual sounds of morning. A rooster clearing his throat in the barn, the settling creak of wood beams cooling from yesterday's warmth, and your own breathing in the darkness. You pad barefoot across wide plank floors that still hold a whisper of coolness from the night. The kitchen reveals itself gradually as your eyes adjust, taking shape not from overhead fluorescence, but from the pale blue suggestion of dawn pressing against the windows. Everything here works on principles that predate Edison's laboratories. The stove runs on propane, its pilot light a tiny constellation in the darkness. The lamps use compressed gas that hisses softly when you turn the valve. And somewhere, deep in the earth beneath your feet, sits a chamber carved from clay and stone where tonight's dinner waits in perpetual twilight. Your hand finds the cool metal handle of what looks like a compact refrigerator, but when you open it, the light that appears isn't electric but chemical. A simple glow produced by the refrigeration process itself. This is a gas-powered refrigerator, a technology that sounds impossible until you remember that cold is simply the absence of heat, and heat can be manipulated in more ways than one. The unit uses ammonia, hydrogen and water in a continuous cycle, creating cold through evaporation and condensation rather than the electrical compression. It's quieter than its electric cousin, just an occasional gurgle as liquids change states, doing their molecular dance. Inside you find glass jars of milk, their cream rising in thick plugs at the top because nobody here homogenizes anything. There's a ceramic crock of butter, firm enough to hold its shape but soft enough to spread easily on fresh bread. A covered dish holds last night's chicken, the fat congealed into savoury jelly around the meat. Everything sits arranged with the precision of someone who understands that cold air sinks and warm air rises, that proper placement matters when your cooling system runs on absorption rather than forced convection. But this gas refrigerator is actually the newest technology in this kitchen, installed perhaps 20 years ago, after considerable debate within the community. The real story of Amish food preservation lies deeper, colder, and considerably older. It's written in the architecture of the land itself, in holes dug into hillsides and stones stacked with purpose. To understand how the Amish keep food cold without electricity, you need to understand that they're not rejecting modern convenience so much as embracing ancient wisdom that never needed improvement in the first place. You grab a sweater from a peg by the door because even in summer, where you're about to go remains locked in permanent October. The path outside leads around the side of the house, past herb gardens still wet with dew, to a door set almost flush with a gentle slope in the yard. This isn't the entrance to a storm shelter or a coal bin. This is where winter lives year-round, where the earth itself becomes a refrigerator, and where gravity and geology conspire to keep things fresh. This is the root cellar, and it's about to teach you things about temperature that no appliance manual ever could. The door opens with a wooden groan, exhaling cool air that smells like minerals and darkness, like the inside of a cave where bears sleep through blizzards. You descend steps carved from packed earth, your hand trailing along a stone wall that feels damp but not wet, cool but not cold, alive in ways that concrete never manages. Each step down brings a perceptible temperature drop, as if you're descending through layers of atmosphere, moving from one microclimate to another. At the bottom, perhaps 12 feet below the surface, you find yourself in a room that shouldn't exist according to everything modern life taught you about food storage. There's no insulation in the contemporary sense, no vapour barriers or thermal breaks. The walls are simply stacked stone, fitted together with the patience of someone who understood that air gaps matter, that every space between rocks serves as a buffer zone. The floor is packed earth, slightly damp, completing a circuit with the walls and ceiling that maintains a remarkably consistent temperature, somewhere between 45 and 55 degrees Fahrenheit. This consistency exists because you're now below the frost line, in the zone where seasonal temperature swings barely register. While the world above bakes or freezes, this chamber remains locked in perpetual autumn. The Earth's own mass acts as a thermal battery, absorbing heat in summer and releasing it in winter, creating a stable environment that your ancestors understood intuitively. They might not have known the thermodynamics, but they knew that potatoes stored here in October would still be firm in March, that apples would keep their crunch until spring mud season, and that the earth was the original refrigerator and required no maintenance plan. The shelves reveal themselves as your eyes adjust to the dim light filtering down the stairway. Wooden boards rest on stone supports, each shelf strategically positioned according to principles of temperature stratification. The lowest shelves, where the coldest air pools, hold root vegetables that tolerate near-freezing conditions. Carrots packed in sand, beets nestled in sawdust, and turnips wrapped in newspaper. These storage methods aren't quaint affectations but practical solutions to moisture management. The sand and sawdust prevent the vegetables from touching each other, while maintaining ideal humidity, stopping both desiccation and rot. Middle shelves hold glass jars of preserved goods, pickles floating in cloudy brine, applesauce the colour of sunset, and green beans packed with dill heads that look like tiny fireworks frozen mid-explosion. These jars represent summer captured and held hostage, prevented from spoiling by carefully calibrated acidity and the absence of air. Canning is its own form of cold storage when you think about it, creating an environment so hostile to bacteria that food remains suspended in time, waiting patiently to be remembered and consumed months after its harvest. The highest shelves, where temperatures climb closer to 60 degrees, hold items that prefer less aggressive cooling. Winter squash with their thick skins that protect sweet orange flesh, onions braided together like rope, and garlic bulbs that fill the air with their pungent promise. Up here near the ceiling, the air moves slightly, stirred by convection currents that flow down the stairs, across the floor, and back up again in an endless loop. This circulation isn't designed so much as allowed, the natural consequence of opening a cool chamber to warmer air above. But what makes this root cellar remarkable isn't just its function, but also its redundancy and its passive nature. Nothing needs to be plugged in or turned on. No compressor will fail at midnight during a heat wave. No power outage will leave you mourning your lost groceries. The root cellar simply exists, doing what it's done for centuries, asking nothing but occasional attention and respect for its principles. It's the ultimate set-it-and-forget-it appliance, installed by previous generations and maintained by the simple act of closing the door when you're finished retrieving your turnips. The root cellar solves the problem of modest cooling, but what about actual freezing? What happens when you need ice rather than just coolness, when preservation requires temperatures that make frost feathers across surfaces? For that, you need to travel backward in time to winter itself, or more specifically, to the moment when winter was something you could harvest and store, when frozen water became currency and a planning tool. Walk with me now to the ice house, that peculiar structure that sits 100 yards from the main house, built into the north side of a hill where sunshine fears to tread even in summer. This building looks like an oversized shed from the outside, but its construction reveals obsessive attention to insulation. Double walls create a 6-inch gap filled with sawdust that's been packed tight as insulation. The roof sports 2 layers with an air gap between them, and the door fits into its frame like a watchmaker's masterpiece, with wool weather stripping that keeps warm air out more effectively than any modern refrigerator seal. Inside, even in July, the temperature hovers just above freezing. The air carries a mineralized coldness that makes your breath visible, that tightens the skin on your arms and raises every hair in salute. Stacked from floor to ceiling, separated by layers of straw, sit blocks of ice harvested 5 months ago when the pond was a solid sheet and the world was frozen solid. These blocks, each roughly 2 feet square and 18 inches thick, represent a winter's day of communal labour, of men and horses and saws working in concert to capture cold for future use. The ice harvest was a January ritual, timed precisely for that window after the pond had frozen at least 12 inches thick, but before snow accumulated heavily enough to insulate the ice and slow its thickening. You would have seen the entire community gather on a Saturday morning when breath-frosted beards and children stamped their feet against cold that penetrated boot leather. Someone would have scored the ice with a horse-drawn plough fitted with metal teeth, creating a grid of lines that marked where blocks should be cut. Then the sawing would begin, men working in pairs with long two-handled saws that sang through ice with a distinctive grinding shriek. Each block, once freed from its brothers, would be guided towards shore using pike poles, then hoisted onto a wooden slide where it would be loaded onto a wagon and transported to the ice house. The loading required choreography worthy of a ballet company. Too much haste and blocks would crack. Too much delay and they'd begin freezing together. Too little sawdust between layers and they'd fuse into one massive unusable block over the months. The work generated a peculiar warmth, despite sub-freezing temperatures, the kind of heat that comes from exertion rather than environment. So men would shed coats and work in shirt sleeves, while their breath created private weather systems around their heads. The physics of icehouse storage are brutally simple but deceptively effective. Ice wants to melt, but melting requires heat energy. The sawdust insulation slows heat transfer to a crawl, and the blocks themselves create their own cooling zone that resists warming. As outer layers slowly melt over months, they refreeze slightly each night, creating a self-sealing barrier. Meltwater drains away through the floor into a carefully engineered runoff system, preventing the remaining ice from sitting in water that would accelerate melting. By late summer, you might have lost 40% of your harvest to melting, but 60% of a January crop still means frozen storage capacity through September. This ice serves multiple purposes beyond just chilling food. Cream destined to become ice cream gets packed in wooden buckets surrounded by ice and rock salt, the salt lowering the freezing point and creating temperatures below 32 degrees. Meat can be kept for days rather than hours when buried in ice, and butter stays firm even when the thermometer pushes 90 degrees outside. The ice house essentially extends winter on demand, letting you summon cold whenever necessary, proof that you can indeed save the weather for later if you plan ahead. But perhaps the most elegant solution to food preservation sits where water emerges from the earth itself, in structures built around springs that flow year-round with water that never varies more than a few degrees from its constant 54-degree temperature. The springhouse combines running water with careful architecture to create a cooling system that operates continuously without any input beyond gravity and geology. Picture a small stone building, maybe 10 feet by 12, built directly over a natural spring. The water emerges from the ground inside the structure, flows through a shallow channel carved from stone, and exits through an opening in the wall downhill. The building's walls are thick stone 2 feet or more, and the roof is heavily insulated with sod or slate. Small windows near the roofline allow air circulation but prevent direct sunlight from entering. The door faces north and is typically double-layered with an air gap between, creating an airlock that maintains the cool interior temperature. Inside, the spring channel dominates the floor plan. This isn't a stream you'd step across casually. It's maybe 2 feet wide and 8 inches deep, flowing with gentle insistence. The water stays crystal clear because spring water emerges filtered through layers of sand and rock, stripped of sediment and organic material. More importantly, it stays cold, drawing its temperature from the aquifer 50 or 100 feet below, where seasonal variations never penetrate. Along both sides of the channel sit stone platforms where crocks and jars are placed. Milk crocks, still warm from the morning milking, are set directly into the water, which immediately begins stealing their heat. The flowing water carries that heat away downstream, preventing any temperature build-up that would occur in still water. Within an hour, milk that left the cow at 98 degrees has dropped to 60 degrees, extending its freshness from hours to days. By evening, it's down to the spring's ambient temperature, cold enough that cream rises slowly and bacterial reproduction slows to a crawl. Buttercrocks sit on the slightly higher platforms, not in the water but close enough that evaporative cooling from the stream creates a microclimate 10 degrees cooler than the surrounding air. Eggs rest in wire baskets that hang in the water flow, kept cool but not cold, preserved in that sweet spot where they'll last weeks instead of days. Covered dishes containing leftovers line the shelves above the water, benefiting from the general coolness without getting damp. The springhouse operates on principles that modern refrigeration engineers would recognise but execute with mechanical complexity. Cool air, being denser than warm air, flows downward and pulls in the lowest spaces. The spring water continuously generates cool air as it flows, and that air stays low, trapped by the building's design. Warm air enters through the high windows and exits the same way, prevented from descending by the cold air cushion below. This creates stratification, with the coldest zone right at water level where the milk crocks sit, slightly warmer zones at shelf height, and the warmest air near the ceiling where nothing perishable is stored. What makes the springhouse remarkable is its responsiveness to external conditions. On hot summer days when you need cooling most, people visit the springhouse more frequently, opening the door and disturbing the temperature stratification. But each opening also introduces warm air that the spring water immediately begins cooling, and the increased air circulation actually improves the system's efficiency. In winter, when cooling is less critical, the springhouse sees less traffic, and the building's thermal mass prevents the interior from freezing even when January drives temperatures below zero outside. The water that flows out of the springhouse doesn't go to waste. Downstream, it might water livestock or irrigate a garden. Its work is never done despite having already served as refrigerant. This multiple-use philosophy pervades Amish food preservation. Nothing exists for a single purpose when it can serve several, and energy, whether human, animal or natural, is always asked to pull double duty whenever possible. Back in the kitchen, the gas refrigerator deserves a closer look because it represents a fascinating compromise between modern convenience and traditional principles. Approved by most Amish communities because it doesn't connect to the electrical grid, the gas refrigerator operates on principles that would seem like magic if they weren't just clever chemistry. The absorption refrigeration cycle sounds complicated but follows a beautiful logic. Inside the sealed system, ammonia dissolves in water to create a solution that gets heated by a small gas flame, no bigger than what you'd see on a water heater pilot light. This heating separates the ammonia from the water, and the gaseous ammonia rises to a condenser at the top of the unit, where it cools back into liquid, releasing heat in the process. That liquid ammonia then flows to an evaporator coil inside the refrigerator compartment, where it meets hydrogen gas in a low-pressure environment. Here's where it gets interesting. The hydrogen doesn't participate in cooling directly, but lowers the partial pressure of the ammonia, which allows the ammonia to evaporate at low temperatures. This evaporation absorbs heat from inside the refrigerator, which is just a fancy way of saying it creates cold. The ammonia gas then flows to an absorber where it meets water again, dissolves back into solution, and the cycle continues indefinitely as long as that tiny flame keeps burning. The beauty of this system is its lack of moving parts. No compressor cycling on and off, no fan motors pushing air around, and no electronic controls deciding when to defrost. The refrigerator runs continuously at its own pace, creating cold through heat in a paradox that nonetheless works perfectly well. The only maintenance it requires is occasional cleaning of the burner and a yearly check to ensure the flue isn't blocked. Otherwise, it simply operates year after year, consuming a gallon of propane every week or two depending on ambient temperature and how often the door opens. The interior looks familiar to anyone who's opened a refrigerator. Shelves and door storage, a small freezer compartment, and crisper drawers for vegetables. But the cooling isn't uniform like in an electric model. The freezer sits at the top where the evaporator coil runs coldest, and temperature increases gradually toward the bottom. This means you need to store things strategically, milk on the top shelf where it stays coldest, vegetables in the bottom drawers where they won't freeze, and leftovers in the middle zones according to their sensitivity to temperature. This temperature gradient isn't a flaw but a feature if you understand it. Different foods have different optimal storage temperatures, and a single temperature environment is actually a compromise that suits nothing perfectly. Eggs keep best around 45 degrees, just barely cool enough to slow bacteria, but not so cold that flavours mute. Milk wants 38 degrees, cold enough to suppress spoilage but not so cold it freezes. Leafy greens prefer 32 degrees with high humidity, while root vegetables like it slightly warmer and drier. The gas refrigerator's natural temperature stratification lets you find the right zone for each food if you understand the map. Most Amish families who use gas refrigerators treat them as supplements to their traditional storage methods rather than replacements. The refrigerator handles daily use items and foods that don't store well in root cellars or spring houses. Fresh milk, butter, eggs, leftovers, and produce that's been cut or prepared. Meanwhile, the bulk storage of preserved goods, root vegetables and seasonal harvests still happens in those older, passive systems that don't require fuel or maintenance. This layered approach to food storage demonstrates a principle worth noting. Sometimes the best technology is several technologies working together, each handling what it does best. On an August afternoon when the garden reaches its productive zenith, the kitchen transforms into something between a laboratory and a factory, a space dedicated to the ancient art of making food, immortal through heat, acid, and sealed glass. Canning day has arrived. That marathon session where bushels of tomatoes or beans or peaches get processed into shelf-stable jars that will feed the family when snow covers the garden. The process begins with washing, so much washing that your hands prune, and the sink overflows with discarded stems and leaves. Tomatoes pile in bowls, their skins taut and glossy, still warm from the garden where they were picked at dawn. The variety matters here. Paste tomatoes with their thick walls and minimal seeds, bred specifically for canning because they break down into the perfect consistency for sauce. Slicing tomatoes with their juicy interiors wouldn't work as well, creating too much liquid and not enough body. The stove holds multiple pots in various stages of the process. One large pot sterilizes jars in boiling water, keeping them hot until the moment they're filled so the glass won't crack from thermal shock. Another pot contains the actual food being canned, tomatoes cooking down with a bit of salt and maybe a leaf of basil, their skins slipping off in the heat to be scooped away and added to the compost bucket. A third pot holds the jar lids in hot water, softening the rubber sealing compound that will create an airtight bond when everything cools. The filling requires steady hands and attention to detail. Each jar gets packed full, leaving only a quarter-inch of headspace at the top. Too much space and bacteria might survive in the air pocket, too little, and the jar might not seal properly as its contents expand during processing. A clean towel wipes each rim because even a tiny smear of food can prevent a proper seal. The lids go on firmly, but not obsessively tight, just enough to hold them in place while allowing air to escape during processing. Then comes the water bath, assuming these are high-acid foods like tomatoes or pickles. The jars go into a huge pot with a rack on the bottom to prevent direct contact with heat. Water must cover the jars by at least an inch, and then the whole assembly gets brought to a boil and maintained there for however long the recipe specifies, maybe 25 minutes for quart jars of tomatoes, 45 minutes for larger jars, or longer if you're at an altitude where water boils at lower temperatures. During processing, pressure inside the jars builds as contents heat and expand, forcing air out past the lids. When you remove the jars and they begin cooling, that pressure drops as contents contract, but now the lids are seated tightly against the rim. The resulting vacuum sucks the lid down with enough force that you hear it seal, a distinctive ping or pop that signals success. A sealed jar can sit on a shelf for a year or more, its contents protected from air and bacteria by nothing more than heat treatment and the absence of oxygen. Low-acid foods like green beans or corn require more aggressive processing because they can harbour botulism spores that survive boiling temperatures. For these, you need a pressure canner, a specialised pot that can raise internal temperatures to 240 degrees by trapping steam and building pressure. The pressure canner sits on the stove like a small bomb, its gauge requiring constant monitoring to maintain precisely the right pressure. Too little, and the food won't reach sterilisation temperature. Too much, and you risk either a failed seal, or in extreme cases an explosion of glass and vegetables across your kitchen. The canning pantry fills gradually over summer and fall, jars accumulating like library books until shelves groan under the weight. There's a satisfaction in looking at those preserved goods, knowing that February's dinner is already prepared and waiting, that the garden's bounty wasn't lost to the compost heap but captured at peak ripeness. Each jar represents not just food, but time and labour, a choice to prepare for seasons ahead, to value self-sufficiency over convenience. Canning predates refrigeration by centuries and remains viable precisely because it doesn't depend on continuous energy input. Once processed and sealed, jars need nothing but a cool, dark storage space. No electricity means no power bills, and no risk of spoilage from mechanical failure. The only enemy is time itself, which gradually degrades quality even in sealed jars. But properly canned goods remain safe for years, even if their peak flavour might fade after the first year. The architecture of an Amish home reveals cooling strategies built into the structure itself, passive designs that work with climate rather than against it. These aren't afterthoughts, but fundamental principles that shape how the building meets the world, creating comfortable interior temperatures through positioning, materials, and airflow management. Start with orientation. The long axis of the house runs east-west, presenting a narrow face to the summer sun's path. This minimises solar gain during the hottest part of the day, when the sun tracks high across the southern sky. Large windows face north and south rather than east and west, allowing light without the harsh direct sun that would heat interior spaces. The south-facing windows get shaded by deep overhangs, calibrated to let in winter sun when it tracks low, but block summer sun when it climbs high. This passive solar design costs nothing to operate and never requires maintenance beyond cleaning windows occasionally. The walls themselves are thick, often 18 inches or more, combining traditional framing with substantial insulation. This thermal mass slows heat transfer in both directions, keeping cool interior air from escaping on hot days and preventing outside heat from penetrating easily. The materials matter too. Plaster over lath creates a denser, more massive interior surface than modern drywall, and that mass stores coolness from night air and releases it gradually through the day. You can feel this effect if you visit at mid-afternoon, when outside temperatures push 90 degrees, but interior walls remain cool to the touch, still holding on to the memory of dawn. Windows open in strategic pairs to create cross-ventilation that pulls air through the house. A window near the floor on the north side admits cool air that sinks naturally, while a window near the ceiling on the south side exhausts warm air that rises. This isn't random chance but deliberate design, creating a convective current that continuously refreshes interior air without fans or blowers. On summer nights, every window in the house might open, allowing cool evening air to flush out the day's accumulated heat. By morning, the house interior sits 10 or 15 degrees cooler than it will be by evening, and closing windows before the day heats up traps that coolness inside. The basement provides additional cooling through its contact with stable subsurface temperatures. In traditional design, the kitchen often included a summer kitchen in the basement, where cooking could happen without heating the main living spaces. Bread could be baked, meals prepared, and preserves processed in a space that never exceeded 70 degrees, even when the thermometer outside climbed past 90. This vertical separation of function based on temperature is brilliant in its simplicity. Hot activities happen where natural coolness exists, and living spaces stay comfortable. Porches wrap around multiple sides of the house, creating shaded buffer zones that prevent direct sun from hitting walls and windows. These porches serve as outdoor rooms where much of summer life happens, providing comfortable spaces without requiring the main house to accommodate gatherings during heat. The porch roof, typically 6 to 8 feet deep, casts shadows that move with the sun, keeping walls cool during the hottest hours. Come evening, families gather on these porches to catch breezes and escape residual heat from cooking, talking until darkness brings mosquitoes and sends everyone inside to beds positioned near open windows. The attic plays a crucial role in the thermal system despite being the hottest space in the house. Good attic ventilation, typically gable vents at each end combined with soffit vents under the eaves, allows hot air to escape rather than radiating down through ceilings into living spaces. Some homes include whole house fans in the ceiling of the top floor hallway, human-powered fans with pulleys that can be operated to exhaust attic heat and pull cool air up from the basement. This creates a chimney effect, moving air through the entire house in a cleansing circulation that requires no electricity, just someone willing to pull a rope for a few minutes. Paint colours contribute too, though the Amish typically avoid bright colours for cultural reasons rather than thermal management. White or light-coloured exteriors reflect solar radiation instead of absorbing it, keeping surface temperatures lower than dark colours would. Metal roofs, common on Amish buildings, reflect considerable heat and shed it quickly once the sun drops, unlike asphalt shingles that store heat and radiate it for hours after sunset. Understanding Amish food preservation means recognising that their entire approach follows seasonal rhythms rather than fighting them. The calendar dictates what's available and what needs preserving, creating a yearly cycle where each season's work prepares for the next. Spring arrives with a paradox. The root cellar is getting low just as fresh food becomes available again. Those potatoes planted last April and stored in October are sprouting eyes by March, and though they're still edible, they're past their prime. But spring brings early greens, lettuce, spinach, and radishes that need no preservation because they'll be eaten within days of harvest. Spring also means baby animals, which means fresh milk is suddenly abundant after winter's reduced production. This milk becomes butter and cheese, preserved dairy products that extend freshness from days to months. Summer is preservation's busy season, a marathon of activity when the garden explodes with productivity. June brings strawberries that must be jammed or frozen quickly because they spoil within days. July means cucumbers turning into pickles, a transformation that happens in crocks on the kitchen counter, as salt and thyme convert fresh vegetables into tangy preserved ones. August is tomato season, requiring all-day canning sessions that leave you smelling like a pizza kitchen, but yielding dozens of jars that will make winter pasta sauce possible. September brings the apple harvest. Some varieties are for immediate eating, while others are specifically grown for storage because their thick skins and dense flesh let them last until spring in the root cellar. Each preservation method gets matched to the food's characteristics. Watery vegetables like cucumbers and green beans are better than they freeze because their texture would be destroyed by ice crystals. Berries freeze beautifully but make terrible canned goods because the processing turns them to mush. Apples can be dried into leathery rings that store indefinitely, but pears become grainy when dried and work better canned or fresh. Learning these matches takes years of experience and generations of accumulated knowledge about which techniques work with which foods. Fall is the storing season when the root cellar receives its winter stock. Potatoes get dug after the first light frost kills the vines, but before hard freezes damage the tubers. They're left to dry in the field for a few hours so dirt falls away easily, then stored in wooden boxes where air can circulate. Carrots, beets, turnips, and parsnips can stay in the ground until needed. Soil is the perfect storage medium, but many get dug and stored to avoid having to harvest in snow. Winter squash get cured for 2 weeks at warm temperatures to harden their skins before moving to cool storage, where they'll last through March. Winter means living off stored goods and understanding scarcity in ways that modern life has forgotten. By February, the food available is what you planned for months earlier. If you didn't can enough tomatoes or pickles, well, you don't eat them until summer returns. This isn't hardship, but reality, a natural consequence of seasonal eating that creates anticipation. The first strawberry of June tastes better when you haven't eaten one since the previous June. Fresh corn in August feels special when you've been eating dried beans all winter. This seasonal rhythm creates a different relationship with food than what supermarkets offer. You can't eat whatever you want whenever you want it, but you also experience food at its peak, right after harvest when flavours are most intense. Modern preservation techniques like canning and freezing are improvements on older methods, but they're still improvements within a seasonal framework rather than attempts to eliminate seasons entirely. The Amish accept that tomatoes have a season, that fresh milk production drops in winter, and that some foods simply aren't available year-round without heroic efforts they choose not to make. The rhythm also creates anticipation and variety. Just when you're tired of winter squash, spring greens arrive. Just when you're overwhelmed by summer tomatoes, they stop producing, and fall apples begin. This variety comes not from importing foods from different climates, but from accepting what each season offers. It's a less monotonous diet than eating the same globally sourced foods year-round, even if it's less immediately convenient. Preserving food without electricity requires knowledge that must be preserved just as carefully as the food itself. This knowledge passes through generations, not through written instructions, but through experience, through watching and doing, and through the accumulated wisdom of success and failure over decades. A young woman learns canning from her mother, starting with simple recipes like applesauce that forgive minor errors, and graduating to more complex preserves that require precise timing and temperature control. She learns that you can tell when jelly is done by how it sheets off a spoon, that the temperature of the boiling mixture matters but the visual cues matter more, and that recipes are guidelines. But experience is the real teacher. These lessons can't be reduced to written instructions because so much depends on variables that change. The pectin content of your particular apples, the humidity on canning day, and the exact heat distribution in your particular stove. A young man learns rice harvesting from his father and uncles, discovering through cold hands and aching back how to saw blocks that are uniform enough to stack efficiently, but not so perfect that the effort wastes time. He learns that ice quality matters. Clear ice from the centre of the pond stores better than cloudy ice from near shore, that rushing the harvest because a warm spell threatens can result in blocks too thin to last through summer, and that the sawdust used for insulation needs to be dry, or it will compress and lose its insulating value. The knowledge includes understanding failure modes, how to recognise when a jar hasn't sealed properly and needs reprocessing, what spoiled food smells like before you've actually opened the jar and exposed yourself to danger, how to tell if a potato in the root cellar has started rotting and needs removing before it spreads to its neighbours. These negative lessons are as important as positive ones, because food preservation, when it fails, can create food poisoning that kills. Some knowledge is empirical rather than theoretical. Nobody needs to know that botulism spores can survive boiling temperatures, but die at 240 degrees. They just need to know that low-acid foods require pressure canning rather than water bath canning. Nobody needs to understand evaporative cooling thermodynamics to use a spring house effectively. They just need to know that milk crocks go in the water and butter crocks go above it. The theory is interesting, but the practice is what keeps food safe and family fed. This knowledge also includes seasonal timing that's specific to local climate. When to plant potatoes so they mature before the first frost, but late enough that they're not sitting in soil during the hottest part of summer. When various apple varieties ripen, and which ones store well versus which ones should be eaten fresh. When to expect the spring to run coldest, usually April when snowmelt still drains underground, versus when it warms slightly, late summer when the aquifer has been warmed by months of precipitation. These micro-local details matter enormously, but aren't written in books. They're learned through years of observation and passed through conversation. The knowledge system also includes community wisdom about what works and what doesn't. If someone experiments with a new preservation technique and it works brilliantly, that information spreads through social networks. Similarly, if someone tries something that fails spectacularly, that becomes community knowledge too. This collective learning speeds adaptation and prevents repeated mistakes. It's a form of cultural evolution where successful techniques persist, and unsuccessful ones get abandoned, or without any formal research program or extension service guidance. Interestingly, modern technology hasn't completely eliminated this traditional knowledge even among the Amish. Gas refrigerators still benefit from traditional placement strategies, don't put them near heat sources, and do allow air circulation around the cooling coils. Root cellars still need periodic checking for rot and proper humidity management. Spring houses still require maintenance of water channels and structural integrity. The technology may have improved in some areas, but the underlying principles remain constant, and understanding those principles matters more than understanding the specific tools. As you stand here in this Amish kitchen, dawn now fully arrived and the world waking around you, you might wonder what lessons translate from this life to your own. You're probably not going to dig a root cellar or harvest ice from a pond, but the principles underlying these practices aren't strictly about technology. They're about understanding systems, planning ahead, and accepting limits. The most obvious lesson is redundancy. The Amish don't depend on a single preservation method but layer multiple approaches. Root cellars for bulk storage, spring houses for daily use items, ice houses for actual freezing, canning for long-term shelf-stable goods, and gas refrigerators for convenience. If one system fails, others continue working. Compare this to modern dependence on electric refrigeration, where a power outage or mechanical failure means potentially losing everything perishable. The Amish approach, while more labour-intensive, is also more resilient against individual failures. Another lesson is the value of passive systems. Root cellars and spring houses require no ongoing energy input. Once built, they function indefinitely without fuel or electricity, maintained only by occasional cleaning and structural repairs. Modern life tends toward active systems that solve problems through continuous energy application, air conditioning, refrigeration and heating, all of which stop working the moment power fails. Passive systems continue functioning regardless of external circumstances, providing a baseline of performance that isn't dependent on supply chains or infrastructure. The seasonal eating pattern enforced by traditional preservation methods also offers lessons. Modern supermarkets provide year-round access to produce regardless of season, which seems like pure gain until you consider the costs. Energy for transportation and storage, loss of flavour from early harvesting to survive shipping, and disconnection from local growing patterns. Eating seasonally doesn't require going full Amish, but it can mean prioritising local foods during their peak season, preserving some of that bounty for off-season use, and accepting that some foods are seasonal treats rather than everyday staples. The knowledge preservation aspect raises questions about skill maintenance in an automated world. As convenience technologies handle more tasks, the knowledge of how to do things manually atrophies. You might not need to know how to can tomatoes until the day you want to preserve your garden harvest, and by then you've lost access to the grandmother who could have taught you. The Amish maintain these skills through continuous practice, but that practice only happens because their lifestyle requires it. For the rest of us, maintaining traditional skills means making deliberate choices to learn and practice them despite not needing them for survival. The community aspect of traditional preservation also translates beyond the Amish context. Ice harvesting and large-scale canning aren't solo activities, but community events that build social bonds while accomplishing work. Modern life's convenience often comes with isolation. You can feed yourself entirely without ever interacting with neighbours or sharing labour. There's nothing wrong with convenience, but recognising what's lost might inspire finding other ways to build community connections. The architectural lessons about passive cooling apply directly to modern construction. Houses can be oriented to minimise solar gain, designed for cross-ventilation and built with thermal mass that moderates temperature swings. These principles work regardless of whether you have air conditioning. They simply make climate control easier and less energy intensive. Modern building codes often ignore these traditional principles in favour of mechanical systems, but there's no reason you can't have both. Perhaps the deepest lesson is about accepting constraints. The Amish choose limits that might seem arbitrary from outside. No electricity, no cars, no internet. But within those constraints they've developed sophisticated solutions to practical problems. Modern life tends toward eliminating constraints through technology, assuming that more options and greater convenience are always improvements. The Amish example suggests that sometimes constraints force creativity and build resilience in ways that unlimited options don't. You'll notice that none of this is actually about refrigeration. Food preservation is the visible practice, but the underlying patterns are about living deliberately, planning ahead, maintaining skills, building community, and understanding systems. These principles apply whether you're storing potatoes in a root cellar or organising your life in a city apartment. The specific techniques might not transfer, but the mindset does. Before we finish, let's sit with one uncomfortable thought. Modern refrigeration, for all its convenience, is fragile. Your refrigerator depends on electricity flowing reliably, on supply chains delivering replacement parts, and on repair technicians understanding complex systems. When hurricanes knock out power or ice storms down transmission lines, the weakness becomes obvious. Food spoils, freezers thaw, and suddenly those old preservation methods don't seem quite so quaint. The Amish approach to food preservation is resilient precisely because it doesn't depend on infrastructure that can fail. Earth doesn't stop being cool underground. Springs don't stop flowing. Ice, once harvested, stays frozen if properly stored. Canned goods remain safe on shelves. The techniques are decentralized. Each household maintains its own systems rather than depending on electrical grids that serve thousands. This decentralization means that problems can be local rather than catastrophic. Consider what happens when your refrigerator breaks. You call a repair service, wait days or weeks for parts, possibly lose food if the timing is bad, and pay several $100s for the fix. When an Amish root cellar has a problem, maybe a door seal fails or drainage backs up, the fix involves basic carpentry or simple excavation, skills that household members already possess. The repair cost is measured in hours of labour rather than specialty parts shipped from distant factories. This resilience also applies to economic disruption. If energy costs spike dramatically, modern refrigeration becomes expensive to operate. If your income drops and you can't afford the electricity bill, that expensive refrigerator becomes a non-functional box. Traditional methods have minimal ongoing costs, no power bills, no maintenance contracts, just occasional labour that you provide yourself. In economic terms, they're capital expenses rather than operating expenses, and once the initial investment is made, the ongoing burden nearly disappears. The knowledge required for traditional preservation is also more resilient than dependence on specialists. When you know how to can vegetables or manage a root cellar, you're not dependent on experts being available and affordable. The knowledge can be shared freely without patent concerns or proprietary restrictions. It can be practiced at a small scale without requiring industrial infrastructure. This makes it remarkably democratic, available to anyone willing to invest the time to learn and the labour to execute. There's also resilience in the simplicity of the systems. A root cellar has fewer points of failure than a modern refrigerator. There's no compressor to burn out, no electronic controls to malfunction, and no refrigerant to leak. The worst that typically happens is you need to restack some stone or repair a door. Compare this to modern appliances, where a failed circuit board might mean replacing the entire unit, because repairs cost more than replacement. This isn't an argument that everyone should abandon modern refrigeration and dig root cellars in their backyards. Modern life has different requirements and constraints than Amish life, and trying to copy their methods exactly would be impractical for most people. But understanding that alternatives exist, that there are multiple ways to solve food preservation problems, provides a kind of mental resilience even if you never act on it. Knowing you could, if necessary, preserve food without electricity makes you less dependent and more confident, even if you never actually need to do it. The kitchen has warmed as morning progressed, and the sounds of the day have fully arrived. Chickens complaining in their run, horses shifting in their stalls, and distant voices of family members starting their work. You've witnessed an alternative to modern food preservation, not better or worse, but different, optimized for different values and constraints. The Amish keep food cold without electricity through a combination of old techniques and careful adaptation. Root cellars that use Earth's stable temperature, spring houses that harness flowing water, ice houses that store winter for summer use, gas refrigerators that avoid electrical grids, canning that makes food shelf-stable, and architectural design that keeps living spaces cool. None of these techniques are particularly complex, but their effective use requires knowledge, planning, and labour that modern life has largely automated away. What makes these methods remarkable isn't their quaintness, but their resilience and sustainability. They work independently of infrastructure that can fail. They require minimal ongoing energy input, and they can be maintained with basic skills rather than specialised expertise. In an era increasingly concerned with grid reliability, energy costs and environmental impact, there's something quietly revolutionary about systems that simply work year after year, asking nothing but attention and respect. As you prepare to leave this kitchen and return to your electrically powered life, you carry new knowledge about cold, that it can be harvested from winter and stored for summer, that Earth itself is a refrigerator if you dig deep enough, that flowing water continuously creates coolness, and that food can be preserved in dozens of ways that don't require continuous energy input. Whether you ever use this knowledge practically or simply hold it as interesting background information, you now understand that the particular solutions modern life chose aren't the only possible solutions, and sometimes the old ways persist because they work remarkably well. The Amish aren't preserving these techniques out of nostalgia or stubbornness, but because they've chosen a different set of trade-offs, valuing self-sufficiency, community and independence, from infrastructure over convenience and ease. Their choices aren't available or desirable for everyone, but they demonstrate that alternatives exist, that technology isn't a one-way ratchet where newer is always better, and that sometimes the most sophisticated solution is the one that works reliably with minimal fuss for centuries. So tonight, when you open your electric refrigerator and cool air washes over your face, maybe you'll think about the root cellar dug into a hillside, the spring running cold through a stone building, the ice blocks cut from frozen ponds, and the gas refrigerator quietly absorbing heat through chemistry. And maybe you'll appreciate that we live in a time when we can choose between many solutions to the same problem, when both ancient wisdom and modern convenience are available, and when you can harvest cold from the earth or summon it at the touch of a button. Both work, both have their place, and knowing both exist makes you richer than knowing only one. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere tonight, food stays fresh in the earth's embrace, cooled by stone and water and ice, preserved by methods that predate our grandparents' grandparents, quietly working as they have for centuries, asking nothing but what the land freely provides. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamored with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different: the cool rationality of the scientist-explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear, but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a Naval Aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. "I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was." Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in NACA archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20th, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognize when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's astronaut corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled flight director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formally simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8's performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem-solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, director of flight crew operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the Moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realized the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-meter-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analyzed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although Mission Control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and Mission Control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, "Did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon?" reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of ambience. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche in 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible. Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realized that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress."